Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. We bring you 2 daily uploads, ensuring you never miss a moment of the action. Stay tuned, subscribe and let's dive into today's story. 151 Stellar Energy, over 2 million combat power, the final form of the Grand Master Valkyrie. In Fury. About there. Sheng was sitting in the spacious underground martial arts training room. The martial arts training room, which was empty before, now has a decent appearance. All kinds of testing instruments and training equipment are available. It even includes a Grand Master level combat effectiveness tester. These are all sponsored by the Beihai City Martial Arts Association. With Sheng's current status, even if Xiao Yuhi emptied his family, he would still be willing. Not to mention the Beihai City government. At this time, 3 test tubes as thick as a baby's forearm were neatly placed in front of Sheng. A pale golden liquid flowed from the test tube. This is a 5th level special marrow liquid that he won from that second idiot Sheng Guanling when he was selecting Kaiming generals. It was sent over by Dong Qingxiu a long time ago, but Sheng never took it out for use. Now, he has completed the 3 tempering of inner strength, but he is still 1 step away from completing the transformation of inner strength, so Sheng thought of these 3 different marrow liquids. The transformation of inner strength into Gang is also a process of promoting the transformation of inner strength by further stimulating the blood in the body. It's just that the quality of the star's internal strength after 3 times of tempering is too high. Even if I have a blood value close to that of a 6th level warrior, I can't do enough to stimulate it. With the addition of the 5th grade different marrow liquid, it is estimated that 1 country is enough. Sheng has been stuck on the step of internal strength for a week, and today he finally made up his mind to rely on external force to make a breakthrough. After making up his mind, Sheng didn't delay, and directly poured 3 bottles of 5th grade different marrow liquid into his mouth one by one. Do it all at once, 2nd time tired, 3rd time exhausted. Either don't do it, if you want to do it, just do it in 1 step. There was a faint fishy smell from the entrance of the pale golden marrow liquid, as if swallowing egg liquid, and it flowed into Sheng's esophagus extremely smoothly. Feeling that the 5th level different marrow fluid began to transform into bursts of torrents rushing in his body, Sheng immediately began to stimulate his own blood. 2 hearts pounded. Divine illumination of Pluto Sutra, Qi and blood increase. In an instant, the Qi and blood in the blood vessels violently surged like a rising tide, and there seemed to be tiny dragons rolling and roaring under the dark red and viscous blood. The heat flow transformed by the different marrow fluid melts into the blood in waves, fueling the tide. There are more and more dragons under the blood, and they are getting more and more noisy. With the help of this power, Sheng mobilized all the internal energy in his body. A large amount of qi and blood merged into the golden inner strength, and the inner strength was like a golden dragon running around in Sheng's limbs and bones. Faster and faster, faster and faster. Suddenly, it seemed like the sky reached a certain critical point. The small blood vessels could no longer restrain the proud golden dragon. With a roar, the golden dragon rushed towards the world beyond the flesh and blood. The radiance as bright as the morning sun erupted from Sheng's whole body. In an instant, Sheng seemed to be sitting under the scorching sun at noon, his whole body was wrapped in brilliant golden light. He opened his eyes, and the sun in his eyes was even brighter. Stand up, like a fairy boy who descended into the world in myths and legends, wearing golden light, dazzling. Sheng punched violently. With the movement of the fist, a golden light flashed in the training room. Sheng's figure had already spanned most of the training room, and he punched hard on the huge force measuring instrument standing in the corner. Boom! A huge and dull sound echoed in the huge space. The values on the master level dynamometer jumped wildly. 500,000. 600,000. 700,000. It will soon break through 1 million. It didn't stop completely until it jumped to more than 1.3 million. 103,364,853. Liu Sheng looked at the value on the instrument, the golden light in his eyes danced, and he felt an unprecedented sense of power. Inner strength transformation. He finally set foot on the 5th level completely. Just using stellar energy, you can fight with a combat power of over 1,000,000 levels, which is more than 4 times stronger than ordinary 5th level warriors. Moreover, this is just the beginning. Liu Sheng has just set foot on the 5th level, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. Not to mention, he hasn't used the stellar force to amplify his physical strength, and he hasn't used the stellar grip to amplify the explosive power of his qi. If all these are added, Liu Sheng estimates that he can easily fight with more than 2 million combat power. The increase is too great. Liu Sheng looked at the golden qi flowing slowly like liquid gold on his hands, and said to himself, no wonder the strength-type talent warriors become more mediocre as they go to the back. It is really that Gang Qi has greatly improved the combat effectiveness of warriors. This is me, with stellar power, able to continuously superimpose power. For ordinary warriors, the power brought by the qi and blood value is not worth mentioning under the destructive power of stellar energy. Therefore, the power of stars is recorded in the introductory chapter of Star Body Refining Technique, but Star Grip is a secret technique that can only be practiced after level 5. Of course, the root of the strong qi still comes from a strong physical body. The stronger the physique, the stronger the stellar qi can also be increased to a certain extent, and the two are interdependent. After reaching the 5th level, Liu Sheng also understood. Although 1,000,000 level combat power is the threshold for a martial arts master, it is estimated that even the weakest master's combat power is not limited to 1,000,000. Because in order to reach the 7th level Grandmaster level, the minimum blood value must exceed 10,000. And the physical strength brought by the qi and blood value of more than 10,000 is 1,000,000. Coupled with the Grandmaster's tempered qi, the combat power must be far more than 1,000,000. In the same way, if a 6th level warrior with high stellar energy quality may be able to achieve a combat power of over 1,000,000 levels, it is not the privilege of Liu Sheng alone to have a master level combat power without being a master. Thinking about it now, the palm that Yu Fei used to test him back then was useless. Even the Grand Master's qi, it was really light and fluffy. Guru. The closer he got to this realm, the more Liu Sheng yearned for this realm, and the more he could feel the mystery and power of this realm. Stellar gas. Liu Sheng named his golden stellar energy. Seeing the continuous gathering in his hands, which became as dazzling as the sun, like the qi controlling a tiny star, Liu Sheng took a deep breath. It's time to send that one on the road. As he spoke, Liu Sheng sat down cross-legged in the training room and quickly entered the dream space. In the dream space, there are people wandering the streets. A golden light shuttled through it, and every wandering zombie was like a mirror, refracting the golden light. When the golden light stopped at the end of the street, Liu Sheng's figure appeared. Behind him, zombies quickly weathered. Black lines of smoke gathered behind Liu Sheng, like a long black cloak. About there. Feeling his brain filled with countless memory fragments, Liu Sheng began to walk towards a place he had been to countless times. Turning the corner, a familiar figure appeared in front of Liu Sheng. Holding a broken gun, she is as proud as the goddess of war in classical mythology. Liu Sheng's old rival, Grandmaster Valkyrie. Grandmaster Valkyrie still stood in her original position as before, like an ancient battle spirit waiting for her former opponent to return. Liu Sheng walked towards the Grandmaster Valkyrie step by step. Every time he took a step, the golden light in his eyes became brighter, and the fighting spirit in his chest increased by an inch. 1987. Liu Sheng whispered in his mouth, he has fought against the Grandmaster Valkyrie no less than 100 times, and he has long been familiar with the scope of his hatred for the Grandmaster Valkyrie. When the number in Liu Sheng's mouth read 1, his raised right foot paused in the air. Clang clang clang. The trembling sound of countless shattered swords being unsheathed. Pieces of weapon fragments of different sizes flew out from behind Liu Sheng, forming a huge black half-moon faintly behind his head. Waves of golden gang qi gushed out from Liu Sheng's body. 2 hearts pounded. Qi and blood are like dragons, rushing and roaring. Liu Sheng's aura was fully opened, and his eyes were as bright as golden diamonds. The fighting spirit is like a flag, and it rises against the wind. Come on, the ultimate battle. Liu Sheng stared at the Grand Master Valkyrie in front of him, a cold but brilliant smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Switch, breath of the wind. Streaks of golden wind rose for no reason, gradually enveloping Liu Sheng's figure. Liu Sheng's hovering right foot stepped out fiercely. Boom! The ground was cracked with large cracks. His figure also disappeared instantly. Almost at the same time, the Grand Master Valkyrie in the distance also woke up from the cruising. The whole person was like a leopard awakened, slightly bent down, and then rushed out suddenly. 1 golden and 1 white, 2 figures that were too fast to be caught by the naked eye collided fiercely in mid-air. The sound of the air being extremely compressed and then severely smashed continued to sound. Liu Sheng and Grand Master Valkyrie attacked frantically. It seems that countless phantoms are fighting. A few minutes later, accompanied by a violent burst of golden aura, a figure staggered back 3.8 out of the battle group. The Grand Master Valkyrie backed away in a little embarrassment, then quickly stood up straight, drawing a perfect arc in midair with the spear in her hand. Biting cold. Liu Sheng was terrified for a moment. In front of his eyes, on this street, there seemed to be fine icicles and snowflakes condensing and appearing. A series of icy and piercing sharp edges pointed directly at Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng retreated crazily, and the countless fragments of weapons suspended above his head quickly gathered. The Wujian knife wheel couldn't be brought into the dream space, so he made a low configuration version in the dream space by himself, and the power was not bad because of the difference. Damn it! I've never seen her use this move before. Could it be that the bloodline has fallen below a certain level, forcing out the final form of the Grand Master Valkyrie? Liu Sheng gritted his teeth, facing the terrifying ice-blue radiant spear light that was about to come true. He manipulated the huge black knife wheel above his head to release his most powerful move. Grand Master Will, use the sword wheel. Infinite life. In an instant, 10 rounds of golden suns rose behind Liu Sheng, and the dazzling golden light lords. A black knife light cut down silently. Like the soul-stirring light projected from the endless hell. There will be another chapter later, please ask for a monthly pass, thank you big brothers. 152 4 Realm Spear Technique, Grand Master Skill Handling Sparrow Prison Spear. 5. The remnant spear of the Grand Master Valkyrie burst out with unprecedented brilliance. The light was a beautiful ice blue. When the gun light pierced out, where the ice blue gun light passed, a large number of icy snowflakes appeared in the air, and the ground under the feet was quickly covered by ice. It quickly spread towards Liu Sheng. The infernal rebirth knife wheel flew out. The sense of crisis in Liu Sheng's heart has not diminished in the slightest. His scalp was numb, and dense goosebumps appeared on his arms and back. This great sense of crisis in the face of life and death, he never felt it when he first retreated from the hands of the Grand Master Valkyrie. Now, it appears again. At worst, die once. Liu Sheng clenched his teeth, the golden light in his eyes was so bright that it almost burst out. When we meet on a narrow road, the brave wins. He has never retreated, and this time, he will not. The sword light carrying 10 rounds of scorching sun collided with the ice-blue gun light. The air at the point of collision seemed to be severely distorted. A ripple visible to the naked eye quickly spread in all directions, and wherever it passed, the fields and rocks on the ground rolled up one after another. Liu Sheng felt as if his brain had been severely gouged with a chisel. All of a sudden, he became groggy, and then a bit of icy cold and piercing pain hit. This is a sign that his martial arts will attached to the knife wheel was defeated, his mental power was damaged, and the master's will of the Grand Master Valkyrie invaded his brain. Too strong. Liu Sheng pressed his temples violently with both hands and knelt on the ground. Nosebleeds flowed out profusely, dripping on the ground in front of him. He suddenly felt numb in his fingers, and put them in front of his eyes. All 10 fingers were covered with a layer of frost. Martial Arts 02 Supernatural Powers, this fucking is the real martial arts supernatural powers. Liu Sheng grinned. Nosebleeds flowed profusely, his face was covered with frost, and he looked extremely miserable. The knife wheel had already been crushed by the spear light, he simply looked directly at the ice blue sharp point, quietly waiting for death. Even if you die, you have to see clearly what kind of moves you died in. Liu Sheng felt calm in his heart. But just when he was ready to exit the dream space, the icy blue, dreamlike and beautiful spear light suddenly stagnated, and then shattered. It seems that the delicate ice sculpture is disintegrating inch by inch. Liu Sheng froze for a moment, then looked up. He saw the Grand Master Valkyrie standing tall, gave him a deep look, and then quickly weathered into sand. A black gas that was thicker than any black gas absorbed by Liu Sheng before flew over like a black python. Dig hard into his body. Liu Sheng fell to the ground on his back, and before he completely fell into a coma, a faint smile appeared on his face. Finally. I'm done with you. Heroic spirits are immortal. A timid little girl was led to a martial arts gym. The old man with his back to the little girl put down the tool for carving ice cubes in his hand, and turned his head to look at her. The face was very blurry, I only remembered a pair of blue eyes, as beautiful as a pair of ice diamonds. The aptitude is good, from now on you will be my disciple of the Binghe martial arts. A hell of ice and snow within 10 steps, but warm as spring 10 steps away. The little girl was wearing a thin unlined garment, standing under the ice and snow waterfall, trembling, her body was covered in bruises, but she was not allowed to take a step forward. Tell me, what do you want to learn? The old man asked the girl lightly. The girl's lips were trembling, and there was only one word, gun. Why? Because, the teacher's strongest skill is spear. Teacher is the only one in base 1359 who has comprehended 5 realms of spear art. The old man froze for a moment, then laughed. The laughter was like thunder, shattering the glacier. Grand Master. Zhao Lengxian broke through to the Grand Master. 17-year-old Grand Master. She is expected to be 10th in this life. I have one more master-level martial arts genius in my base 1359. The girl who had grown into a young girl held a long gun, looked at the crowd cheering for her below, and turned to look at the old man. Teacher. You're still too far behind. The old man shook his head, turned around with his hands behind his back, and walked away. Even the cold sparrow, you haven't come out of the glacier yet. The girl remained silent, but her hand holding the gun tightened a bit. Boom! The door of the Budokan was pushed open. The girl opened her eyes suddenly, and 2 bright blue spear lights burst out from her eyes. The gun light pierced the air, rolling up snowflakes. Who? A blood-stained figure stumbled in and attacked the door. Zhao Lengxian, the city of the base is broken, and you are still cultivating here. Are your heart and blood made of ice? Hee hee. What? A look of shock appeared on the girl's face. But soon calmed down again. Where's the teacher? The teacher is dead. A desperate and mocking smile appeared on the visitor's face. Before the teacher left, he even said not to disturb you. The teacher is also crazy. The ice blue light flashed away. The visitor stared blankly at the blood hole in his chest with disbelief, and fell down. The girl retracted the gun, glanced at the dead man, stepped over the corpse and walked out calmly. The teacher is dead, so I will die too. It's a pity that my cold sparrow just came out of the glacier, and I haven't let the teacher know yet. Liu Sheng had a splitting headache accompanied by bursts of biting cold. It was as if there were countless ice picks piercing crazily in his mind. Compared with the memory of the master who absorbed Shi Shengning last time, Liu Sheng's mental strength is now many times stronger, but the pain is more intense than last time. He felt like he was trying to tame a beast from the 10,000 glacier. The other party was raging and screaming in his mind. But this time, it was definitely the most complete and clear memory Liu Sheng had ever seen. In the last scene, the woman Liu Sheng saw shot out like an angry dragon. Pierced a bright glacier. In the glacier, the blue bird with ice crystals spreads its wings and flies. Then, be overwhelmed. Gun. Spearmanship. Gun A. Liu Sheng has never absorbed such pure memory. Except for a few scenes, most of them are memories related to guns. These pure glaciers of martial arts memories and experiences continuously poured into Liu Sheng's body, merging into his flesh and bone marrow. Deeply engraved in his muscle memory. Liu Sheng's attainments in spear skills are also crazily separated. Before that, Liu Sheng's spear skills had reached a subtle level. Just because there is no weapon, and it is insignificant compared with other abilities, so it has never been shown. It is only occasionally used in boxing. But now, this subtlety of spear skills has rapidly improved. Almost absorbing less than 1/10 of the memory, Liu Sheng's spear skills broke through to the control level. Then continue to climb in the field of controlling the environment. After 3 out of 10 memories, Liu Sheng's control spear technique also broke through. Break through to another new and higher level. Subsequent memories are constantly deepening the spear skills of this realm, but unfortunately, until the end, Liu Sheng's spear skills did not usher in a third breakthrough. Liu Sheng opened his eyes suddenly, and there seemed to be a sharp edge flashing in his eyes. 4-realm spear technique. Liu Sheng spat out the word slowly. In Zhao Lengxuan's memory, there is no specific division of the spear realm. Liu Sheng only knows that Zhao Lengxuan's spear skills have reached 4 realms, and her teacher, the old man who is as majestic as a glacier in his memory, is a master of the 5 realms of guns. The 3 realms are for control, but what are the 4 realms called? Liu Sheng whispered to himself. Zhao Lengxuan's martial arts treasures have greatly improved him. He directly promoted his mediocre spear skill to the 4th level, becoming the strongest martial art that Liu Sheng currently masters. And Zhao Lengxuan's memory is really pure. If her memory is a transparent ice crystal, then the memory of Shi Shengning absorbed by Liu Sheng is a mud ball full of impurities. The latter has too many entanglements and distractions. Zhao Lengxuan's memory strengthened Liu Sheng's mental strength more than twice that of Shi Shengning. Although Zhao Lengxian was only at the 7th level until his death, he was the best among the 7th level masters, a true martial arts genius, monster, and evildoer. You can even step up and challenge the 8th level. Compared with her, Shi Shengning is far worse. There is also a gap between a master and a master. Liu Sheng absorbed Zhao Lengxuan's memory, but he didn't stop, but continued to search in his mind. Even Shi Shengning has remnants of core master skills. Zhao Lengxian is more than 10 times stronger than Shi Shengning, and his martial arts will is also more than 10 times stronger. It is impossible not to leave behind the core master skills. Now Liu Sheng has figured out a little pattern. After the death of a master-level zombie, a memory core will inevitably remain in the memory. This is the remnant of his master's will, and also the true essence of his martial arts. Found it. Liu Sheng rummaged through his mind and finally found a piece left in a corner. The fragments were like ice crystals, emitting a hazy blue light. Liu Sheng rolled up the ice crystal with mental power without hesitation and absorbed it. At the moment when the ice crystal shattered, a mighty river of ice broke into Liu Sheng's mind. This glacier seems to be formed by the collapse of a glacier for thousands of years, majestic and bright. Gee! There was a clear and icy cry. In the mighty glacier, an ice crystal blue bird flew out quickly. The blue bird's wings are like a halberd, and when it spreads its wings, endless coldness and sharpness spread across the face. Liu Sheng suddenly remembered what Zhao Lengxian said, it's a pity that my cold sparrow just came out of the glacier, and I haven't let the teacher know yet. And that shot that Zhao Lengxian stabbed before he died. So the so-called cold sparrow is here. Liu Sheng felt that he also knew the information about this gun. Zhao Lengxuan's master way. This gun is named Halberd Sparrow Prison Gun. This shot can kill Grandmaster. I'm 4th on the monthly ticket list, can you guys help me get into the top 3, please? 153 Liu Sheng and number 039, S ambition, legend has it that there are immortals in Lan Ke. 1. Zhao Lengxuan's way is the way of the cold halberd sparrow prison gun. This is an extremely powerful Tao, pointing directly to the 10th level Tao. Liu Sheng even found information about this gun path from the Tinder repository. Xi Ling He, a 10th level martial artist, mastered the art of guns, created the cold halberd sparrow prison gun, died in the Battle of the Destruction of Base 1359. Zhao Lengxian, 7th level martial artist, spear genius, disciple of Xi Ling He, died in the Battle of the Destruction of Base 1359. Xi Ling He is the stalwart old man with ice blue eyes in Zhao Lengxuan's memory. 10 strong. Although the Hanji Sparrow Prison Spear has not been included in the fire plan, it is still a powerful spear technique, enough for Liu Sheng to study for a long time. Liu Sheng suddenly remembered that he could actually search for the spear skills that were included in the Tinder plan. Even the Hanji Sparrow Prison Gun has not been included in the Fire Seed plan, so how powerful the guns that are actually included in the Fire Seed plan should be. But he thought about it and gave up. Cultivating 3 11 level exercises at the same time, my energy has almost reached its limit. Practice a few more, and it's a martial art, not to mention whether I can practice it successfully, it will definitely slow down the progress of the other 3 skills. Just like Zhao Lengxian, who has 10,000 years of martial arts and is known as the most promising spear genius in the entire number 1359 base to hit the 10th level. He has been devoted to guns all his life, and he is obsessed with guns. He has only practiced to the 4th level and the 7th level master until he dies. Lian Hanji Sparrow Prison Spear has only just achieved a small achievement. Liu Sheng didn't think his talent would be stronger than Zhao Lengxian. But this doesn't mean that Liu Sheng has completely abandoned those 11th level martial arts in the Tinder plan. Stellar Body Refining Technique, Crystal Conception and Natural Breathing Method, these 3 11th level exercises are used to lay the foundation, so I can search for them when I have a 2nd level authority. To lay the foundation of the exercises, it is natural to do it yourself, step by step. But martial arts don't need to be like this, I can wait for my strength to become stronger, and perfectly inherit his skills by hunting and killing zombies who practiced this martial art during my lifetime. Just like the cold halberd sparrow prison gun that Zhao Lengxian cultivated all his life. This was the best way Liu Sheng could think of. The dream space is an incomparably vast treasure for him. The martial arts skills recorded in the Tinder project are only a very small part, and it can be said that they are just some seeds. And the martial arts heroic spirits hidden in each base, they are the delicious fruits. Liu Sheng does not need to sow seeds, it can be tasted after picking. Liu Sheng's Shiquan Muadao is the best branch to carry these fruits. What he needs to do now is to work hard to grow himself quickly so that he can pick higher fruits. ERA. Liu has another target. Zhao Lengxuan's master. The 10th level powerhouse Xi Ling He. Zhao Lengxuan's martial arts is inherited from him, if he can get his martial arts memory, it will be a seamless connection in the cold halberd prison path. The most important point is that Xi Ling He is in base 1359. Perhaps at the very center. Liu Sheng raised his head and looked in the direction of the center of the base. His mental power is growing day by day, and after absorbing Zhao Lengxuan's memory, it swelled up again, and he felt it more and more clearly. In that direction, there were many terrifying auras that made his heart tremble. Liu Sheng felt like he was looking at the high-level map from a low-level account. So far, Liu Sheng hasn't even finished exploring one-third of the base 1359. Base 1359 is really too big, and there are as many strong people as clouds. And the stronger the strength, the more they gather in the center, desperately resisting until the last moment. Hunting Xi Ling He. Liu Sheng shook his head. He had an idea, but it was too difficult. He still has a long way to go in the middle. Zhao Lengxian, a 7th-level martial arts genius, is so powerful, let alone her dry-level teacher. But Zhao Lengxian is also a special case. Zhao Lengxuan's martial arts will is too pure, so pure that even after death, there is still a lot of fighting consciousness in the body. Liu Sheng is estimated to be comparable to a zombie at the master level. And it was these excessive remaining martial arts wills that saved Liu Sheng's life in a disguised form. Liu Sheng's final master's will and his endless rebirth brought Zhao Lengxian a great sense of crisis. As a result, all the remaining martial arts will in her body was awakened, and she unleashed the strongest move in her life, Sparrow Prison Gun. But this move required too much energy. The Grand Master Martial Goddess Zhao Lengxian was finally burned out by her own self. My mental power has probably more than doubled. Liu Sheng manipulated the knife wheel fragments scattered on the ground to gather them together again, secretly lamenting the great benefits Zhao Lengxian brought him. The path from level 5 to level 6 mental power is shortened by nearly half, the power of the seamless knife wheel doubles, and even the will of the master. By the way, my will to worship the teacher. Only then did Liu Sheng remember to check himself. In his mind, there was an ice-blue vortex at the head of the diamond figure. This vortex seems to be composed of countless tiny ice crystals, exuding an awe-inspiring and icy aura. When Liu Sheng tried to mobilize this part of power, even his stellar energy became cold and sharp. Compared with this mass of will, the golden sun at the heart is inconspicuous. The second will of the master. Liu Sheng's claws were slightly numb. He has never even heard of this kind of request, let alone met. It stands to reason that one who has more master will than others is naturally stronger. And it is true. But Liu Sheng smelled a trace of instability from this strength. He felt that his diamond human form faintly collapsed in the confrontation between the wills of the two masters. The will of the Star Master is fire, but the way of the cold halberd Sparrow Prison Gun is ice. Ice and fire are incompatible, no wonder it is so. Fortunately, the master's will that I got from Shi Shengning is relatively weak, otherwise the diamond figure would have collapsed long ago. What a domineering and terrifying existence the Grand Master's will is, it is the embodiment of the condensed concentration of the Grand Master's lifelong martial arts faith to the extreme. For a true master, what he says is a contract, let alone coexisting with another will. At this time, Liu Sheng thought to himself, gold Yaeshi humanoid for help. Obviously, the diamond figure can't last for too long, and it seems that the training plan of transforming the diamond figure into a golden obsidian figure has to be put into progress as soon as possible. If I completely build a golden obsidian human form, I don't know how many kinds of master's wills can be accommodated in my body. Liu Sheng suddenly grasped a little inspiration of his own master way. He practiced Shiquan martial arts. Shiquan martial arts is all-encompassing and inclusive. Cultivated to the master level, it may not be able to accommodate only one will like other masters. Perhaps, the more the better. I don't know how many 7th-level Grandmasters and 8th-level Grandmasters have been buried in base 1359. If they can all have their Grandmaster's will in one body, how powerful should that be? Liu Sheng felt a huge ambition in his heart. From this point of view, the idea of crystal conception is simply tailor-made for Shiquan martial arts. The golden obsidian figure has reached its limit, and I can transform into a higher quality figure. Progress layer by layer to achieve perfection. All of a sudden, Liu Sheng felt a sense of enlightenment before his eyes. However, until the capacity limit of the diamond figure is not raised, I'm afraid I won't be able to continue hunting down master-level zombies. Thinking about it, Lu Sheng walked over and picked up the broken gun left by the Grand Master Martial Goddess Zhao Lengxian, and held it in his hand. Then he walked towards another street that had not been cleaned by him. Lu Sheng urgently needs to find the next zombie at the master level so that he can test his newly improved four-realm spear technique. After the college entrance examination, the turmoil caused by Deng Longwu No. 1 scholar gradually subsided. The summer carnival of martial arts college candidates is coming to an end. On the outskirts of Beihe City, Mount Lank. According to folklore, there was a Beihe woodcutter in ancient times who climbed a mountain to cut firewood one day. I met two people playing chess on the top of the mountain by chance. The woodcutter was good at chess, so he stood by and watched. When he was thirsty, he drank a pot of water with them, and when he was hungry, he ate the peaches on the table in front of them. I fell in love without knowing it. After finishing a game of chess, the woodcutter raised his head, and suddenly found that the axe thrown by his feet had already rusted, and the handle of the axe was rotten. And he ate the peach pits that he discarded casually, and it has grown into a splendid peach forest. Only then did I realize that there are immortals in the world. Because of this legend, the wild mountain outside Beihe City is called Lank Mountain. Lan K refers to the handle of the axe. It is precisely because of this illusion that the Beihe municipal government has spared no effort in the development of Lank Mountain, trying to turn it into an A-level scenic spot. Not only has the mountain road been built, but a park has also been built on the mountain. Usually, many locals from Beihe City will come here for outings and relaxation. At this time, two men and women in their 20s and sporting equipment were climbing to the top of the mountain sweating profusely. Persevere, we're about to reach the top of the mountain, and I'll take you to see the fairy chessboard and the axe with a rotten handle in the illusion later. While climbing up, the young man encouraged the girls around him. The girl wiped the thin sweat off her face, and said with a smile, "Bullying me, foreigners don't understand, right? The chessboard and the axe must be fake. There is no fairy in this world who spends a day on the mountain and has been down the mountain for 1,000 years. The young man chuckled and said, "I've climbed to the top, it's not a loss to go and have a look. What if we really get a little bit of fairy spirit?" The girl gave him a blank look and didn't answer. She just looked up at the sun above her head and complained, "The weather is too hot. If I knew it, I would have woken up earlier. It's only past 7 o'clock in the morning, and the sun is so vicious. It will cool down later." The young man responded casually. The two didn't continue talking, and they climbed up wholeheartedly. Finally, they arrived at their destination, and the lush jumping forest was tired. Impatiently, the young man dragged the girl to the depths of the peach forest. "Hurry up, the immortal chessboard is here. Look, it's here." The young man pointed forward excitedly. The next moment, the pupils shrank violently, and the whole person froze in place. I saw a tall and straight figure standing not far in front of him. 154 Soul Boy descends from heaven, strength soars, 2. It was a boy standing on the edge of the cliff facing them sideways. Behind him is a huge stone chessboard. Ahead is a round of slowly rising sun. The clouds and mist surged, the golden sun rose from the horizon, and the sun fell, condensing into light visible to the naked eye in front of the young man's eyes. It was like 2-inch-long swords flickering in the boy's eyes. Seemingly aware of someone coming, the boy turned around and looked at them. That handsome jade-like face was full of calmness, his eyes were full of golden light, and there was a faint glow all over his body, like a child prodigy who had stepped on the clouds and fallen into the mortal world. "Is there really a fairy on Lank Mountain?" The girl standing behind the young man was shaken and blurted out, covering her mouth in shock. The young man who led the way was also stunned, but he quickly realized it. Although the young man in front of him was not like a human being, he was wearing the same sportswear as them. The young man glanced at them lightly, walked away silently, and disappeared into the peach forest in a blink of an eye. "Damn, I thought it was a fairy? How did that person do it?" Magic! The girl came back to her senses, only to realize that she had been embarrassed just now. Her cheeks turned red, and she took the initiative to cover up her embarrassment. It's a warrior, and it should be a powerful warrior who has stepped into the 5th level and has cultivated aura. That's why he can manifest a vision under the sunrise and sunlight, which makes us feel visually wrong. The young man is well informed and probably guesses the truth of what he saw just now, but the lingering embarrassment and horror still remain on his face. However, that person is too young. How big is it? How could it be possible to transform into a 5-level gang at such a young age? Young, a 5th-level martial artist. The girl frowned slightly, as if thinking of something. Suddenly a flash of inspiration flashed in her mind, and she shouted at a low 550, "How is it impossible? You forgot, your Beihe city has produced the #1 martial arts genius in the country this year." The young man suddenly woke up, his eyes lit up, and he suddenly said, "That's right, I said that person looks so familiar. I've seen him on TV. Liu Sheng. He is Liu Sheng. He is the #1 scholar of Denglongwu in our Beihe city." The two became excited immediately, and hurriedly chased in the direction the boy left. But only the mountain flowers are blooming, the peach forest is faint, and there is no trace of the soul boy just now. Hey, it's a rare opportunity to meet the legendary #1 scholar in dragon martial arts, but I missed it and didn't go up to ask him for an autograph. Annoyed and unwilling, the young man turned his head to look at the place where the young man had stood before, and quickly ran over. "It doesn't matter, it's good to stand where he just stood." The girl looked contemptuous, but her steps were not slow at all. Liu Sheng walked on the way down the mountain, seemingly at a leisurely pace, but his speed was astonishingly fast. There seems to be a trace of wind around him, and the wind is still faintly golden, but on a sunny day, most people can't see it unless they look carefully. After the inner strength has been transformed, the speed boost brought by the breath of the wind has increased a lot. Liu Sheng felt more and more the benefits of Gang Qi, which was an all-round improvement of strength. For more than a month, he has been working hard to practice the follow-up chapters of the 3 11th level exercises. For him, the college entrance examination is just a node to test his own strength and break through the authority of the Tinder resource pool. It is not even the starting point, let alone the end point. So he can't relax yet, and it's not time to relax. After more than a month, Liu Sheng has made progress in the 3 main exercises. The way of the master of the stellar body refining technique, he can now look directly at the sun at 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning, and the outline of the great sun in his mind has already appeared, and then he only needs to further consolidate and strengthen it. Thinking of the experience when I first practiced, it really made me want to die. It was summer, and the sun at 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning was dazzling enough. Every time he looked directly at the end of the practice, Liu Sheng's eyes were sore, red, and swollen, and tears flowed down. During that time, Liu King he looked at him strangely, thinking what was he doing hiding in the room every day. However, at the end of this stage of practice, Liu Sheng found that his eyesight had improved a lot. Everything 50 meters away is detailed, and a pair of eyes are black and bright, like a falcon, sharp and piercing. The empty state of natural breathing method also has some clues. It is barely an introduction, but it has never been practiced in actual combat, so I don't know the specific effect. As for the idea of crystal conception, 1/5 of the diamond human form has been transformed into a gold obsidian human form. The wills of the 2 masters in the body are finally completely stable, and there is no need to worry about conflicts and collapse. Liu Sheng reckoned that when the transformation of the diamond figure into the gold obsidian figure exceeded half, he should be able to try to attract the 3rd kind of master's will into his body. He has already deeply felt the benefits brought by the will of the 2 masters. The 10 days and the same day, which had been the trump card before, had already abdicated and gave way to the virtuous. The power of the Hanji Sparrow prison spear is beyond his imagination. After entering Shengwu University and taking the first weapon class, I can ask Xia Pingnan to help choose a spear weapon that is convenient. Liu Sheng did not forget that Governor Xiaoping still owed him a gift for ascending the dragon. After more than a month, it is Gang Qi, which has improved the most. Liu Sheng looked at his hands, and there was a magnificent golden light floating in the palms. Immortal Golden Body's second stage of cultivation has stepped into the right track, his qi and blood are increasing by leaps and bounds, and his cultivation with stellar qi is also advancing by leaps and bounds. So far, Liu Sheng's stellar energy has been twice as strong as when he just broke through. Already stepping on the threshold of level 5 and about to step into level 6, you can break through level 6 at any time. The difference between the 5th level and the 6th level is not big to me, they are both a process of strengthening qi and blood and cultivating stellar qi. My first priority now is to fill up the Gang Qi as soon as possible, and then use the natural breathing method to temper the Gang Qi again. Liu Sheng doesn't know if there will be anyone who has tried this way in the next 10,000 years of martial arts. But he can be sure that the stellar qi cultivated with the natural breathing method is definitely stronger than those who practice the stellar body refining technique. Liu Sheng went down the mountain and caught a taxi casually. "Master, please go to the Lingsheng Pharmaceutical Hall along the Xiazhong River." "Okay." The taxi driver glanced at Liu Sheng through the rear-view mirror, and met Liu Sheng's eyes. Those eyes that were as sharp as unsheathed swords made his eyes ache, and he was inexplicably panicked, and he forcibly gave the words "young man, I think you look familiar" that had come to his lips. Went back. Liu Sheng leaned against the car window, looking at the passing scenery outside the window, thinking silently in his heart. When I go to college, should I also get a car for myself? It's easy to get a driver's license. He was an old driver in his previous life, so he can handle it every minute. About 20 minutes or so, the rough car stopped somewhere in the center of Beihe, in front of a store with the signboard of Lingsheng Pharmaceutical. Liu Sheng paid the fare, and June. Walking into the medicine hall, several young and beautiful female shop assistants greeted me immediately. When they saw Liu Sheng, they all said hello respectfully. "You are here." Most of the clerks in the pharmacy of Lingsheng Pharmaceutical Company are young and beautiful girls. Liu Sheng often comes to this store, and the clerks are very familiar with him. Knowing that Liu Sheng is the #1 scholar of Denglongwu who shocked the entire Beihe city some time ago, Lingsheng Pharmaceutical even advertised directly under the name of Liu Sheng. The effect was really good, and the sales of the month directly doubled by 4 or 5 times. Liu Sheng has a close relationship with the boss, He Lingsu, and the shop assistants all know that Liu Sheng is He Lingsu's distant cousin. But a shop assistant secretly saw He Lingsu talking with Liu Sheng alone. They are not like normal cousins at all, but rather like the relationship between subordinates and superiors. This also led to these shop assistants being more respectful in front of Liu Sheng, even more than the boss He Jiangsu himself. "Is my cousin there?" Liu Sheng came in and asked. "Miss, he knew you were coming, so she was waiting for you in the dispensing room." Liu Sheng nodded slightly, and walked straight into the shop. When Liu Sheng walked away, the female clerk who had just answered immediately let out a long sigh of relief, patted her chest, pulled her colleague over and said, "The little boss is getting more and more powerful. When I stand in front of him, I feel that my calves are all in my hands. Tremble." The last time the 5th level warrior came to buy medicine, he didn't see anything like this. Nonsense, the little boss is the champion of the dragon martial arts, can he be compared with ordinary 5th level warriors? In other words, the little boss is so young, handsome, and has a good future. It would be great if I could be spotted by the little boss, then I would really fly on the branches and become a phoenix. Go ahead and dream about your big head, you are also worthy of being a little boss. Miss, he is about the same. Listening to the whispers in his ears, Liu Sheng shook his head, opened the door and walked into the pharmacy mixing room. "You came." In the adjustment room, He Lingsu was concentrating on researching something, and greeted him without raising his head. Liu Sheng saw at a glance that He Lingsu was trying to develop the formula of Yang Sui pill. This chick's ambitions have slowly swelled ever since Ling Sheng Pharmaceutical stepped into the regular world and there was no movement from the Chen family in the capital. He even dared to study the potion he hadn't given in front of him. Liu Sheng didn't care, and just pretended that he didn't see it. Anyway, He Lingsu's operation steps were wrong 9 out of 10 steps, and she probably wouldn't be able to figure it out in 100 years. Has everything I asked for been delivered? Liu Sheng asked. He Lingsu stopped what he was doing with a look of annoyance, and failed again. Then he pointed to a big box in the corner and said, "It's all in there." Liu Sheng swept away his energy, nodded, and then said, "Help me change my clothes." He Lingsu froze for a moment, then walked up quickly. Good. 155 level 4 Golden Dragon Saliva, leave for Kyoto, there won't be one more. 3. He Lingsu took out a set of pharmacist uniforms, special gloves, and so on, and put them on for Liu Sheng. Obviously this is not the first time this has been done. After changing, He Lingsu noticed that Liu Sheng was watching her quietly. I know. He Lingsu turned around and walked out of the dispensing room with a depressed face, and closed the door firmly behind him. During this time, Liu Sheng often came to look for her. Ask her to help buy medicinal materials, and also borrow the pharmacy dispensing room. He Lingsu could tell with his heels that Liu Sheng must be making new potions again. And this time it was even more extreme, she was reluctant to leave even some medicine dregs to her, let alone wash the used utensils every time, just destroy them. Damn brat! He Jiangsu stood at the door and stomped his feet bitterly, venting his dissatisfaction with Liu Sheng. But dissatisfaction is dissatisfaction, He Lingsu also knows very well that she needs Liu Sheng too much. Not only in terms of medicine, but also in the power that Liu Sheng has mastered. She once tried to get rid of this, but was severely awakened by reality. Previously, when Ling Sheng Pharmaceuticals' business had just picked up, it was constantly harassed from all sides, and rogue warriors came to make trouble every day. He Lingsu once had a headache because of this, and even secretly found a few good martial arts instructors in private. But it didn't help at all, and the other party got worse. But as a result, on the second day after the news that Liu Sheng became the #1 scholar in Denglongwu, those annoying flies disappeared without a trace. Even the complaints from day to night on weekdays are gone. Only then did He Lingsu realize with horror that Liu Sheng was right. It's just that someone is messing with their He family in Mingli. No matter where these people come from, she has to rely on it for the time being, and can only rely on the strength of Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng glanced lightly at the box in the corner. The box opened automatically, and all the materials inside flew out, suspended in front of Liu Sheng, and above the mixing table. This scene is a bit like a scene in a science fiction film, but it is just a small use of mental power. Liu Sheng began to choose what he needed from the hundreds of materials in front of him. The list of medicinal materials he gave He Lingsu was insanely mixed with a full 2/3 of irrelevant materials, and these materials are now being picked out by him. Use mental power to directly stir it into fine powder, and flush it all into the sewer. Then Liu Sheng began to process the remaining materials to extract the active ingredients. This process progressed very quickly under the huge spiritual power of the 5th level. Liu Sheng seemed to have dozens of pairs of invisible hands. Each pair of hands is working with precision and speed. After this step was completed, Liu Sheng took out a test tube containing a pale golden liquid from his close pocket. The test tube contained the 4-grade heteromyelin fluid that Liu Sheng was quite familiar with. It was purchased by Dong Qingxiu in the Eastern Military Region, and the price was twice as cheap as buying it directly from the warrior's house. The 4th-grade different marrow liquid is the main material of the potion that Liu Sheng will prepare today. The effect of this potion is also to replenish qi and blood, but compared with the previous Lingji's Wangxiu decoction and Yang Sui pill, it is 1 day at a time. Because it is a 4th-level medicine. It is also one of the most suitable medicines for 5th and 6th level warriors to attack the blood of the master level. It has a rather pleasant name, called Gong. Golden Ambergris. For more than a month, Liu Sheng's qi and blood and stellar energy have benefited from this potion. He found it from the screening of the Tinder resource curry after he broke through the 4th level of authority. Soon, the whole golden ambergris blending process was completed. Only 3 doses of golden dragon saliva can be prepared from a bottle of grade 4 different marrow liquid. But each dose of golden dragon saliva has more than 10 times the nourishing effect on qi and blood of taking the 4th grade different marrow liquid alone. Looking at the 3 tubes of magnificent potions as sticky as golden sand in his hands, Liu Sheng couldn't help sighing. Having fought with strange beasts for more than 10,000 years, the pharmacist who will be martial arts for 10,000 years in the future has already used the materials from the strange beasts. If this formula is spread, it is estimated that within a few years, it will completely change the pattern of the world. Another advantage of golden dragon saliva is that after Liu Sheng takes it and feels that the effect is getting worse, he can also replace the main material of grade 4 different marrow liquid with grade 5 or even light grade. Although the cost has become higher, the effect is still terrible. This prescription is enough to support my cultivation to the 7th level of Grand Master. During this period of time, he has gradually saved more than 50 yuan to manage the golden dragon saliva, and the money in his pocket is almost exhausted. It should be enough for me to use it for a while. After eating it, I will come back to make up when the time comes. Liu Sheng casually stuffed 3 tubes of golden dragon saliva into his pocket, giving him a mental boost. The test tubes, flasks, and other things he used in the mixing room were all smashed and returned to the sewer. Then he took off the pharmacist's uniform, gloves, and mask, and walked out of the compounding room. Outside the door, He Lingsu waited obediently. After Liu Sheng came out, he immediately stretched his head to look into the room. Liu Sheng didn't bother to take care of her, and just casually said, "I will leave Beihe City in 2 days, and it should be a long time." "Are you going to college?" He Jiangsu asked. Liu Sheng nodded, "Go to Kyoto, just call me if you need anything." "Is it useful to call you?" He Lingsu rolled his eyes. Liu Sheng can only promise, "I will try my best to answer your calls in the future." After finishing the work, he left the pharmacy without saying anything. 3 days later, Beihe City Airport. Liu Sheng was standing in the airport lobby with a backpack and suitcase on his back, and the entire Liu family came to see him off. "Is it true that you don't need your father to accompany you? It's okay to go out so far alone." Zheng Yufen looked worried, and patted Liu Sheng's body with her hands, dusting off the dust that didn't exist. "Mom, I'm a level 6 martial artist now, what else do you have to worry about?" Liu Sheng is both helpless and heartwarming. In the eyes of his mother, no matter how tall he stands, he is like a child who has not grown up. "That's right, you forgot that your son is the #1 scholar in dragon martial arts? Don't talk about going to the capital, you can go to heaven and earth. What are you worried about?" Liu Dahai could take it easy, and comforted him with a smile. "What goes up to the sky and into the earth, is not serious all day long." Zheng Yufen scolded Liu Haihei, and the worry on her face eased. "Then remember to call home when you arrive." "No." Liu Sheng tilted his head, and saw that Liu Qinghe, who hadn't talked to him all this time, was tapping his phone intently with his head down, as if he was chatting with someone. "This little girl is probably not secretly in love." Liu Sheng frowned. "Zero ask for flowers." Liu Qinghe. "Ah, you have a good trip, brother. Bye-bye." Liu Qinghe looked up like a thief caught in the act, with a guilty look on his face. "You'd better be honest with me at home, I will send someone to watch you. If I find out that you have something bad, or you have fallen behind in martial arts." Liu Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly, and said lightly, "You know the consequences, Liu Qingsu." After half a year of practical training, Lu Sheng's warning is still effective. Lu Qinghe was as obedient as a quail, lowered her head obediently, and said, "Got it, brother." Lu Sheng nodded in satisfaction. Then I said goodbye to my family and went through the security check alone. When Lu Sheng's back was almost out of sight, Lu Qinghe took out his phone, "Fei Chen. Sister Yang Yuan, my brother has passed the security check. Get ready." I was so busy chatting with you that I forgot to talk to my brother, and I was scolded severely by him. Crying, "You must treat me to dinner when you come back." 2 messages were sent, and soon there was a reply with a ding-dong. "Don't worry, 10 big meals are fine, but King He, remember this is a little secret between us, please don't tell your brother." Pleading. 0. Lu Qinghe quickly returned with an okay gesture and went back, then smiled and hugged Zhang Yufen's arm as if he had accomplished something important. "Mom, what kind of girlfriend do you think my brother should find?" "That's right, Xiao Sheng is now in college, and it's time to start a relationship. It's not enough to just practice martial arts all day long. I'll tell him later that I brought a girlfriend back from Kyoto. If you want me to say, it's better to find a local one." "Mom is right, local ones are good. You little girl knows what a fart." The family chatted and drifted away. The flight F3485 you are flying from Shirakawa to Kyoto will take off in 2 hours. Please pay attention to the airport announcement and board the plane in time. The young girl in charge of the security check had a flushed face and said something to Lu Sheng that was not within her scope of duties. Lu Sheng said thank you, picked up the luggage after security check, and walked to the waiting room. After walking for a long time, I suddenly heard a voice behind me. "Lu Sheng." Lu Sheng turned his head and saw a girl standing behind him in a lively manner. He was also carrying a backpack and dragging a small suitcase, with unexpected surprises written all over his face. "Yang Yuan." Lu Sheng blinked and stopped. What a coincidence! Yeah, what a coincidence! Yang Ming stuffed the mobile phone that had just returned the message into his pocket without leaving a trace, and then walked up naturally. "I didn't expect you to go to Kyoto today, which flight are you on?" Lu Sheng said his flight number, and Yang Yuan continued to surprise. "What a coincidence, we are on the same flight, and the seats are still next to each other." "Yeah, what a coincidence." Looking at the air ticket Yang Yuan showed, Lu Sheng was also taken aback for a moment. She didn't expect that Yang Yuan would go to the capital, let alone that Yang Yuan would go with her. Lu Sheng thought of the spouse column on Curry's personal information on Tinder resources, and then looked at Yang Yuan with bright eyebrows in front of him. I suddenly felt a little worried. No. Not one more, knife. 156 The meaning of Wuhan University, if you want it, I will give it to you. 4. 2 hours later, Lu Sheng and Yang Yuan boarded the plane together and sat down in 2 seats by the window. After chatting with Yang Yuan, Lu Sheng realized that she had also applied for the Martial Arts University in Kyoto Province. But I have never heard of the name Lu Sheng, so it is probably a book. Lu Sheng's knowledge of Kyoto Wuda is limited to the 7 holy Wuda. The main reason why the 7 holy martial arts schools are detached from the outside world is that each of the 7 holy martial arts schools contains a complete set of martial arts inheritance. Moreover, there is the unique Wushan Pagoda. The 7th Saint Martial Arts University I applied for was established 57 years ago, and its founder was Tanz Hongaihu, one of the 3 existing martial saints in the Dragon Kingdom. Tanz Hongaihu has only been a martial saint for more than 60 years, and his age is only over 100 years old. Among the martial saints in the whole world, he is young. The lifespan of a strong martial artist can easily reach more than 300 years, and he no longer belongs to the category of ordinary human beings, just like the longevity species in myths and legends. Tanz Hongaihu became a martial sage when he was less than 100 years old. He is amazingly talented, and he is now considered to be in his prime. A total of 9 martial saints were born in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Most of them were born in the first 150 years of martial arts. At that time, when martial arts was just emerging, 100 flowers bloomed, various 6 and 70 opportunities and inspirations emerged endlessly, and martial arts talents also emerged in large numbers. But it was precisely because of that turbulent era that many martial saint-level powerhouses died in battles with alien beasts, and some died in civil wars between countries. Sheng learned in his history class that when martial arts were more than 100 years old, the Dragon Kingdom and the Lion Kingdom competed for the supremacy of the world's martial arts, and both sides sent a large number of martial arts experts to join the battle. Not even one martial saint-level powerhouse has fallen. It can be said that this is the most tragic and heart-wrenching battle in centuries. Many martial arts elites of the human race died due to internal friction, which made people sad. As for the outcome of that battle, don't mention it. Except for Tan's Hongaiu, the 2 existing martial saints in Longguo are all old people who survived the previous battle. After the battle between these 2 martial saints, they respectively established the Extreme Martial Arts Hall and Superfanity Martial Arts Hall as places for the inheritance of Taoism. Jidao and Kaofan are also currently the 2 most powerful and top-notch martial arts schools in the Dragon Kingdom. Many martial artists who are unwilling to go to the battlefield will choose to enter these 2 martial arts halls to seek shelter. Sheng did some homework before reporting. Apart from his personal understanding of Tan's Hongaiu, the headmaster of the 7th Saint Martial University, what interests him the most is the Martial Saint Pagoda in the 7th Saint Martial University. It is said that the Wushan Pagoda is perfectly reproduced according to the state of each Wushan in different periods, representing the highest level of the combination of martial arts and technology in the Dragon Kingdom. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. And once you pass through so many floors, you will have a chance to be received by the martial saint, and even be accepted by the martial saint. Sheng is not interested in disciples of martial saints. There are so many inheritances left by 10th level and 11th level powerhouses in the dream space. If it weren't for the country's strict requirements on the martial arts focus on cultivating talents, you must complete the corresponding credits in college before you can go to the battlefield. Now I want to report directly to you, Fei of the Eastern Military Region. Sheng sighed softly in his heart. For him who has a dream space, the help of Martial Arts University is really dispensable, even the Shengwu University that everyone yearns for is the same. But there is no way. The country has regulations, and people like him are not allowed to go to the battlefield at all. Martial arts focus on cultivating talents means those martial arts students who are under the age of 18 and have the qualifications to become official martial artists. The simple and popular explanation is that you can go to martial arts Jataka. These people must be trained in relevant professional knowledge in Wuhan University before they can be recruited into the army. It can be regarded as a disguised protection for the human elite group to avoid meaningless loss. Any Wuhan University, no matter whether it is Sanban, Urban, Yiben or Shengwu University, has an extremely important course, Alien Beastology. There is an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, if you know yourself and the enemy, you will never be imperiled in 100 battles. Only by knowing enough about your opponent can you defeat it with confidence. In addition, Wuhan University will issue some special credit tasks during the student's study period. These tasks are more or less related to strange beasts. The purpose of everything is to let the martial arts students know more about the existence of strange beasts. When all aspects are in place, you want to go to the battlefield, and the major military regions welcome you at any time. It doesn't matter, when the time comes, take on more credit tasks and complete the credits earlier. Maybe in less than a year, I will be able to graduate from Shengwu University. Sheng thought. King He, your brother has been silent, what should I do? Yang Yuan has been chatting with King He on the phone since she got on the plane. She had already reached the official martial artist level, and she typed very fast. Hey, if he doesn't talk, you should take the initiative to find something to talk to him about. My brother is always like this, he's a boring gourd. Then how should I talk to him? Doubt. Didn't I tell you so many of my brother's preferences, just pick one and chat with him. I mainly don't know how to speak. Yang Yuan glanced at Liu Sheng cautiously, and saw that Liu Sheng was sitting peacefully on his seat, his eyes were flickering, as if he was thinking about something. Your brother doesn't seem to want to chat now. Liu Qinghe on the other end of the phone was going crazy, and had no choice but to type a line. It's okay, Sister Yang Yuan, be brave. If you like someone, you should go after it boldly. You gave up Dongda and went to Kyoto for my brother, so why don't you dare? Come on, I am optimistic about you, future sister-in-law. Encouragement. Yang Yuan's pretty face couldn't help but blush when she read the words future sister-in-law, but these 4 words seemed to give her strength. She summoned up her courage and was about to speak to Liu Sheng. At this moment, a tall stewardess came over, smiled and said to Liu Sheng, "Hello, is this Mr. Liu Sheng?" "Yes." Liu Sheng nodded. "That's right, our airline has specially upgraded your seat to first class for you, and I'll take you there now." Liu Sheng was taken aback, and subconsciously asked, "May I ask why?" The flight attendant's eyes sparkled, she looked at the passengers around her, then moved closer to Liu Sheng, and whispered something into his ear. Liu Sheng understood. Sure enough, it was because of his status as the #1 scholar in Denglongwu. Liu Sheng has never flown first class in 2 lifetimes, and seeing this free opportunity, he was a little moved. But thinking of Yang Yuan beside him, Liu Sheng hesitated again. Seeing Liu Sheng's heartbeat, Yang Yuan was afraid that Liu Sheng would leave her alone and ruin the opportunity she had painstakingly created, so she quickly blurted out, "I want to upgrade to first class, too." The stewardess frowned and apologized, "I'm sorry, ma'am, the first class cabin is full, and only 1 seat is reserved for Mr. Liu Sheng." Yang Yuan became anxious immediately, and said, "No, you can find a way for me. I can add money, and I can change the cabin with someone." Liu Sheng had never seen Yang Yuan look so urgent and anxious, so he was a little surprised. "Yang Yuan, do you really want Wu Mai to wait?" Yang Yuan stretched out her hand and brushed the hair beside her ear to hide her flustered emotions, and said in a natural way, "Yes, the seats in the economy class are too crowded, and I can't even straighten my legs, it's uncomfortable." "That's it." Liu Sheng thought about it, and said to the stewardess, "Then please give her my first class seat. I am fine sitting here, and I don't really want to change seats." The stewardess looked embarrassed, but seeing Liu Sheng's firm attitude, she could only nod helplessly. "All right." After finishing speaking, he greeted Yang Yuan politely, "Madam, please take your luggage and come with me." Yang Yuan was dumbfounded and froze in place. This is not the result she wanted. Liu Sheng thought she was embarrassed, took the initiative to pick up Yang Ming's luggage, put it in her hand, and comforted, "It's okay, don't be polite to me. Then we will see you when we get off the plane." Yang Yuan was silent for a long time before choking out a word helplessly. "See you on the plane." Then he was led by the stewardess all the way to the first-class cabin. Sitting on the spacious and comfortable seat of the first-class cabin, 3.2 Yang Yuan was in a trance, and she could faintly hear the whispers of the flight attendants in the distance beyond the ear power of ordinary people. "Oh, originally I wanted to have a close contact with Denglongwu champion. I didn't expect to be disturbed by a little girl, and I was so angry." Yang Yuan's complexion changed, and she suddenly stretched out her hand to cover her face, feeling like crying in her heart. "What a stupid thing you did!" After Yang Yuan left, Liu Sheng sat alone for 2 people, which was quite comfortable. After the plane took off, looking at the clouds passing by quickly outside the window, Liu Sheng simply closed his eyes to rest his mind and entered the dream space. The time spent dealing with zombies in the dream space passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, when Liu Sheng woke up from his sleep, the plane was landing. This means that Liu Sheng has arrived at the heart of Dragon Kingdom, the holy land of martial arts Kyoto province. Is it uncomfortable to sit in first class? When getting off the plane, Liu Sheng was surprised that Yang Rong's complexion was not good. The whole person seemed a little listless, like a deflated ball. Yang Yuan forced a smile and said, "No, it's just a little airsick. Ask for a monthly ticket, thank you." 157 He is from Beihe, and his name is Liu Sheng. 1. Liu Sheng thought for a while and said, "Then I'll take you to school." "No, no, I'm actually fine. Get your luggage first, then take a taxi." Liu Sheng didn't give Yang Yuan a chance to refuse, so he naturally took the small suitcase in her hand, and walked forward alone. It's just that Yang Yuan, who was a little depressed in her heart, froze in place when she heard Liu Sheng's unquestionable decision, feeling her heart beating faster for no reason. Still leaving? Liu Sheng, who was more than 10 meters away, turned around and looked at her. Yang Yuan's cheeks were hot, she replied, "Come on," and followed quickly. Although I lost the chance to get along with Liu Sheng, the current result seems pretty good too. Master, please go to the Martial Arts University City in the Lower East District. Liu Sheng hailed a taxi, led Yang Yuan into the car, and gave the address he was going to. He originally wanted to send Yang Yuan to report at the school first, and then transfer to his own school. However, it was unexpectedly discovered that the Jinghe Wuhan University where Yang Yuan was located was not far from the 7th Wuhan University, and the two schools were located in the same university town. That's good, it saves him the trouble of taking a taxi. There is a short distance from the airport to the city center. On the road, towering buildings came towards Liu Sheng, and various vehicles flowed continuously on the spacious road. Compared with Beihe City, or even 02, the capital of Dongning Province, Kyoto Province is undoubtedly much more prosperous. Even Liu Sheng was shocked in his heart. He has seen the more majestic and magnificent base number 1359 in the dream space, but it is different. Although the former has a larger city scale, the entire city is dead silent, like the remains of a dead giant beast, giving people a sense of desolation and loneliness. Kyoto Province is more lively and prosperous. The popularity has reached a high level, and the prosperity is like brocade, and the fire is cooking oil. After entering the urban area, Liu Sheng even saw it. The middle-aged man who was walking well on the side of the road suddenly lowered his head and looked at his mobile phone. He accelerated suddenly and disappeared into the crowd like a phantom in an instant. A girl jogging in a tracksuit with headphones suddenly jumps onto a street light and makes a beautiful leap across the sidewalk. There are too many similar scenes. The people around are not surprised by this. The number of official warriors, this is the biggest difference between Kyoto Province and other provinces. Liu Sheng said to himself in his heart. No matter which city he was in before, he had never seen such a high density of warriors. When martial Dao showing off its holiness becomes the norm, it presents such a prosperous scene of martial Dao flourishing. This has also led to an inexplicable sense of superiority that even ordinary people living in Kyoto Province carry with them. Schools start at Wuhan University today, and I have received more than 5 lieutenants from college freshmen like you who come to Kyoto to report today. One of them was a provincial military champion. The taxi driver chatted with Liu Sheng. Yang Yuan suddenly smiled, and Liu Sheng gave her a "don't talk too much" look, and she closed her mouth obediently. If the taxi driver knew that this year's Den Glongwu champion was sitting in the back seat of his car, he might drag them around the capital province a few more times, so as to save up some material for bragging in the future. Thank you, master. Liu Sheng took the initiative to pay the fare, helped Yang Yuan unload the luggage, and said goodbye to the taxi driver who had a sense of superiority. Yang Yuan stood aside obediently, watching Liu Sheng who was carrying her luggage. Her heart was filled with unprecedented satisfaction. This picture reminded her of the couples of high school students who were reporting together at the beginning of school, and the deer in their chests danced more happily. Let's go, I will send you to school first, and then I will report. Yang Yuan obediently followed behind Liu Sheng, and suddenly felt that, even if it was just for the moment in front of her, giving up Dongda and coming to Kyoto was the most sensible choice she had ever made in her life. The car stopped at the school gate of Jinghe Wuhan University. A banner reading "Welcome Jinghe Freshmen to Enroll" was pulled up at the school gate. There were 2 tables under it, and several young people in their early 20s were sitting chatting and farting at the table. When Liu Sheng and Yang Yuan appeared at the school gate, they immediately stopped chatting and looked at this side, their eyes lit up one by one. Damn it, it's the best. Don't rob me, this junior is mine. Roll. The 2 youths pulled and rushed forward quickly. A rather strong, short-sleeved cuff rolled up to the shoulders, revealing strong arm muscles. The other is tall and thin, with a little long hair. Hi, schoolgirl, are you coming to Jinghe to enroll? I'll take you in. Come on, let me help you with your luggage. The 2 young men approached Yang Yuan with smiles, their attitudes were extremely hospitable. Yang Yuan was a little scared and shrank directly behind Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng was rather calm. In his previous life, when he was a senior welcoming new students. Pretty much the same thing. Then trouble the 2 of you. Liu Sheng stuffed the luggage into the hands of the 2 young men. It was only then that the 2 noticed Liu Sheng's existence. To be precise, I just noticed the light emitted from Liu Sheng's body unconsciously. A strong sense of crisis suddenly appeared in the eyes of the 2 of them. This junior is also a freshman of our Jinghe. The tall and thin young man with long hair looked at Liu Sheng warily. Liu Sheng shook his head, no, we are classmates, and we will come to Kyoto to report together, and I will drop her off first. Hearing that Liu Sheng said it wasn't from Jinghe, the eyes of the 2 eased slightly. As long as it doesn't belong to the same school, the threat is greatly reduced. The so-called, close to the water, you get the moon first. Then schoolgirl, come with us. The 2 led Liu Sheng and Yang Yuan to the school. The gate of Jinghe Wuhan University is quite wide, and the scenery inside is quite good, better than any university that Liu Sheng has seen in his previous life. Like Liu Sheng, Yang Yuan looked around curiously at the place where she might stay for several years in the future. How about it? The long-haired young man smiled and said, although our Jinghe Wuda is only the 2nd edition, all the conditions are based on the 1st Wuda. There are all kinds of training rooms in the school, and it is also close to Wahi Street. There are 3 chances to enter Wushan Pagoda. Come to Jinghe, you will never regret it. Liu Sheng's expression changed, and he asked, can ordinary Wuda students enter Wushan Pagoda? The long-haired youth glanced at him and replied, of course, the Wushan Pagoda is the treasure of the entire Dragon Kingdom, how could it be only used by the students of Shengwu University? Not only us ordinary Wuhan University students, but even those warriors outside, as long as they apply to the Wushu Association, they can get the qualification to enter the Wushan Pagoda. It is more troublesome, not as convenient as those of us college students. It is even more convenient for students of Shengwu University, they can enter anytime, anywhere without applying. Liu Sheng was thoughtful. At this moment, the long-haired youth took the initiative to warn Yang Yuan, sister, the senior will tell you the first principle of coming to Jinghe. In our Eastern District University City, you can provoke anyone. There are plenty of people in the school who will help you get ahead. At worst, just get into a fight with someone else. But, don't provoke the 7th Saint Wushan. Why? This time it was Liu Sheng who spoke again. The long-haired young man was a little annoyed by his repeated snatching, and said impatiently, because the students of Shengwu University are all lunatics. Those people have 787 strange beast missions as soon as they enroll, starting from freshman year. See blood. In a fight, it is possible to beat you to death or maim you, not to mention that their strengths are all terrifyingly strong. Do you understand, Junior? Liu Sheng smiled slightly and nodded, understood. At this moment, several people have already walked to the admission procedures office. Liu Sheng stopped in his tracks, returned the things Yang Yuan had carried earlier, and said, "Then I'll take you here." "Good." Yang Yuan nodded, seeing that Liu Sheng was about to turn around and leave, she mustered up her courage and blurted out, "Contact by mobile phone." Liu Sheng froze for a moment. "Contact me on the phone, if there is anything." Liu Sheng glanced at the two youths standing around Yang Yuan, and calmly said, "Call me anytime." "Yeah, goodbye." Yang Yuan vigorously waved goodbye to Liu Sheng. "Damn it, this kid is so fucking ugly." The long-haired young man was stimulated by Liu Sheng's eyes before he left, and finally couldn't help but speak. The sturdy young man next to him was also dissatisfied. "Yes, I still need to find him. Who do you think I am?" The young man with long hair turned his head and asked Yang Yuan, "Sister, which university did your classmate apply for? Are you so crazy?" Seeing Liu Sheng walking away from the back, Yang Niao's expression immediately turned cold. Glancing at the two of them, he said indifferently, "The 7th Saint Wushan." "Well." The long-haired youth and the sturdy youth froze in place. "Oh, right." Yang Yuan raised her chest, her eyes glowed, and she added a sentence in a rather proud tone. "He is from Beihe, and his name is Sheng." "Beihe? Liu Sheng?" The two long-haired youths pondered over these two words, and seemed to think of something all of a sudden, their eyes widened, and their bodies trembled slightly. This year's Ascend Long Wu number 1 scholar. 158 7th Shengwu University, Wudenhua of Kyoto Province. 2. Liu Sheng dragged his suitcase and walked all the way into the university town. On the road, the pedestrians I saw were basically young men and women, and almost everyone was full of energy and blood, reaching the level of a formal warrior. There are quite a few freshmen who come to report like him with a backpack on his back and a suitcase in his hand. Every gate of Wuda University that Liu Sheng passed by was a lively welcome scene. The entire university city of the Eastern District is like a gigantic monster, continuously absorbing these fresh blood from all over the world. Liu Sheng navigated with his mobile phone, and finally stopped at the gate of a university. 7th Shengwu University. Liu Sheng looked at the university in front of him, his eyes sparkled. Different from other martial arts universities he had seen, the entrance of the 7th Holy Martial Arts University was quite deserted. There are hardly any new students in sight. But the 7th Shengwu University is very heavenly. It's really big, far beyond Liu Sheng's imagination. At the entrance of the 7th Shengwu University, there stands a gatehouse with a width of several hundred meters and a height of 100 meters. On the gate tower are 5 large gold-plated characters tens of meters long, the characters are like knives. The 7th Saint Martial Arts University. Signed, Tan Yu. Looking up, you can see a huge fountain when you enter the door, and then there are buildings. The most eye-catching thing is a towering hexagonal tower. The trees and green plants planted inside are also tall and dense, as if they were moved out of the virgin forest. The first impression of the entire 7th Saint Martial Arts University on Liu Sheng was that it was shocking. Great shock. An indescribable majestic atmosphere rushed over. Especially the signboard inscribed by Wu Sheng himself at the door, and the eye-catching and majestic Wu Sheng Pagoda, it gives people a feeling of looking up at the mountains. Liu Sheng suddenly felt that even if it was just to increase knowledge and broaden horizons, this trip to university was not in vain. Mind is also an extremely important part of martial arts practice. There are mountains and rivers in the heart of the Grand Master, and heaven and earth in the flash of the martial arts. Not casually. If he had stayed in the small place of Beihe City, the road to martial arts might not have narrowed. Liu Sheng stared at the quietly dormant behemoth for a while, and then walked towards the welcome reception at the school gate. Much the same, with a few young men and women standing or sitting under a welcome banner. One woman was looking at something, and the other put her two long legs on the table and was doing her nails boredly. There is also a young man who is half sitting on the edge of the table, holding a 1-meter-long alloy sword in his hand and carefully wiping it. The posture is casual, but the ferocity is not reduced at all, just like a cheetah licking its minions. "Hi, I'm here to report." Liu Sheng walked up to a girl with a ponytail and healthy, wheat-colored skin, and spoke. The girl was looking down at something. When she heard Liu Sheng speak, she raised her head and glanced at him. "Bring me the notice and have a look." Liu Sheng handed over the admission notice of the 7th Shengwu University that he had prepared a long time ago, and the latter glanced at it, and his eyes lit up quickly. "Quickly, come and have a look." The girl greeted the companion next to her, pointed at Liu and said, "This year's Dragon Warrior Champion." The young man who was wiping the alloy sword and the girl who was cutting her nails stopped their movements for a moment, raised their heads and shouted at Liu. "Let me see." The girl next to her put down her nail clippers, snatched the admission notice from the wheat-colored girl's hand, looked it over and over, and kept making tisk-tisk sounds. "It's true, it's really rare to be the #1 scholar in dragon martial arts." The girl looked at Liu Sheng with a smile, licked her lips, and said, "This is the first time that our 7th Shengwu University has recruited the #1 scholar in the Denglongwu University. It's still a rare fresh meat. My mouth is watering." Roll. The young man with the alloy sword glanced at the admission notice, squinted his eyes and looked Liu Sheng up and down. "You are Liu Sheng." Liu Sheng had the feeling of being stared at by wild beasts and regarded as prey. He frowned slightly. This feeling made him uncomfortable. But considering that this is the 7th Saint Martial Arts University, and it was his first day of enrollment, he still gave up the idea of erasing the source of this discomfort on the spot. "Yes." The young man nodded slowly, then picked up the alloy sword in his hand, and pointed the direction to Liu Sheng. "Go straight inside, there are signs on the road." "Good." Liu Sheng didn't talk nonsense, he picked up his suitcase and walked towards the school gate. When Liu Sheng's back gradually faded away, the three people sitting at the school gate began to talk. Looking at the breath, it seems that there are 2 brushes. The girl with wheat complexion turned her head and glanced at the Bankan youth, frowned and said, "Can you stop dangling around with your sword all day and night? Now is not the time to go on missions." "What do you know?" The young man turned a deaf ear, and said indifferently, "The cold weapon is the closest partner of a warrior. On the battlefield, if you want to survive, you can only rely on it." "It sounds like you've been on a battlefield." Another girl curled her lips speechlessly, and then asked, "This Liu Sheng, what's your score in the college entrance examination?" "Have no idea." The girl with wheat complexion shook her head, but her face showed a bit of seriousness, and said in a low voice, "But I heard that the blood value is level 6. Breaking many previous records." The movement of the young man holding the alloy sword paused. The other girl also opened her mouth in surprise. "Good guy, another monster, really worthy of being the #1 scholar in Dragon Warrior." But soon he showed a narrow smile. "Now, there is a good show to watch." It was only when Liu Sheng entered the school gate that he felt the vastness of the 7th Shengwu University even more. He remembered the information about the 7th Saint Martial University that he had seen on the information. The detachment of Shengwu University is not only in status, but also in all aspects. The 7th Shengwu University covers an area of 100,000 mu, and its permanent population is less than 1,000. In Kyoto province, where every inch of land is very expensive, such a terrifying per capita land area. Simply unimaginable. Liu Sheng basically didn't see anyone on the road, and he seemed to be the only one walking alone in the lush campus. After walking for a few minutes, I saw a live one. Fuck, why did it turn back? A fat boy with fair skin and slightly rounded cheeks stood at a fork in the road with a sad face. Like Liu Sheng, he also carries a big bag and a small bag, looking like a freshman entering school. Seeing a tall, thin, and handsome boy walking towards him, the fat boy rushed up as quickly as if he had caught a life-saving straw. "Classmates, are you here to report the next day too?" Liu Sheng looked at the fat boy in front of him, whose temperament was somewhat similar to Lu Kaiming's, but whose vitality was many times stronger than Lu Kaiming's, and nodded slightly. "Yes. Very good." The fat boy breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly said, "Then let's go together. I'm born with a road idiot, and I can't even find where the check-in point is." Liu Sheng scanned the surrounding area. In the maze-like campus of the 7th Shengwu University, which is full of tall green plants, there is indeed a considerable risk of getting lost. Thinking of this, Liu Sheng nodded readily to Liu Sheng, who had a natural liking for the fat boy in front of him. "Okay, let's go together then." The fat boy beamed with joy, imitating the movements on TV, and clasped fists with Liu Sheng. "Thank you." Liu Sheng's mental strength dispersed, leading the fat boy to walk in one direction. At the entrance of a wide dormitory area, a large group of teenagers dragging their luggage and apparently looking like freshmen gathered around here. These teenagers all had a trace of greenness on their faces, and a faint arrogance flowed between their brows. But at this time, the arrogance that had accompanied them for a long time was rapidly dissipating and fading. Snort! A figure snorted, flew out backwards, and landed heavily on the periphery of the crowd. He raised his head, shock and horror were written on his handsome face, and there was a bit of imperceptible fear in his eyes when he looked at the person in front of him. "Not bad." A tall and straight young man in a black t-shirt clapped his hands with a smile, looked at the handsome young man lying on the ground and said, "Su Xiaoming, this year's Nanjiang Provincial U's no. Sure enough, there are 2 brushes, and you are the first one who can take my 2 moves. Work hard, and if you make a breakthrough, you will be able to enter." The young man in black made a cheering gesture to the boy and earnestly encouraged him. Seeing this, the freshmen in the surrounding circle all showed a bit of fear on their faces. The strength of this young man in black is too terrifying. I don't know if it's level 5 or level 6, but the martial arts are as strong as a tide. So far, no one, Li Mo's, has survived 3 tricks in his hands. "Huo Dong, are you sure?" In the corner of the crowd, a few teenagers who had just met for a short time asked the boy who was the most central among them. The boy has short, fine hair, looks handsome, and has a calm temperament beyond his peers. The boy's name is Huo Dong, and his strength is recognized as the strongest among them. Because, a few people just informed each other of their names and grades. Huo Dongnei ranked 5th in the country in this year's college entrance examination, and he is Wu Tanhua in the capital of Kyoto. Kyoto Province. It is much stronger than other provincial capitals across the country. Even if it is Tanhua, it is not comparable to the champion of martial arts in ordinary provinces. But at this moment, Huo Dong's face was also solemn, and his expression was not good-looking. "Not sure." Huo Dong stared at the young man in black, and said in a deep voice, "This guy is very powerful, he probably has reached the peak of the 5th level of Gangqi Xiaocheng. I have just stepped into the 5th level, I'm afraid I won't be able to survive his 3rd move, which is the same as Su Xiaoming. If my element control level can break through to level 3, maybe I still have a chance." Now, Huo Dong shook his head and didn't continue talking. "How about we fight with each other and pave the way for you? Anyway, this guy doesn't have a rule how many times he can challenge. As long as his energy is exhausted, he will have a chance." A teenager suggested. 159 Squeeze the chi, I want to bring another person in, 3. Not very realistic. Huo Dong shook his head and said, "A martial artist at the top of the 5th level has a blood value of nearly 1,000, supported by stellar energy, and his physical strength is as strong as an ox. It is not so exhausting at all. And Huo Dong's eyes shifted, and his eyes fell on an old man with his arms folded and his eyes joking beside the young man in black, and he said slowly, "Don't forget, he also has companions. Moreover, this person gives me the feeling that he is more dangerous than the youth in black. Maybe, it's already at the 6th level." Hiss! Level 6? The faces of the teenagers next to him all showed horror. Isn't it almost a master? You think that although the distance between the 6th and 7th levels is like a natural barrier, many people will never be able to get through it for the rest of their lives. But don't forget, where is this place? The highest martial arts academy in the entire Dragon Kingdom gathers the top geniuses among nearly 100 million martial arts candidates every year. It is no exaggeration to say that everyone who can enter here is an existence who was once hailed as a master. As for the several master-level martial artist badges issued by the Dragon Kingdom Martial Arts Association every year, 2/3 of the recipients come from the 7 holy martial arts universities. The teenagers were silent, only then did they realize. From the time they stepped into the school gate of the 7th Shengwu University, the aura that attached to them in the past is gradually fading away. Select the best from the best, and in the top-notch environment, once hard work and talent are not enough to continue to support them, they will soon disappear from the crowd. At this time, 2 more figures came from a distance. Everyone turned their heads to take a look, one tall and one short, both of them looked like new students. They quickly looked away. The young man in black watched the 2 people approaching, and said with a smile, "The newcomer reports, then I will explain the rules again." The young man in black stepped on the flower bed outside the dormitory, patted a stack of iron plates similar to house numbers in his hand, and scanned the audience. "If you want to stay, it's very simple. Follow my 3 moves, and people will be able to enter. With my 5 tricks, I can bring my luggage in with me. I know what you guys are thinking. I also know your identities and origins very well. But don't forget, this is the 7th St. Wu University. Which one can enter here every year is not the city's champion or the province's champion. The city's martial arts champions are considered to be the worst. The halos, the glory that you were once proud of. Here, Japanese is not worth it. In the 7th St. Martial University, everything must be won by strength. No strength." The young man jumped onto the flower bed, staring at the audience with disdain. A wild and cold smile appeared on his face, and he said word by word, "You can only be an ordinary person here. Even worse than ordinary people, he can only be a dog, a poorer wretch. This is what I, as an old student of the 7th Sacred Martial Arts University, your respected seniors, taught you. Entrance to the 1st class." The young people's words, every word is like a cone, deeply piercing into the hearts of the freshmen in the arena. The teenagers lowered their heads in silence, their eyes flickering. There is humiliation and unwillingness, but more of it is self-doubt and deep confusion about future life. "Why are you doing this again?" Sheng frowned, looking at the young man in black who was standing on the flower bed and uttering queer words. A little bit of irritability rose in his heart. It seems that wherever he goes, there will always be some people who will jump out and tell him the truth of life, the law of the jungle. His ears were almost calloused. However, the strength is poor enough to die, and he belongs to the kind of small character who can be killed with a slap. It's really speechless. This guy looks so arrogant. The fat boy beside him seemed a little excited. "Is it the 1st class? Interesting, I like the experience of stepping on this kind of self-righteous seniors and enjoying their shocked and terrified eyes." The fat boy put down the suitcase in his hand, showing a posture of eagerness to try. "Oh!" Sheng gave the fat boy a slightly surprised look, and suddenly remembered something. "This guy is not Lu Kaiming at all. Isn't it just 3 or 5 tricks? What's the problem, these cowards?" The fat boy took off the backpack on his back, and looked at the silent teenagers around him with disdain. He turned his head and grinned at Sheng, showing his white teeth. Dude, I forgot to tell you. My name is Lin Ziyi, and I am the champion of the college entrance examination in Sichuan province this year. T. Nationally ranked 19th. Remember. After finishing speaking, the fat boy strode across the crowd and rushed towards the young man in black. He shouted in his mouth, "What kind of broken rules? You're still talking crookedly when you check in, let's see Grandpa come and teach you a lesson." The next moment, the white gang chi flashed. A figure flew backwards like a sandbag, slammed 7 or 8 meters away, and rolled out like a ball for another meter. Disgraced. The young man in black slowly withdrew his long and sharp right leg like a knife, and said 2 words coldly, "Idiot." Instead, he continued to scan the audience, "Is there anyone else who wants to challenge?" All the freshmen around looked at the fat boy who was dizzy and dazedly getting up from the ground more than 10 meters away with admiring eyes, thinking to himself, "This is a real warrior. Damn, it's full of energy. This guy is too fierce." Lin Ziyi, who was covered in dust, covered his stomach and grinned slowly back, seeing Liu Sheng's gaze, his fat face flushed, he scratched the back of his head and said embarrassedly, "Mistake, I didn't know this guy is so strong." "Right on." Liu Sheng sighed in his heart. This stupefied look is so similar to the look when Lu Kaiming dragged him to the security office at the school gate to escape and surf the internet. "You are already very good." Liu Sheng patted Lin Ziyi on the shoulder and encouraged him. Then, he walked towards the young man in black. The eyes of the crowd instantly focused on Liu Sheng. The young man in black looked down at him, his eyes swept over the backpack on his back and the luggage he was holding, Akba, and his eyes were playful, "Are you going to take 3 tricks on me just like this?" "Oh." Liu Sheng seemed to have just realized it, put down the luggage he was carrying in one hand, twisted his wrist, and calmly said, "It's fine now." The people around were speechless. The youth in black was even more delighted. Leng Toking is also surrounded by Leng Toking. Liu Sheng ignored the sarcasm in his words, but calmly said, "Can we start?" "As you wish." The young man in black smiled slightly, his eyes licked his lips coldly, "I will let you know, what is real cruelty." Before the words fell, a whip was raised like a knife. The white stellar energy is thick like air, tearing the air and making a sharp whistling sound. This leg directly set off a small hurricane on the field, blowing the surrounding freshmen who were close to each other back away with moved expressions. But Liu Sheng didn't seem to notice the leg. He just stretched out his vacant hand flatly, and grabbed the face of the young man in black. For some reason, Liu Sheng's grasp was not fast. Everyone can see clearly. It is completely incomparable with the sweeping legs of the young man in black who almost turned into an afterimage. However, Liu Sheng's hands were faster than the black-clothed youth's legs, and he was already in front of the black-clothed youth in the blink of an eye. Damn it! In the eyes of the young man in black, there seemed to be an invisible black hole vortex hidden in the palm of this hand, which brought him an indescribable sense of fear. His complexion changed drastically, and a strong white light of using qi appeared on his body instantly. The big hand fell steadily. His slender, white fingers were as sharp as knives, and he exerted a slight force. Crack! The white aura shattered like fragile porcelain. He grabbed the young man's neck with his big hands, and then, "Go hard for the next round." Boom! The ground cracked, and large cracks broke out on the hard concrete pavement. The young man in black lay on the ground like a dead dog, his body twitching slightly. "All right." Liu Sheng, who casually turned the young man in black into a fool, seemed to have just reached out to dust off the clothes, picked up the iron plate of the house number placed on the edge of the flower bed, and picked it up. Everyone was stunned. The freshmen froze in place one by one, as if they were dumbfounded. Huo Dong and others, who were still discussing how to deal with it before, were all in a daze. The mouth of the fat boy Lin Ziyi is so wide that a fist can be stuffed into it. The young man in black who is extremely powerful, has a small amount of energy, and is at the top of the 5th level. Just like that, Liu Sheng ruined it. Just one click. Also, can that stellar energy be crushed with a fleshy palm? The freshmen subconsciously looked at their hands, their minds were buzzing, and they felt that their martial arts concept was hit by an unprecedented shock at this moment. The other old student who had been standing beside him with his arms crossed was also stunned at this moment, as if he hadn't recovered from the scene just now, staring blankly at Liu Sheng in front of him. But soon, his body tensed up suddenly, and his hands quickly loosened from his chest. The whole person looked like a prey stared at by a beast, with an overly frightened look. Liu Sheng's eyes fell on him. I want to bring one more person in. Liu Sheng spoke calmly. Lao Sheng's scalp was numb, his pupils constricted, and his fine hair exploded instantly. Next second. Boom! There was another crack in the ground beside the flower bed, and beside the young man in black, there was another figure whose legs were twitching and who was gradually comatose. Liu Sheng took out a house number and threw it to Lin Ziyi behind him, and said casually, "Let's go." Lin Ziyi subconsciously caught the thing thrown by Liu Sheng, looked at the iron plate shimmering in the sun, as if waking up from a dream. Oh! He quickly caught up with the big bag and small bag. The two walked into the accommodation area one after the other, behind them. It was a dead silence. Liu Sheng's Kyoto pretend is about to start, and the road to the devil will never return. Please support the monthly ticket, Big Brother. In the previous chapter, I wrote the 7 Chenggu University as one. Thanks to the book friends for pointing it out, it has been revised. 160 Go back and learn to knock on the door and come to me again. 4. That's it. Liu Sheng wandered around the dormitory area, and finally found the residence corresponding to the iron plate with the house number engraved on his hand. You can imagine. In the student dormitory area of the 7th Chenggu University, there are all sets of individual villas. Not only that, Western style, European style, Chinese style, modern, retro. There are all kinds of styles. The floor area is even larger than the villa that Liu Sheng's family just bought. Looking inside through the exquisite wooden fence, there are even small pavilions and hot spring rockeries in the yard. It's outrageous. Liu Sheng couldn't help sighing. But it's really cool. The key is that all of this is free. Liu Sheng doesn't know whether others should pay for it, but he doesn't need it anyway. Not only is there no need, but there is also a scholarship that can be obtained, which is 1 million per semester, and the application depends on his performance in school. Liu Sheng casually inserted the iron plate into the slot at the door. This means that from now on, as long as Liu Sheng has not graduated from the 7th Chenggu University, the right to use this villa will belong to Liu Sheng. These are all information written on the back of the iron plate. Br. Dude. Lin Ziyi, who was dragging the suitcase, came up from behind with a shocked expression on his face. Are you really Liu Sheng? This year's Dragon Warrior champion? Liu Sheng smiled at him. Why, it doesn't look like it. Lin Ziyi murmured, like, it's so fucking like. When I got lost in school, I thought you didn't look like a mortal. I didn't expect you to be so awesome. It wasn't until Lin Ziyi and Liu Sheng walked into the dormitory that they realized it, and kept saying fuck all the way. It's a little better now, but my heart is still shocked. Originally, I thought that I was at least one of the top martial arts champions in the provincial capital, and the 19th in the whole country, not to mention the best in Chenggu Dali, at least the second best. As a result, I ran into you as soon as I came in. Lin Ziyi sighed, and said, I also specially applied for the 7th Chenggu University thinking that all of you who have climbed the dragon, the champion of martial arts, the second in the list of Wu Tanhua, can all go to the 1st Chenggu University. I didn't expect that you, the most powerful character, would come to the 7th Saint Martial University. Why, is the 7th Saint Martial Lord very weak? Maybe. Lin Ziyi scratched his head and said, I don't know too well, but the 7th place sounds like the weakest. Moreover, the previous champions of dragon martial arts have basically gone to the top few holy martial arts. I have checked the results of the National Martial Arts Conference for college students every year, and the 7th Saint Martial Arts University is also at the bottom from time to time. Do you think this is the weakest? Whether weak or not, it is the martial tradition handed down by the martial sage, which is enough for you to practice. Liu Sheng pushed the door open and walked into the small courtyard, saying casually, Okay, call me again if you have something to do, I'm going in now. Oh. By the way, Liu Sheng, let's add a weibo. Before Lin Ziyi finished speaking, he saw that the door of the small courtyard had been closed. Forget it, let's talk about it later, I know the place anyway. No, I met such an awesome person today, I have to brag to my father about this matter. Lin Ziyi was about to evacuate with his big bags and small bags, but when he looked back, he was stunned in this vast villa area. Fuck, there are so many houses, how do I find them? The room card is inserted on the gate of the villa, and Liu Sheng can easily enter. In front of the eyes is a martial arts training room of more than 400 square meters, and the floor is covered with light grey cushions. Surrounded by various instruments and equipment. In addition to the instruments for measuring qi and blood and combat effectiveness, the most eye-catching thing is a huge black vertical sandbag that is more than 3 meters high and surrounded by more than 1 meter in the middle. Boom! Liu Sheng was delighted to see Li Xin, so he couldn't help punching him. The big sandbag shook violently, and a deep pit appeared on the surface of the bag, which quickly recovered. The strength standard of a master-level force measuring instrument. Liu Sheng touched the skin of the sandbag and exclaimed, even the bag is made of exotic animal skins. Liu Sheng took another look at the equipment used to measure combat effectiveness, and it was sure enough that it was a master-level instrument. There is also a box full of high-grade blood-taking needles next to the instrument for measuring qi and blood. No wonder everyone says that Chenggu University is a holy land of martial arts. The cultivation environment and training standards can indeed meet the standards of a holy land of high martial arts. Liu Sheng couldn't help sighing. Apart from the practice room on the first floor, there is only one bathroom and toilet left. Liu Sheng carried his luggage up to the second floor. The second floor is also simple, but the decoration is quite grand. TV, bed, air conditioner, etc. are all available, and there is a large semi-open kitchen, but the refrigerator is empty, only a few bottles of energy drinks. The computer on the bedside table was also of the highest configuration. Liu Sheng opened it and glanced at it. Apart from 2 racing online games, there is only one icon on the desktop that is exactly the same as the emblem of the 7th Chenggu University. After clicking on it, the group found that it was a campus forum. Chen Yuxuan vs. Xiaolan, the full video of the battle for the number 1 in the 7th Sacred Martial Arts University rankings. Fire! Kuimanen tears the 5th level alien beast with his hands, the timid be careful. About this month's 7 Saints list monthly figure inventory. Talking about the tricks of breaking through the 13th level of Wushan Pagoda. On the small computer screen, a door to a new world seemed to be opening to Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng tried to click on the video that ranked first on the hot list. The video shows 2 youths in their 20s confronting each other, one with a sword in his hand and the other with a knife. The location of the 2 seems to be in a small square after the entrance of the 7th Chenggu University. When Liu Sheng came in, he swept around with mental power, and there was a certain impression in his mind. Looking at the comments, these 2 seem to be the 2 strongest among the old students who have not graduated from the 7th Saint Martial Arts University. Let's see how they are. Liu Sheng glanced at the comments, understood something in his heart, and was about to continue watching. As a result, a prompt box suddenly popped up on the website. The 6-second trial period is over, please register as a user and pay for the points to watch. Sure enough, all the video sites in the world are of the same virtue. Liu Sheng doesn't even know his student ID right now, so he can't register as a user at all, let alone talk about forum points. Turning off the video casually, Liu Sheng went to the main building to watch it. The third floor is a small open-air platform, where you can see the scenery far away at a glance. This place is nice. Liu Sheng's eyes lit up. He practiced the idea of stellar body refining technique to look directly at the sun every day, and the small terrace on the third floor was just right for him to practice. After going downstairs, Liu Sheng took out his mobile phone and took a short video from the first floor to the third floor. Before leaving, I posted it in Liu Qingheela's family group. And attached, I have arrived at the 7th Shengwu University, and the check-in has been completed. After the message was sent, it took only a few seconds. 0. Asking for flowers. Ding dong ding dong ding dong. The news flashed. Click on it, and it's all Liu Qinghe's fuck emoji. I don't care, I want to go to Shengwu University. I also want to live in such a good dormitory and such a good martial arts training room, envious to cry. The corner of Liu Sheng's mouth curled up, this is what he wanted. Work hard, it is still possible to repeat the study for 2 years. Come on. Knife, knife, knife. Liu Sheng waited for a while, but did not see any reply from Liu Dehai and Zheng Yufen. It is estimated that the two are busy and have no time to read the news. So Liu Sheng sent another message to Yang Yuan, asking her about the situation there, and then put away the phone and stopped looking at it. After finishing packing, Liu Sheng put dozens of tubes of Jinlongyan into the refrigerator freezer. Anyway, this thing can't freeze, so it's safer to put it here. Liu Sheng took a tube, walked to the martial arts practice room on the first floor, and sat next to the Grand Master level vertical sandbag to start practicing. Swallowing off a tube of golden dragon saliva, Liu Sheng felt the heat flowing in his body, and Liu Sheng began to practice according to the second stage of the immortal golden body. Liu Sheng discovered long ago that the later the stellar body refining technique is, the higher the requirement for spiritual power will be when practicing. Of course, stellar body refining technique itself also has a tempering effect on mental strength. Conversely, if the mental strength is strong, this step will appear easier. This is the case with Liu Sheng now. The powerful spiritual power pierced deep into the flesh and bones like needles, driven by the body training movements and the medicinal effect of the golden dragon saliva. The skin, muscles, and bones of Liu Sheng's whole body are constantly squeezing and colliding with each other. During this process, some deeper impurities are extracted and excreted through the pores. Compared with a few months ago, Liu Sheng now has streamlined muscles and fair skin like jade. Occasionally when doing a certain movement, when the bones and joints protrude, there is a faint golden light under the skin. Jade muscles and golden bones, the image of a master, is becoming more and more obvious. Every time he practiced, Liu Sheng had the feeling that he was transforming into a higher level, more perfect life body. Bang bang bang! There was a loud knock on the door. Liu Sheng, who was immersed in his practice, was interrupted and opened his eyes suddenly. As if a sleeping lion was awakened by someone, the undigested heat of the golden dragon's saliva rolled in his limbs and bones, steaming out traces of scorching white air, spreading and rising from his back. Liu Sheng stood up expressionlessly, and a round body appeared at the door. Opening the door, a young man with a height of nearly 2 meters, half-length hair, and some acne scars on his face narrowed his eyes and looked at him. You are Liu. Boom. Before he could finish speaking, the young man flew upside down like a cannonball, flying more than 20 meters away, smashed into the rockery in the courtyard, and fell heavily into the pool. Go back and learn how to knock on the door, then come to me. Liu Sheng let out a cold voice, and immediately the door was closed heavily. The young man who was beaten to the ground struggled to get up from the ground. He saw his 2 companions looking at him in horror. The young man felt that his chest was about to shatter, and the pain made him want to beat the ground with his head. Waves of humiliation, shock, and grievances poured out from the bottom of my heart. The teeth are almost gnawed. Hold. He just knocked on the door first. Deo. 161 Old Students List, 7 Saints List. There are many geniuses in the world, and Sheng still nay. This is your student ID card, which has been linked to the room card of this villa for you. The room card is also an all-in-one card. With the room card, you can use all the instruments and equipment within the campus of the 7th St. Wu University. And every month you can go to the school affairs office with the card to get a bottle of level 4. A thin young man of medium height stood in front of Liu Sheng, and told Liu Sheng about admission matters in detail. Beside him was a box. There are some spare toiletries in the box. These guys are the people who run by the students, and they are specially here to go through the enrollment procedures and send things to Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng nodded, indicating that he understood. The thin young man finished what he had to say, and then his expression became hesitant. Liu Sheng glanced at the side light from the corner of his eye, and saw standing beside him. The pale, dusty young man with acne marks was looking at him with complaints on his face, clutching his chest and being supported by another student. Liu Sheng couldn't help frowning. Why, are you still waiting for me to apologize to you? He raised his head slightly, and the well-proportioned muscles on his white and fit body floated like flowing water. A terrifying aura like ice magma rose from Liu Sheng's body. 0 San equals the three of them trembled violently. The young man with acne marks caught by Liu Sheng's eyes felt his scalp numb and his chest ached like it was being broken. He quickly lowered his head and said quickly, "That's not what it meant." The three then exited Liu Sheng's residence in a near flight. Liu Sheng's complexion is not good. The thing he hates the most is when someone disturbs him while practicing, nothing else. At home, he can get used to Liu King He, but outside, he deserves to be punched to death by him. Outside the villa, 3 youths run by students escaped in embarrassment. Looking back at the villa behind them, the 3 of them showed expressions of lingering fear on their faces. Damn it, I'm really aggrieved. As an old student, Yuan Roun was beaten up by a freshman. The young man with acne marks said bitterly. Pulled to the chest, coughing violently like a tuberculosis ghost. The companion looked at him with rather sympathetic eyes, and said, "If you want to seek revenge, you can do it yourself, I will not accompany you." The youth with acne marks almost coughed up his internal organs, he waved his hand. "What the hell, last time I was on a mission, I didn't get hurt so badly when I encountered a level 6 beast. This kid is too perverted, I can't afford it." The companion said with emotion, "Ascend to be the champion of Longwu, what do you think? Then that's the end of it." The other person seemed a little reconciled. The young man with acne marks looked at the villa, his expression changed for a while, and he said, "How can we just let it go? The rockery in this guy's yard hasn't been repaired yet. Go back and report to the school office, and I will change it for him today. You can still receive a 4th level alien blood every month. The benefits are really good." Liu Sheng played with the card in his hand and sighed. Although the different blood is of little use to him, it can be sold for money. He estimated that many people in the school should do the same. Otherwise, where will the money for buying cold weapons in the cold weapon class come from? You don't have to pick it out between your teeth. Liu Sheng put away his card, got up and went to the 2nd floor to take a shower. With wet hair on his head, he was sitting in front of the computer wearing a big underpants. Using the student number on his student ID card, he logged into the campus network of the 7th St. Martial Arts University again. Click on the video that you haven't watched before, and click to pay the credits. Unexpectedly, the payment was successful. It is estimated that every new registered account will give a little newcomer points. The video is full screen and continues to play. This time, Liu Sheng was able to clearly see the faces of the 2 youths who were fighting in the video. The one with the sword was wearing a neat suit, handsome and cold. Liu Sheng didn't like this kind of flirt who was still wearing a suit while fighting, but it was also because of this distinctive feature of the opponent that he could determine the identity of the opponent from the scrolling barrage on the screen. This guy is Chen Yuxuan. The other one is Xiao Lan. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Xiao Lan and Chen Yuxuan have completely different styles. The short hair is like a needle, which is not good looking or ugly, but a pair of eyes are piercing. Wearing a black vest and camouflage pants, he looks like a king of special forces in service. The video should have been edited by someone, there was no nonsense between the two, and the fight started right away. Liu Sheng turned off the barrage that was too brain-dead and concentrated on watching the battle. He was very curious about the strength of the highest-level martial arts genius representing the highest martial arts hall in the Dragon Kingdom. The video is more than 10 minutes in total, and some pictures have been processed in slow motion. In the end, Chen Yuxuan, who was wearing a suit and holding a sword, won. It's a pity that Xiao Lan's strength is not enough. Liu Sheng read all of them with a serious expression on his face. The strength of these two. Very strong. Even if it is him, without using the master's will, he must use at least 50% of his strength to kill them. This is already exaggerated. You know, Liu Sheng is now very strong, and his combat power is conservatively estimated to be more than 2 million in casual fights. With 50% strength, it must be over a million. Therefore, these two people are obviously true geniuses who have not entered the Grand Master level, but already have the combat power of the Grand Master level. This is the 7th Saint Martial University, and there are 6 other Saint Martial colleges. There must be people stronger than these two, and there should be many. Liu Sheng heard from Lin Ziyi that the enrollment situation of the 7th Shengwu University is not ideal every year. The champions of the Dragon martial arts in the previous sessions were all in other holy martial arts. So, there are still many geniuses in the world, and I still need to work harder. The golden light in Liu Sheng's eyes was shining brightly, and a scorching sun was rising. What Dong Qingxiu said was right, every warrior should indeed come to Kyoto once in this life. This is the real gathering place for martial arts elites, where the tiger dominates the dragon. Liu Sheng felt a long-lost sense of excitement waking up from his veins. In Beihe City, a small place like Dongning Province, there is no one who can bring him pressure, so he can only practice hard on his own. But in Kyoto Province, if you click on any video, you will find 2 geniuses who need to work hard to shoot. This feeling of being challenged. Really good. However, Liu Sheng also discovered that neither Chen Yuxuan nor Xiao Lan had comprehended the master's will. Not even a prototype. But they are still young, maybe they will have the opportunity to become real masters in the future. In order to earn points for watching the video, Liu Sheng casually typed a string of 666, big guy awesome at the bottom of the video, sent it, and then turned it off. Continue browsing the site. After some browsing, Liu Sheng captured the most words, that is. Old student list, 7 sage list, Wushan pagoda, and credit tasks are these words. Needless to say, the latter 2 are mainly the former 2. It seems that everyone is very keen on these 2 lists, and the vast majority of dual videos are also triggered to compete for the ranking on this list. Writing is the first, martial arts is the second, and the college entrance examination has to be ranked, let alone a passionate warrior. This ranking saves me a lot of effort. When I want to challenge the strong and verify my strength, I just need to find someone on the ranking. Liu Sheng flipped through the pages, and suddenly came across a video that had just been released. The strongest freshman in the history of 7th Martial Arts University? Beat the top 300 old students on the first day of enrollment. Liu Sheng was taken aback, and clicked on the video. Sure enough, what was recorded in the video was the scene of him beating 2 young men in black in the dormitory area. From the perspective of a third party, the scene is quite shocking. In the picture, the tall and straight Liu Sheng was holding the suitcase in one hand, and grabbed the neck of the young man in black with the other, and smashed him to the ground with a downward pressing motion. Boom! The ground is cracked. And then the second one. The simple and rough way of shooting, combined with Liu Sheng's handsome appearance, gave people a great visual impact. The editor of this video doesn't know what kind of mentality it is, and in the second half of the video, he even made some ghosts. I saw the young man in black and his companion being snatched to the ground repeatedly by Liu Sheng, bang bang bang, it was terrible. Liu Sheng flipped through the comments below again. All fuck. Awesome 666. Laugh off the second half. This newcomer is fierce, as expected, there is no one who can climb the dragon to be messed with. There is also an obvious female user who speaks this junior is handsome enough and manly, the old senior is in love with love. Liu Sheng was quite speechless, forking off the website is no longer a waste of time. I feel a little sympathetic to the two young men in black. As soon as this video came out, it was estimated that these two people would not be able to hold their heads up for a long time among the old students in the school. 3.4 Look at the time, it is already past 5 in the afternoon, and it is time to eat. Liu Sheng is still looking forward to the university cafeteria of the 7th St. Wu University. Thinking about it, Liu Sheng put on clean clothes, took his card and walked out of the villa. After leaving the courtyard door, I suddenly saw a person pacing back and forth at the door. It was Lin Ziyi who had enrolled together before. You came out. Lin Ziyi looked surprised when he saw Liu Sheng. I guessed that you might come out for dinner at this hour. Why don't you knock on the door? Liu Sheng walked up and said casually. Hearing Liu Sheng's question, Lin Ziyi became hesitant. I just heard that the person from the student office came to deliver things, and you knocked on the door and you beat me up. Liu Sheng was silent for a while, then said, let's go eat. Good. Lin Ziyi nodded quickly. Now in his eyes, Liu Sheng is simply the most powerful and most admired person among his peers in the world. None of them. If you have time today, just add more codes, so that you can be more confident when you ask for leave next time. The college volume is the climax volume of the first part of the book, and there are many climaxes. I hope you will like it. 162 Donate your brain to those in need if you don't use it. 2 things I hate the most in my life. The school cafeteria of 7th St. Wu University did not disappoint Liu Sheng. With a unique Kyoto flavor, it is quite good. The main ingredients are still the edible parts of the alien beast, and even the student dormitories are equipped with master-level force-measuring instruments. It would be strange for Liu Sheng if the cafeteria did not provide the alien beast meat. Liu Sheng chewed the smooth and firm black-toothed sword pig hind calf slowly, thinking silently in his heart. After entering a certain class thoroughly, things that were once unattainable have now become commonplace. Lin Ziyi is also a cooking wizard. Eat no less than Liu Sheng. In fact, Lin Ziyi is not fat. There are very few fat people whose martial arts strength has reached his level, and their bodies are generally well proportioned. Lin Ziyi just has a lot of flesh on his face. In his own words, his face swells when he drinks water. Brother Saint. Lin Ziyi took a mouthful of rice, looked around furtively, and said to Liu, a lot of people are watching us, oh no, looking at you. Based on Liu Sheng's awesome image in Lin Ziyi's eyes, Liu Sheng's address was naturally upgraded to Brother Sheng in his mouth. Liu Sheng lost his energy, and sure enough, he saw a lot of people watching him secretly, and he heard whispers from time to time. This is the strongest freshman Liu Sheng? Looks pretty handsome. Don't look at your white and clean appearance, you can be rough when you do it. Qi Qing and Wang Silo were beaten to death by this kid? Qi Qing is already level 6. Who knows, I'm being careless, who would have thought that 102 freshmen could be so strong? Ascending to the top of the dragon martial arts, the arrogance of the real mother, beating the old students on the first day of school. Liu Sheng's face remained unchanged, presumably the video on the campus network started to ferment. Lin Ziyi also heard some voices, and his face was full of envy. Fuck, I wish I was as strong as you. Brother Sheng will become the rhythm of the campus man on the first day of school. Lu Sheng didn't speak, and continued to eat. Lin Ziyi took the initiative to find a topic. Brother Sheng, do you know the freshman list, old student list and seven saints list? Lu Sheng raised his eyes and looked at him. You seem to be very researched. I checked the campus website all afternoon, and I got a little experience. Lin Ziyi finally found his own value in front of Lu Sheng, and said frankly, the freshman list is set up for our freshmen, the specific ranking has not yet been released, but you should be recognized as the number one, Brother Sheng. Then there is the old student list, which is updated in real time, including all the old students who have not yet graduated from the sophomore to the senior year. It can be regarded as the most authoritative strength ranking list in our 7th Shengwu University. Those who can make it to the list of old students are all very strong, but basically they are all juniors and seniors on the top, and those who can make it to the sophomore are considered monsters. Brother Sheng, the Qi Qing you beat up before was a junior. He was a provincial number 1 student and ranked in the top 100 of the old students. By the way, Brother Sheng, you should be among the top 100 masters of our 7th Sacred Martial Arts University, but those old-fashioned people must say that Qi Qing is careless, it is not a serious record, a group of guys who want to save face. What about the 7 sacred lists? Although Lu Sheng knew about the existence of these lists, he didn't pay close attention to what they represented. The 7 Saints list is actually a list made by including all the old students' lists of the 7 holy martial arts colleges, and then after screening. It is very authoritative in the 7 Shengwu universities, and many people only recognize this list. Even, after graduation, if an old student has been on this list, it is also a very important resume score. Lu Sheng nodded, he thought Lin Ziyi was pretty good. He was quite talented in gathering information. Brother Sheng, I also inquired about. Lin Ziyi suddenly lowered the noise, leaned closer to Lu Sheng and whispered, the strength of our 7th Sage Martial Arts University really doesn't seem to be very good, there is not even a single one in the top 10 of the 7 sages. Chen Yuxuan, who is currently ranked first on the list of old students, is only ranked 13th on the list of 7 saints. Tisk tisk tisk, no wonder the results of the National Martial Arts Competition for college students every year are at the bottom of the 7 majors. Lin Ziyi had a sad expression on his face, as if he regretted coming to school here. Lu Sheng thought it was normal. Martial sage Tan's Hongaiu, who founded the 7th Sacred Martial Arts University, was originally the youngest martial sage in the history of the Dragon Kingdom, with the lowest qualifications and foundation. When the number of teachers is about the same, the teaching performance can only be seen by the students. The 7th Shengwu University recruits students every year is not ideal, so it is strange that it can be compared with other Shengwu universities. The two continued to chat while eating, mainly because Lin Ziyi kept talking, and Lu Sheng just listened, occasionally interjecting a sentence or two. At this moment, several people suddenly stood up in the cafeteria. These people walked straight towards Lu Sheng, obviously observing him for a long time. Hurry up, there's a good show to watch now. Many people quickly cast their gazes over. Lu Sheng, right? 3 or 5 people stood in front of Lu Sheng. The leader was a tall boy with a height of nearly 1.8 meters and a strong physique. He has short round hair that is quite popular nowadays, and a few slashes are specially shaved on both sides, and he wears a black earring. His skin is fair, and he looks cool and handsome. Brother Saint. Lin Ziyi saw that these people came with bad intentions, his face twitched, and he wanted to stand up. But he was suppressed by Lu Sheng's words. Eat. Lin Ziyi could only sit obediently in his seat, but he didn't eat, and just stared at the handsome boys with fierce eyes. The handsome boy glanced at Lin Ziyi, sneered, turned to look at Lu Sheng, and said, Lu Sheng, let me meet you, my name is Wu Fan. He is the number 2 in the martial arts list in Yahui province this year, and his college entrance examination score is the 17th in the country. Liu Sheng raised his head and said calmly, "So, did you come here specially to report the results of the college entrance examination?" You. Seeing Liu Sheng like this, the people behind the handsome boy seemed a little upset. They wanted to rush up but were blocked by the handsome boy. The handsome boy narrowed his eyes slightly, stared at Liu Sheng, and then laughed. "Liu Sheng, I know you are very strong. I may not be your opponent, but since you know that you are not my opponent, why do you still want to provoke me?" Before the handsome boy finished speaking, he was interrupted by Liu Sheng. He froze for a moment, and then saw Liu Sheng gently place the chopsticks in his right hand on the dinner plate in front of him, and then pushed the rui plate forward a little. "Stand up." In an instant, the expressions of Wu Fan and the others changed. If we say that Liu Sheng, who was sitting on the seat to eat before, made people feel like a tiger with its claws put away and eating. So now, the tiger stood up. The colorful tiger skin on his body gradually faded away, revealing a terrifying aura like a prehistoric beast underneath. A bit of icy cold breath emanated from Liu Sheng's body, causing goosebumps on several people's bodies. When Liu Sheng stood up completely, they seemed to see a shadow rising rapidly in front of them. Liu Sheng was half a head taller than Wu Fan, the tallest among them. His deep and dark eyes fell on Wu Fan, who immediately felt his scalp go numb, the hairs on both arms stood up, and a creepy feeling surged up from the bottom of his heart. "You, what do you want to?" Wu Fan's face turned pale, he smiled forcefully, and retreated unconsciously. Liu Sheng was expressionless, just looking down at him quietly. Knowing that certain things should not be done, and some people dare not provoke them, but they still want to make a fool of themselves. "Do you think you have a problem? If you don't use your brain, donate it to those in need." Liu Sheng spoke plainly, and when he said the last word, his body was full of ferocity. He suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed Wu Fan's head. The latter's complexion changed abruptly, and his aura suddenly exploded. But in less than a second, he was forced down by that big hand. Liu Sheng held down Wu Fan's head, as if he had grabbed a ball with one hand, and then pointed at the dining table next to him and pressed hard. Boom! Wu Fan was directly pushed to the ground by Liu Sheng. Head A10 directly smashed the corners of the dining table to pieces, lying on the ground with the soup on his head, twitching once and for all. All of this happened so fast that it was over before everyone could react. Seeing Wu Fan lying unconscious on the ground, the surrounding people were all stunned. The cafeteria was eerily quiet. The other people brought by Wu Fan looked at Wu Fan on the ground stupidly, and some looked up at Liu Sheng. All of a sudden, an unprecedented panic rose from the bottom of their hearts, and their legs trembled. The coldness and hostility in Liu Sheng's body spread to the surroundings like a tide, and his whole body was like a silent and furious Tyrannosaurus Rex, showing his white sharp claws to the surroundings. Liu Sheng glanced around, and anyone who looked at him couldn't help but lower his head. His eyes finally fell on the few people brought by Wu Fan, who couldn't stop shaking violently the moment he stared at them. "As a person, I hate others to disturb me when I am practicing, and the second thing I hate. It's time to eat." Liu Sheng took a deep breath, and the magma-like breath on his body quickly withdrew, and his whole body returned to the original calm. "So, remember not to pick these 2 time slots to bother me next time, understand?" Liu Sheng looked at the few people in front of him calmly. Since his face was pale, he nodded frantically. "Very good." Liu Sheng nodded, glanced at Wu Fan on the ground, then looked at the canteen dining table that had been smashed to pieces, and said calmly, "When he gets up, remember to ask him to pay for the table." After finishing speaking, he gave Lin Ziyi, who had been staring at him for a long time, a look. "Gone." Lin Ziyi woke up like a dream, and a huge excitement quickly appeared on his face. Looking at Liu Sheng was like seeing another idol, and he stood up and followed. Okay, Brother San. Asking for flowers, tickets, and rewards, Sheng's road to the Devil King has officially begun. 163 Respect me like ghosts, fear me like God. 2. Brother Sheng, you are really, too awesome. Lin Ziyi couldn't find a better word to describe it. Liu Sheng's style of doing things as soon as he said that he would do it, and directly crushing people to death made him admire him so much. In Lin Ziyi's own words, damn, that's what a man should do. Liu Sheng was not as excited as Lin Ziyi. On the way to the cafeteria exit, Liu Sheng could feel many people looking at him. Of course there is awe in it, but more of it is eagerness and unkind eyes. Although Liu Sheng can understand them very well. Martial arts is the road to becoming a hero, not to mention that this is the 7th Saint Martial Arts University, which gathers the top martial arts geniuses in the country. The most indispensable thing is someone who is as tough as Wu Fan before. The main thing is that they are not afraid enough. If they are facing a grandmaster now, will they still think about challenging it? Won't. So what I have to do is make them scared enough. They were beaten until their guts were broken and their bones were soft. Respect me like ghosts, fear me like God. There are far fewer of these annoying flies. Liu Sheng thought silently, I have to find a chance. Liu Sheng. Suddenly someone called Liu Sheng's name. Liu Sheng stopped in his tracks, his brows were furrowed, and the aura that had just subsided from his body was released little by little. The man was obviously aware of this, and quickly ran up to Liu Sheng, and quickly said, Don't get excited, I'm a person from the Student Affairs Office, and I'm sending you a message on behalf of the Vice Principal, and the Vice Principal asked you to wait for him. A trip to the office, I have something to explain. After speaking, he ran away without looking back. Liu Sheng entered the 7th Sacred Martial Arts University and made 3 shots. His fierce and brutal style of behavior still has a deterrent effect on some people. Vice-Chancellor. Liu Sheng read it lightly, his face quickly calmed down, and he continued to walk outside the cafeteria. Huo Dong, this Liu Sheng is so cruel. In the corner of the cafeteria, several teenagers sat together, looking at the direction Liu Sheng was leaving. Huo Dong seems to have become the center of this small group, surrounded by several people. At this time, the expression on his face was also slightly dignified. It's really strong, this Wu Fan was very arrogant when he entered school yesterday, and he was very lively with a few freshmen. The strength of the peak of the 4th level, the speed-type talent warrior, the actual combat ability is strong. In the end, under Liu Sheng's hands, he couldn't even resist, so he was beaten unconscious. Simply scary. The teenagers looked at Wu Fan who was carried out of the cafeteria like a corpse and rushed to the infirmary, and their eyes became complicated. The canteen table of the 7th Shengwu University is not made of ordinary materials, the hardness is almost as hard as steel. In the end, Liu Sheng forced Wu Fan's head to be crushed, and Wu Fan's body was tempered, and his head was hard enough, otherwise he would have been crushed to death for an ordinary person. It also shows the brutality of Liu Sheng's methods. It is estimated that none of these freshmen can compare with him, after all, he is this year's #1 scholar. A young man said a few words with emotion, and couldn't help asking Huo Dong, aren't you Wu Tanhua from Kyoto province? This year's national martial arts ranking 2nd, Wu Tanhua seems to be from Kyoto province, right? How do they compare to Liu Sheng? Huo Dong had a thoughtful expression on his face, he thought for a while and said, I don't know one of those 2 people, but this year's name is Nai Renjia, who was the leader of the 3rd Shengwu University affiliated high school, and he is mine old rival. His college entrance examination is also the 3rd Shengwu University. That rascal. Huo Dong paused, and said in a deep voice, the strength is very strong. The teenagers looked at each other with slightly moved expressions on their faces. They all know Huo Dong's strength, he is a strong pervert. The guy who even Huodong wants to say is strong must be really strong. But compared to Liu Sheng, it should be a little worse. After all, Liu Sheng is this year's Dragon Warrior champion. They're all monsters. Before I came to school, I thought I was already a monster. When I came here to compare with these people, I suddenly realized that I'm just an ordinary person after all. Can't compare, can't compare. A teenager sighed. Others feel the same way. However, Huodong comforted him, university has just begun, being strong for a while does not mean being strong for a lifetime. In the future, there will be opportunities to catch up. That's right, which one of us didn't come out of the thousands of troops in the college entrance examination? The one who can have the last laugh is the real hero, just work harder. Right. The fighting spirit of the teenagers rose instantly, and each one was extremely ambitious. Huodong's eyes were also burning, looking at the direction where Liu Sheng left, thinking to himself. Liu Sheng, Nai Renjia, sooner or later you people will be trampled under my feet. Come in. A zhongzheng and peaceful voice came from the door. Through the door of the office, Liu Sheng could clearly perceive that there was a group of flame figures sitting upright inside. One of the vice presidents of the 7th Shengwu University, Zhao Kangtai. Like Xia Pingnan, the provincial governor at the time, he is a 7th level master of the 8 classics. From the strength of qi and blood alone, Xia Pingnan is stronger than Zhao Kangtai. It is normal to think that Xia Pingnan is the provincial governor who rushed out from the battlefield after all, and his body has a strong aura of iron and blood killing. Liu Sheng opened the door and walked in, seeing a middle-aged man wearing glasses sitting behind his desk looking at him. Zhao Kangtai has a refined appearance, and he exudes a strong bookish atmosphere. The gold-rimmed glasses used to decorate the face accentuate this temperament, so that people will not be too intimidated. Liu Sheng, you can sit wherever you want. Zhao Kangtai has a gentle attitude and looks approachable, giving people a feeling of spring breeze. Liu Sheng found a chair and sat down. Zhao Kangtai smiled and said to him, I asked you to come here today, mainly because I want you to prepare for speaking on stage tomorrow. Speak on stage? Liu Sheng froze for a moment, a little surprised. Yes. Zhao Kangtai explained, as the #1 student in this year's college entrance examination, you are also the best among the freshmen of our 7th Shengwu University this year. The school decided to let you speak as a freshman representative at tomorrow's entrance ceremony. In fact, just say a few words, and you don't need to prepare too much. Liu Sheng thought about it, nodded and agreed. Okay, Vice Principal, I will prepare well. Zhao Kangtai nodded in satisfaction, and then asked a few other questions, all of which were trivial matters. For example, is it suitable for the environment of the new school? Is the dorm okay? Are the meals in the school cafeteria delicious? Liu Sheng answered one by one. Then nothing happened. Zhao Kangtai kindly let him go, and said that he would come to him at any time if he encountered any problems in life and study in the future. When Liu Sheng left, the expression on Zhao Kangtai's face gradually relaxed, showing a bit of helplessness. According to the #1 scholar of Dragon Martial Arts, he is still the #1 scholar of Ascending Dragon Martial Arts who has broken all previous records. It's good, but it's a bit too thorny. Zhao Kangtai took off the glasses on his face, and his originally peaceful and warm eyes became sharp. He pinched the bridge of his nose and picked up a few reports at hand. It's all about the various things that Liu Sheng caused after entering school today. As soon as he came in, he beat up the sophomore and junior students, and there were also students who ran it. What is the reason for the student office being beaten? Knocking too loud? Is this kid so violent? I broke something in the cafeteria just now, hey. Zhao Kangtai felt a little headache. He has seen many thorny students. To be precise, few of those who can enter the 7th St. Martial University are honest and peaceful masters. But there are really not many top thorns like Liu Sheng. Forget it, whatever. Zhao Kangtai crumpled up some of the reports, threw them into the trash can beside him, and secretly said, it's rare to recruit a good seedling who can climb the dragon, and cultivate it well, so as to help the 7th Sheng win in various comparisons. Save face. You can't always go to the bottom of every session. Lu Sheng, don't let me down. Brother Sheng, what does the vice principal want from you? Lin Ziyi, who was waiting outside the office building, immediately went to ask Lu Sheng when he saw Lu Sheng coming out. Lu Sheng replied casually, it's nothing, just let me speak on behalf of the freshmen tomorrow. Awesome, this is a chance to show your face in front of all the freshmen. Brother Sheng, you have to perform well. Lin Ziyi was so envious. All new students. Lu Sheng caught the word in Lin Ziyi's words, and seemed to think of something from it, and said thoughtfully, you are right, you really have to perform well. The two returned to the dormitory, Wang Zhao's, and Lin Ziyi took Lu Sheng to identify the door. Lu Sheng wrote down the location of Lin Ziyi's dormitory, and then returned to his own residence. After returning to the dormitory, he took out his mobile phone and glanced at it briefly. Seeing the video posted in the family group before, my parents have already seen it, asked him a few words, and asked him how his food was. Lu Sheng typed 2 words, and only then remembered that he forgot to take a video while eating in the cafeteria. It was all interrupted by Wu Fan and the others, and he felt a little upset. Next time I see you, I'll beat you up. Lu Sheng thought. Then he backed out and sent some messages back to He Lingsu and Dong Qingxiu. He Lingsu reported to him the daily sales of Ling Sheng Pharmaceutical as usual, while Dong Qingzhong cared about whether he had enrolled or not. There are a lot of news about Yang Yuan. Lu Sheng thought about it, and replied, it's okay, I'll take you to visit Chengwu University when I have time. On the other end of the phone, Yang Yuan, who saw the news, froze for a moment, then rolled on the bed happily. When the mood calmed down a bit, he took a deep breath and quickly replied, okay, then I'll wait for you to come down sometime. Yang Yuan felt that it was really right to come to Kyoto this time. After Lu Sheng replied the message, he went straight to bed and quickly entered the dream space. In the dream space, Lu Sheng gently held the broken spear left by the Master Valkyrie. The tip of the gun rested on the ground, walking towards a street. 164 The fields of the 4 realms, wherever the spear reaches, are all the land of my Lu Sheng. 3. The remnant spear left by the Grand Master Valkyrie was about 3 meters long, and the tip of the spear was broken off. The whole spear is light grey in color, it is not known what material it is forged from, nor what its original color is. Lu Sheng held it, but felt that the weight was appropriate, and there was a sense of blood connection. He guessed that it might be because of inheriting Zhao Lengxuan's memory. I don't know when the first weapon class will start. Maybe I can mention this to Xia Pingnan in advance. A handy soldier is invaluable. The broken tip of the broken spear made a rustling sound on the desolate street. Lu Sheng walked casually until he came to a figure more than 2 meters tall and as strong as a bear. This person was wearing a pure black one-piece battle armor, which looked a bit loose. Lu Sheng knew that it was caused by body atrophy and muscle collapse. From this, one can imagine how majestic the owner of this pair of combat armor must have been before he died. The person in the black combat armor faces down, looking at the ground quietly, with his hands hanging down his sides naturally, giving people a sense of immobility like a mountain. On his chest and abdomen, there was a hideous wound, even though it was withered, it was still shocking. The rustling sound of a broken gun mopping the ground caught the man's attention. He raised his head, revealing a resolute and dead face. The 3rd Grand Master. This is the new opponent Lu Sheng found in the dream space. This brawny Grand Master is a rare master warrior who majors in defense. The defense is so strong that it is exaggerated, and it is completely 2 extremes with Zhao Lengxian, the master of Valkyrie. The strength is also much stronger than the first Shi Shengning, but it should not be at the level of a Grand Master. Grand Master Liu Sheng has only seen one nearby, and he can feel the difference between it and the Grand Master level zombie from a distance. Moreover, there were still a few Grand Master zombies hovering around that big Master zombie, and Liu Sheng didn't dare to take the lead. Switch, breath of the wind. There is no nonsense, Liu Sheng made a 540 dodge, and flew towards the strong man master. The golden wind turned into substance around him, making every move of Liu Sheng seem to be accompanied by golden sand. Some are like the light effects in action online games, which are quite cool. Like a shadow with a spear. Liu Sheng held a gun in one hand, and the grey broken gun flew like a python, and the spear skills in all directions formed a huge net, enveloping the strong man master. The attacking method of the brawny master is just like his own aura. Every time he swings his fist and raises his arm, it feels like a mountain, a sea, crushing him with a rumble. But this mountain, this sea has not completely fallen, they were disintegrated into silk by Liu Sheng's spear technique, and they were wiped clean. This is the Four Realms spear technique. Liu Sheng has been training with the master of the strong man for more than 2 months, and he has already gained a deeper understanding of Lang Xian's 4-level spear technique. If the 3 realms spear technique is about controlling, perfectly controlling every inch of power attached to the spear, then the 4 realms spear technique should be. A cold light flickered in Liu Sheng's eyes, his spear was like a dragon, and with one shot, the strong man's master was knocked back half a step. However, the tip of the gun was tightly held by the strong master's hands, and the body of the gun was bent in an arc. Liu Sheng swayed slightly, and swung the hands of the strong man master, and the shadow of the gun fell like raindrops again. Field. 4 realm spear technique, it should be domain realm. Within the range of the spear, it is the land of Liu Sheng. He is like a king, everything must be surrendered. Boom! The spear slammed heavily on the shoulder of the brawny Grand Master, who shook his body slightly and remained unmoved. Liu Sheng's eyes sparkled with golden light, and his expression became more flamboyant. The first form of Shiquan martial arts. The aura around Liu Sheng changed slightly, and the spear trembled violently, like a spiral, transmitting a terrifying shock force. Under this force, Grand Master Zhuang, Akage, Han's body shook more and more violently. Breath of flame, emptiness state. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from Liu Sheng's body like a volcanic eruption. A large piece of blazing red flame erupted from him. But it quickly retracted within a second, and all of them were condensed on the spear. The previously unremarkable grey spear is now wrapped in red streamer, and there are dragon-like flame patterns entwined on it. It's like an ordinary spear suddenly turned into a 12 super artifact. Boom! The brawny master finally couldn't hold on anymore, and fell to the ground on one knee. With a posture like a monarch, Liu Sheng crushed the rebels. Look down on the common people. Call. In the next second, all the momentum disappeared. Liu Sheng fell back to its original position, the spear resting lightly on the street. His expression was as calm as before, as if he had never made a move. If I use the cold halberd sparrow prison gun, you will die. Liu Sheng spoke calmly, and spoke to the strong man Grand Master who slowly stood up in the distance. It's a pity that the other party couldn't understand what he was saying at all. Liu Sheng didn't care either. He has the ability to send the zombies of the strong master on the road, but now is not the time. Wait until half of the golden obsidian human form is transformed, it will be soon. The improvement brought by the 4 realms spear technique to Liu Sheng is really too great. Combining the first form of Shiquan martial arts and the state of emptiness, Liu Sheng even has a kind of. With a spear in hand, I feel invincible. Domain realm spear technique, as long as it is within the range of his spear technique, attacks that exceed the limit of several times can be dispelled, which is simply a necessary means for leapfrogging challenges. The spear technique of the 4 realms is already so powerful, what about the 5 realms? Even above the 5 realms. Liu Sheng couldn't imagine what kind of state that was. The daily warm-up is over. Liu Sheng scanned 2 more streets, accumulated memory fragments in his head, and found a random place to start practicing the idea of crystal conception, speeding up the transformation of the diamond human form into the golden obsidian human form. The second day. On the small terrace on the 3rd floor of the villa, Liu Sheng looked directly at the scorching sun. In my mind, the outline of a big sun is rapidly taking shape and strengthening. When the sun gradually rose and the light became more and more intense, and Liu Sheng felt that he couldn't bear it, he looked away. At this time, his eyes were like fire, and gold disappeared from his pupils. There is a bit of a superhuman, innate godlike feeling. This vision lasted for a long time before it slowly dissipated. Liu Sheng was about to go downstairs when he suddenly saw a figure walking towards him on the road in the distance. With a movement of his feet, he simply jumped directly from the 3rd floor. With a boom, it landed in the yard, leaving 2 cracked footprints on the bricks of the entrance floor. Liu Sheng took a step forward, lifting a foot of finely broken bricks. Forget it, let someone with a student's degree change it later. Seeing the brand new rockery in the yard, Liu Sheng said to himself. Walking out of the courtyard gate, Lin Ziyi just arrived. Brother Sheng, you came out, and I was just about to find you. Lin Ziyi was very happy to see him, and the dog-leg aura on his body increased day by day. Where is the entrance ceremony held, do you know? It is almost 9 o'clock now that the vice principal explained the matter yesterday. I know, in the 3rd auditorium, it is not necessarily possible to find the way. Lin Ziyi nodded seriously. Let's go. The campus of the 7th St. Wu University is very large, and it is easy for ordinary people to get lost, but Liu Sheng's spiritual power spreads out, and the coverage area exceeds 1 kilometer, so he can easily find the location of the 3rd auditorium. The 3rd auditorium is a building that looks like a staff cap. It is very large, surpassing ordinary small and medium-sized gymnasiums. Scattered new students entered at the door. When Liu Sheng and Lin Ziyi arrived, many people noticed them. It's Liu Sheng. Is he Liu Sheng? Tisk tisk. As soon as Liu Sheng walked into the auditorium, they attracted many people's attention. It was only the 2nd day of school, and Liu Sheng's name had spread throughout the group of freshmen. More and more people looked towards him. Or curiosity, or shock, or awe, or dissatisfaction. There were all kinds of eyes. Liu Sheng looked calm, but Lin Ziyi, who was following behind him, was quite excited. I really enjoyed the feeling of everyone's attention, raised my chin high, and interpreted the 4 words Fox Fake Tiger Prestige vividly. Liu Sheng randomly found a seat near the front row and sat down, mainly because he was going to speak on stage later, so it was convenient here. Lin Ziyi sat beside him, and the people nearby dispersed to other places. Many people saw the scene of Liu Sheng beating Wu Fan in the cafeteria yesterday. Those who didn't see it with their own eyes also saw Wu Fan with a bandage on his head this morning. They had a deeper understanding of Liu Sheng's cruelty. If they disagreed, they were pushed to the table. Huodong, Liu Sheng is here. A teenager walked up to Huodong and said in a low voice. Huodong nodded, he had already seen it. I heard that Liu Sheng is going to speak on behalf of the freshmen today. Su Jianfei and his gang seem to be planning to make trouble, and they asked you if you want to participate. The boy lowered his voice. Huodong moved his eyes and looked in one direction. His eyes fell on a boy who was also surrounded by several people. The boy's skin was bronze, and the muscles on his body were carved one by one. Shaved and chewing gum in his mouth, he looks badass. This boy has been looking at Liu Sheng's back since Liu Sheng came in, his eyes sparkling. Noticing Huodong's gaze, he turned his head and smiled at him. Huodong nodded slightly in response, and then withdrew his gaze. Su Jianfei can be regarded as one of the more powerful freshmen in this year. He is also the champion of martial arts in a certain big province, ranking in the top 20 in the country. When he came in yesterday, he was the same as the Wu Fan who was beaten up by Liu Sheng. He was extraordinarily arrogant, and he had fought with several freshmen in private. He already has a certain reputation among the freshman group and is a big hit on the freshman list. Don't worry about him for now, we'll see when the time comes. Huo Dongdao. The young man thought for a while, then hesitated and said, Su Jianfei has already attracted many people. If we don't join, when they bring down Liu Sheng, they will probably deal with you next. The best out there. Take down Liu Sheng? Is Liu Sheng really the big devil? Huo Dong shook his head and said, also, is Liu Sheng such an easy person to overthrow? Huo Dong looked in Liu Sheng's direction. For some reason, his martial arts instinct always told him to stay away from this person. The farther the better. Maybe it's because I saw Liu Sheng make 2 shots with my own eyes. Huo Dong is not very clear. 165 It turns out that garbage piled up in a pile can also bring people stress. 4. After a while, at around 9:10, the vice principal Zhao Kangtai and some school leaders walked in one after another. A huge banner was drawn above the auditorium, the 57th freshman entrance ceremony of the 7th Shengwu University. Tables and chairs have long been set up on the stage, and name cards are placed in front of each table. Seeing Principal Tan's Hongai whose name played in the middle, Liu Sheng was surprised at first that Wu Sheng would come in person. I found out later that this is the tradition of Shengwu University, and Wu Shen has not shown his face in front of the public for a long time. There is also a brown-black solid wood lecture seat in front of each leader's desk, with flower baskets of various colors on both sides, which is quite formal. A lot of leaders from the 7th Shengwu University came, and some of the sophomores and juniors also came, but I didn't see anyone with particularly strong blood. If you think about it, those who are strong are probably going out to work, and those who think about relying on students to complete the credits and graduate are probably not confident enough in their own strength. The school leaders of the 7th St. Martial Arts University are full of energy and blood, generally in the category of 6th level warriors, and the vice principal Zhao Kangtai is even a 7th level master. There are 4 or 5 vice principals of the 7th St. Martial Arts University. If all of them are like Zhao Kangtai, then there are 4 or 5 Grand Masters. For the 7 Saint Martial Heavens, there must be nearly 20 sects. Looking at it this way, it seems that the master is very worthless. But Liu Sheng did not forget. This is Kyoto Province, the heart of the Dragon Kingdom, and the holy land of martial arts that martial artists all over the country yearn for. It's not that the masters are worthless, but that many masters are gathered here. His current level has improved, and if he looks at the surrounding environment with the mentality he used to have in Beihe City, he will inevitably have this illusion. Welcome everyone to the 7th St. Martial University. The entrance ceremony began, and school-level leaders spoke one after another. Vice President Zhao Kangtai also spoke. Basically, it is to let the freshmen study hard, practice hard, don't waste the precious 4 years of college time, and come out to be a person who is useful to the country and the army, blah blah blah. After Zhao Kangtai finished speaking, the host stepped forward and said, next, we will invite this year's freshman representative, Liu Sheng, Den Glongwu #1 scholar, to speak on stage on behalf of the freshmen. After the host said these words, there were bursts of commotion in the place that had been quiet until now. A school leader stood up and emphasized the silence several times, and the auditorium barely fell silent. But the whispering sound was always there, buzzing and noisy. Liu Sheng stood up calmly, and did not deliberately use his mental strength to find out what these people were talking about him. He didn't even care what these guys were secretly plotting before the ceremony started. He just knows. From now on, it has been hovering in front of his eyes and ears. Those nasty flies will all disappear. Liu Sheng stood up and walked onto the podium. Zhao Kangtai glanced at the commotion in the audience, frowned, and asked Liu Sheng gently, "Are you ready?" Liu Sheng nodded. After preparing for a day, there shouldn't be any problem. Prepare for a day. Zhao Kangtai froze for a moment. He thought that Liu Sheng would be the kind of lonely genius who didn't care about anything other than martial arts, but he didn't expect that he would be so concerned about a small matter of speech and give him face like this. It seems that his understanding of Liu Sheng is still too one-sided, and he has to see the truth from a small point. Thinking of this, Zhao Kangtai's expression on his face became more gentle, and he encouraged him, "Okay, just talk about it." Quiet. Zhao Kangtai made a special sound, even a trace of the Grand Master's aura emanated, and Xia Ran was silent underneath. Liu Sheng walked to the speaking seat, turned up the microphone, and quietly swept around. He saw the young and flamboyant faces. Some of these faces are full of curiosity, some are in awe, some are admiring, some are playful, some are disdainful, and some are sneering. There is also the ambition to try to replace it. Liu Sheng spoke. "I'm Liu Sheng. I know many of you don't agree with me. Then today, I will give you such an opportunity to challenge me. Allow you all to go together." After finishing speaking, Liu Sheng turned around and calmly said to Zhao Kangtai, "Vice Principal, I have finished what I should say. I am going to do it next, hope you understand." Then walk back to the middle of the podium. Everyone is dumbfounded. Whether on stage or off stage. At the beginning, Zhao Kangtai was looking forward to Liu Sheng's speech with leisure. He really wanted to hear how exciting the manuscript would be for Liu Sheng, who is Deng Xuanyuan. Result. That's it? 4 sentences? Do you still have to do it in the end? Zhao Kangtai, who was a 7th level Grand Master, was stunned. The freshmen below were also dumbfounded. Whether it is someone who is afraid of Liu Sheng or who is preparing to overthrow Liu Sheng. What? They haven't done anything yet. Liu Sheng first stood up and said that he would do them. The script shouldn't be like this. Lin Ziyi stared at Liu Sheng on the stage in a daze. For a long time, he finally managed to choke out a word. "As expected of my holy brother, he is awesome." It was quiet for a few seconds, and Liu Sheng got a little impatient. Frowning, an aura burst out from him. It was as if invisible ripples quickly swept across the audience. "What? Don't dare to!" Liu Sheng scanned the audience with cold eyes. "Are you all trash?" This sentence was like some kind of catalyst, and the audience began to stir up. "Liu Sheng, you are too crazy." A strong boy with a slender body, a bronze complexion, and a bit of arrogance stood up from his seat, with rage in his eyes. "Who do you think you are?" Boom! A powerful aura suddenly erupted from the boy's body. His blood was so high that the tables and chairs in the front and back were blown away by the invisible aura. The color of his skin began to change, from the original bronze to a silvery black, flashing a metallic luster under the light. The strong boy standing up is like a fuse. Another tall and burly boy stood up. "Yeah, I really think I am invincible." The 3rd place, this time, is a handsome boy with a slender figure. "It's been a long time since anyone said that in front of me." 4th place. "I've long wanted to see the strength of Deng Longwu champion." 5th place. One by one the new students stood up, both male and female. Each of them has a powerful momentum far exceeding that of their peers. These auras are like straight-up smoke, like volcanoes about to erupt, making the atmosphere of the entire auditorium scorching and hot. 0 Ask for flowers. The rolling fighting spirit affects everyone. Seeing that Wu Fan with the bandage on his head stood up, Huo Dong's eyes flickered, and he also felt an urge to try. Intuition tells him that this is not a wise choice, but Huo Dong can feel the eyes of people around him. If he doesn't stand up today, the small group around him with him as the core will collapse immediately. Everyone would think. Huo Dong is afraid of Liu Sheng. Hold! Rao is Lin Ziyi, who has always been fearless. Seeing this scene is a little bit. Dozens of powerful figures among the freshmen stood in front of him in unison, as well as their followers, with full momentum. These are not ordinary people, but the top martial arts geniuses from all over the country. The breaths were connected together, and the spearhead pointed at Liu Sheng. Even if he was just watching from the sidelines, Lin Ziyi had the feeling that a huge wave was about to roll down. Forget it, if it's a big deal, I'll just get beaten up. Could it be that they don't beat me to death? Lin Ziyi gritted his teeth and ran to Liu Sheng's feet. Facing eyes full of fighting spirit and hostility, Lin Ziyi showed the fierceness of his life. I fuck your horses. Reversed. Vice-Chancellor. On the stage, several school leaders were also a little panicked. The current situation is obviously beyond their control. A group of 4th level or even 5th level, lawless freshmen flipped the table, just like a group of strange beasts out of the cage. Haven't fallen out yet? Zhao Kangtai's face was calm, he glanced at Liu Sheng's back, still as stable as Mount Tai. No rush, let's have a look first. At this moment, all eyes were on Liu Sheng alone. Waves of invisible and terrifying pressure swept towards him. Liu Sheng's face was as calm as ever. He glanced around at the faces of those standing up below, and said calmly, it turns out that the accumulation of garbage can also bring people a little bit of pressure. Liu Sheng twisted his neck, and the joints of his body made a crisp sound of starting. He jumped off the stage, his momentum rising day by day. Like a sleeping tiger waking up. Exactly, I want to see too. You bunch of rubbish. Why on earth are you qualified to sit with me? When he said the last word, Liu Sheng's momentum exploded. As if the super-large reservoir had released the flood, the 10th level volcano erupted loudly. Surging golden light erupted from every inch of his body, as if a sun was rising in the auditorium. When Liu Sheng was up for a second, he was still standing under the podium. Reappeared, already in front of the strong boy with metallic complexion. The latter's pupils shrank suddenly, caught off guard, and subconsciously wanted to raise his hand to resist. But a slender and powerful hand has already firmly pressed his head, and he went down. Boom! Half of the muscular boy was pushed into the hard floor of the auditorium by Sheng Liu. His head was completely sunken, his feet were facing up, and the surrounding area was full of broken and rolled floor tiles. You are the first. Liu Sheng withdrew his hand, and looked indifferently at a tall and burly boy not far away. You are the second. The boy who was stared at by Liu Sheng felt his scalp go numb instantly, and he looked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Swish and jump up on the spot. 166 The conquest of the warriors failed, and the next is the long reign of the devil. 5. Liu Sheng leaned forward and appeared in front of the tall boy in an instant. Almost face to face with it. Facing those golden pupils, the tall boy almost suffocated for a moment. He was really suffocating. At some point, Liu Sheng's right hand grabbed his neck and lifted him up high. The latter's fists beat his 5 fingers and the back of his palm frantically, but only a dull and powerless sound came out. Weak, but stubborn. Liu Sheng shook his head, and smashed it hard on the ground in a throwing gesture. Boom! There was a loud crash in the auditorium. With the tall boy as the center, the surrounding tables and chairs were all shattered, and the ground was cracked. His whole body was almost half sinked into the floor, as if he had been forcibly embedded in it. Everyone around was dumbfounded. At this time, each of them had an illusion in their hearts. With Liu Sheng as the center, a huge shadow is rising rapidly, gradually covering the lights of the entire auditorium ceiling. Go together! I don't know who it is, and shouted angrily. Those powerful freshmen who had stood up before, just woke up one by one, and rushed towards Liu Sheng quickly. Liu Sheng turned his head to the side with a calm expression. He raised his right arm, and the gang qi on the 740 arm surged, as if setting off a golden wave in the air. Boom! Several freshmen who had just approached Liu Sheng's side flew backwards at a faster speed than when they came. Crack! 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 It hit the wall, like an oil painting that was originally hung on the wall and then was shaken off. One by one, the wall slowly slid down. Garbage is still garbage after all, even if it is piled up, it is still garbage. I expect too much from you. Liu Sheng strolled along the aisle in the middle of the auditorium with a calm expression, as if he was just walking in an ordinary way. On both sides of him, people continued to attack him. But Liu Sheng just raised his hand and punched. That one person was thrown out like a scarecrow. The gang chi surging on his body was like a golden banner that was hunting and moving. Wherever it points, there is a disaster. The faces of the freshmen who were facing Liu Sheng turned pale. They looked at Liu Sheng who was walking towards them slowly, as if they saw a huge shadow spreading towards them little by little. The desperation and depression made their bodies tremble uncontrollably, their legs trembled, and their mouths were dry. A stout boy gritted his teeth, let out a low growl, and rushed towards Liu Sheng with red eyes. Big balls of flames gushed out from his fists, and waves of heat surged. The whole person seemed to turn into a cannonball without hesitation, and smashed hard on Liu Sheng with a bang. Then, Liu Sheng lowered his head and looked at the boy with his fist imprinted on his chest, with a somewhat astonished expression. His brows furrowed slightly. You burned my clothes. Liu Sheng waved his hand horizontally. The stout boy didn't even have time to say a word, and he flew sideways, smashing a table and chairs. Liu Sheng patted the scorched t-shirt that was punched by the thick boy, raised his head, his face remained calm. Fear spread like a plague in the auditorium. The rest of the freshmen looked at Liu Sheng as if they were looking at a monster who had escaped from a trap, a great demon king who had broken the seal and wreaked havoc on the world. Liu Sheng continued to walk forward, the soft soles of his shoes made slight footsteps on the smooth floor. Also stepped on the hearts of the remaining new students in the auditorium. Bang 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 _W. Bang bang bang. A well-proportioned, well-built girl finally couldn't stand the pressure and rushed towards Liu Sheng. Her figure disappeared in the middle of the journey, as if turning into the wind. Too slow. Liu Sheng spoke flatly, and stretched out his hand to scratch the air somewhere in front of him. The figure of the girl suddenly appeared, and was strangled by Liu Sheng's right hand, struggling wildly with her limbs. Liu Sheng lifted the girl, looked closely at it, and was about to throw it out. Suddenly, there was a violent piercing sound in the ear. Dozens of black and silver cone-shaped weapons were firmly nailed to Liu Sheng's back, and the clothes on Liu Sheng's back were directly torn. I hit him. An excited voice sounded in the auditorium. A handsome boy came out, his eyes were shining, and his face was filled with great excitement and joy. But the next moment, the boy's pupils shrank, as if seeing an extremely unbelievable scene, he blurted out. Impossible! I saw dozens of black and silver alls floating automatically. Liu Sheng's back was smooth and clean, with perfect muscle contours looming. There are no wounds on it, not even a trace. Dozens of small black and silver cones flew in front of Liu Sheng. Under the oppression of a pair of invisible big hands, they were quickly twisted, squeezed together, and kneaded into a ball abruptly. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Liu Sheng's eyes fell on the handsome boy, whose body was trembling like chaff, and his lips trembling as he spoke. You are also a spiritual teacher. Liu Sheng didn't answer, but asked very seriously, who allowed you to tickle me without authorization? Next second, the black and silver twisted iron ball in front of him flew out suddenly. Before the handsome boy could react, he was hit by the ball, flew away, and hit the wall heavily. Pata! Liu Sheng threw the unconscious girl in his hand on the ground at his feet, and scanned the audience with indifferent eyes. An invisible force suddenly erupted from him, and all the surrounding debris, tables and chairs were thrown away. Form a vacuum zone centered on him. At this point, the huge auditorium was dead silent. Everyone is numb, their heads are blank, the ability to think is missing. Only one instinct remains. That is, shudder. Uncontrollable trembling. In their eyes, although Liu Sheng just stood there indifferently, there was endless pressure erupting from him. Let them suffocate, can't help but want to kneel. That is the instinctive reaction of creatures at the bottom of the food chain facing predators at the top of the food chain. A group of school leaders on the rostrum were also dumbfounded. They all knew that Liu Sheng was the #1 scholar in Denglongwu, and they had read the admission materials. I knew that Liu Sheng was very strong, but I didn't expect to be so strong. It's like a 10th level typhoon passing through the country. Wherever it passes, there is nothing to stop it, and all obstacles are pushed away or crushed. Even in their hearts, a trace of fear could not be restrained. They are only level 6. Zhao Kangtai was still sitting upright, the gold-rimmed glasses on his face still couldn't block the sharp and strange light from his eyes. Shock 0. Spectacular. Zhao Kangtai can only use such words to describe Liu Sheng's performance. I'm really looking forward to it. Zhao Kangtai picked up the teacup in hand and took a sip. The remaining half of his sentence was buried in the cool tea. The day people from the other 6 Shengwu universities saw Liu Sheng, Huo Dong was completely dumbfounded. Standing still. While he was still considering whether to make a move, the battle called overthrowing Liu Sheng was over. Simple and fast. The entire battle was one-sided from beginning to end. With an attitude of absolute dominance, Liu Sheng decisively resolved all opposition to the people. The conquest of the warriors failed, and the world will usher in the dark and long rule of the devil. Huo Dong didn't know why this line suddenly popped up in his mind. He didn't know which anime he had seen. In a trance, he even read it in a low voice. But this sentence seemed to attract Liu Sheng's attention, and Liu Sheng looked at Huo Dong. Huo Dong woke up suddenly, his body tensed up, subconsciously wanting to step back. But Liu Sheng was very fast, appearing in front of him in the blink of an eye. Liu Sheng looked down at Huo Dong. Huo Dong couldn't see Liu Sheng's face clearly. Liu Sheng's back blocked the light above his head, leaving only a shadow cast on Huo Dong's face. You just stood up. Liu Sheng spoke. No. Huo Dong quickly opened his mouth to defend, and even shook his head in order to strengthen his persuasion. No, I just saw you standing up. I don't. Absolutely not. Huo Dong was in a hurry, and argued hard, wanting to stand up. In the next second, there was a bone-piercing chill on his back, and his scalp was numb. Forget it, it's not bad for you. Liu Sheng's hand fell down. After a few seconds, Huo Dong passed out. After solving the last one, Liu Sheng stood up with satisfaction. The opportunity was given to you, but unfortunately you couldn't grasp it. Liu Sheng glanced around. Wherever he looked, the freshmen immediately backed away in panic. 3.3, as if they were afraid of being burned by his eyes. I hope that next time, I won't run around in front of me. Please tell them when you wake up. Liu Sheng pointed to the freshman who had been knocked unconscious by him and lay on the ground. The standing freshmen nodded frantically. They absolutely believed that even if they didn't convey it, no one among the freshmen would dare to provoke Liu Sheng again. It was terrible. Words cannot express the shock and fear in my heart. It's not at all. It's not an opponent in the same weight as all of them. Liu Sheng tugged at the tattered t-shirt on the back, thinking that it would be ugly to go out like this, so he simply took off the clothes on Huo Dong who was lying on the ground, and put them on indiscriminately. Then he walked to the rostrum and said to Zhao Kangtai who was drinking tea, Vice Principal, I have finished my speech as a freshman representative. Zhao Kangtai nodded, put down the teacup in his hand, glanced at the messy auditorium, and said, leave a few students to clean the venue, and send those who should be sent to the infirmary. The others, disband. The entrance ceremony of the 57th freshman of the 7th Shengwu University has come to a successful conclusion. 167 When hiding the front, hide the front, and when not hiding, reveal it. 1. Super Burning Editing, the strongest freshman in history, ruling the freshman list with 1 against 100. Dragon Martial Arts Champion Liu Sheng's strength is fully exposed. On the second day of enrollment, pointing to the list of old students, if you are still slack, you should work hard. 6th level warrior plus 3rd level spiritualist. A comprehensive analysis of Liu Sheng's strength. The 7th Saint Martial Arts strongest new star is born. Liu Sheng browses the campus network on a daily basis. Scrolling with the mouse, you can find posts about him with just a scan. His high-profile and shocking battle at the entrance ceremony, after a few days of fermentation, has already caused quite a stir on the campus of the 7th Saint Martial Arts University. It's like throwing a stone into a calm pool, causing waves to burst. Liu Sheng had expected this result, so he clicked on a video. I don't know if it was filmed by freshmen now, or directly transferred from the surveillance of the 3rd auditorium, but the quality of the video is quite clear. Watching the battle from the perspective of a bystander, Liu Sheng felt a little bit shocked. The Liu Sheng in the video is like a high-level boss who strayed into novice village by mistake, running rampant among a group of freshmen and crushing them everywhere. That kind of terrifying strength that determines everything gives people a great sense of visual impact. Even through the video, you can feel the powerlessness and despair in the freshman's heart when facing Liu Sheng. Even Liu Sheng felt a little bit sorry for those who were pushed back and forth by him on the ground. No wonder it caused such a big commotion in the school. Why have I become so violent recently? It seems that I am more and more used to using force to solve 02 things. Liu Sheng looked at the video in front of him, recalled his various behaviors after entering school, and questioned himself in his heart. Is it because the strength is growing too fast? Part of it. Thinking back carefully, it took me more than half a year from the end of the selection of Kaiming generals to the end of the college entrance examination and the start of university. It's been a long period of precipitation. During this period, except for fighting in the dream space, he didn't fight anyone. And the strength has experienced a series of rapid development and changes. So much so that the desire to fight, the desire to express, and the desire to destroy in his heart have accumulated to an unprecedented height. This state reached a peak after successfully solving the long-term goal of Grandmaster Valkyrie. Then after entering the 7th Saint Martial University, he couldn't wait to find a gap to vent. Another important reason is that these guys are really too weak. Liu Sheng watched the freshmen who were ravaged by him in the video, thinking silently. Weakness is not the original sin, but it is wrong to be weak without knowing it. When he played against these freshmen, he didn't feel any pressure at all. Like that. After reaching so many levels in the game, I returned to Novice Village in a magical costume, killing novice monsters and sweeping away a large area, like mowing grass. It is because the opponent is weak, and because it is too annoying. So Liu Sheng subconsciously thought of solving the problem in front of him in the simplest and most direct way. Violence cannot solve all problems, but violence can solve most problems. This is the principle that Liu Sheng has always advocated. There is no such thing as humility in fighting for supremacy in martial arts, every punch is one's own future. I was going to quickly increase the authority of the fire resource pool by manifesting my sage. When I should hide my front, I can hide my front. When I shouldn't hide, I should show my sharpness. Liu Sheng's face was calm, and there was a sharp gun-like light flashing in his eyes. After growing rapidly in strength and gaining more and more abilities and wisdom, Liu Sheng himself did not realize that his character and mentality were also undergoing some changes. Become more decisive, more domineering, more assertive and aggressive. The originally obscure outline of the big sun in my mind suddenly trembled and became solid quickly. Even Liu Sheng's spiritual power shrank inward, and then revealed it, showing a somewhat crystal-clear feeling. A breakthrough in martial arts will. Liu Sheng was taken aback, quite pleased. The idea of the Great Sun Temple is the way of the master of the star body training technique, and the spiritual power is also closely related to the will of the master. His sentiments can resonate with both, which proves that his ideas are correct. Liu Sheng was smiling, his eyes were clear, shining like diamonds. He looked at the freshman who was beaten by him in the video, and said to himself, "Yes, I can pity, sympathize and even feel guilty. But the only thing you can't regret is, which one of the real masters is not the only one who respects himself and says what he says? If you can't do this, you can't become a master at all." The words of the master have come to fruition, and they can be wrong, but they can never be taken back. If you don't even believe in what you have done and the path you have traveled, how can you condense your own way? Liu Sheng can clearly feel that he has taken another big step forward from the realm of the master. At this moment, looking at those posts about him, there is no wave in my heart. Liu Sheng flipped through the post again, and suddenly came across a very interesting comment. "It's just a group of 3 and 4 level brats playing around, so there's nothing to make a fuss about. You can go in and see who is at the top of the old student list, which one can't achieve this effect." This Liu Sheng is strong, but his strength is because his opponent is too weak. A genius who has not undergone mission experience and life and death special training can only be regarded as a flower in a greenhouse, far behind the old students of the same level. Let me ask you, how much can your current self compare to your school self? This comment received so many likes that even Liu Sheng couldn't help giving him a like. Although the reviewer also made the comments from the perspective of the old student in order to maintain the face of the old student, deliberately avoiding the fact that Liu Sheng beat the old student twice in a row, but I have to say that some of his ideas are still good. Indeed one. He said to himself, "I urgently need to enter a higher and bigger stage now. You can't really stay in college for 4 years." Liu Sheng forked out the web page casually. The 7th Shengwu University is actually no different from ordinary universities. Most of them are a group of boring people who have nothing else to do except practice. If there is any fluctuation in the list of old students in 2 days, these posts about him will be covered soon. Jingle bell. The phone next to the computer rang. Liu Sheng glanced at the caller and picked up the phone. "Governor Xia, I am Liu Sheng." "Okay, I know." Liu Sheng hung up the phone. Xia Pingnan called to inform him that within a few days, the cold weapon long gun he bought for Liu Sheng would be delivered. Let him pay attention. Today seems to be the time to choose a cold weapon for majoring in. Xia Pingnan's gift is timely. Liu Sheng looked at the time again. Just enough time left for him to take a shower and rush to class. When Liu Sheng finished packing and came out of the villa, Lin Ziyi was already waiting at the door. After the incident of the entrance ceremony, Lin Ziyi's attitude towards Liu Sheng has changed again. Respect, worship, almost fanatical. Lin Ziyi seems to have become Liu Sheng's #1 fan and younger brother, and is proud of it. The Holy Brother is still the same Holy Brother, but the Holy Brother is not the original Holy Brother. Of course, Lin Ziyi bravely stood up at the entrance ceremony, stood on Liu Sheng's side, and tried to shout the phrase "I knocked all your horses" to the freshman who tried to challenge Liu Sheng, which also showed "Be faithful to yourself." It made Liu Sheng's already good impression of him a little bit better. "Brother Sheng, you are completely popular now. It is said that someone among the old students has proposed to include you in the old student rankings." As soon as Lin Ziyi saw Liu Sheng, he immediately talked to him excitedly. But Liu Sheng just hummed flatly and didn't say much. Seeing that Liu Sheng didn't seem to like to talk about this, he immediately changed the subject. "It is said that today I will choose to major in cold weapons, and then I will be divided into 810. Brother Sheng, what weapon do you plan to choose? I will follow you when the time comes." Liu Sheng glanced at him and said, "What do you plan to choose?" Liu Sheng made it clear that he wanted to listen to his true thoughts. Lin Ziyi hesitated for a moment, and replied honestly, "The first choice is the gun. I think swords are light, but the gun is the most domineering, enough for a man. After saying a few words, he quickly added, but if you choose the sword, I will follow you in choosing the sword. Liu Sheng patted Lin Ziyi on the shoulder, and said earnestly, don't be influenced by me, cold weapons are a lifetime thing, you can choose whatever you like. After finishing speaking, he walked away without looking back, leaving Lin Ziyi standing alone entangled for a long time. When Liu Sheng and Lin Ziyi came to the classroom, the noisy classroom immediately fell silent. Then all the people who were sitting scattered all stood up at the same time and retreated to both sides of the seats. After Liu Sheng randomly found a seat in the front row to sit down, these people looked for seats to sit down again. After the entrance ceremony, Liu Sheng's intimidating power among the freshmen. So scary. For many people, Liu Sheng is no longer a shadow, but a nightmare. Hide if you can, and try to be as honest as possible if you can't hide, hoping not to cause Liu Sheng's displeasure. The same goes for the strong freshmen who were beaten by Liu Sheng. However, many people's fear is fear, and they still hold a breath in their hearts, thinking that in the future, or many years later, I can get the place back. Fortunately, the days of being aggrieved will soon be over. When the division of the cold weapon major is over, they will take classes in different places every day, so they don't have to keep avoiding Liu Sheng like this. Anyway, many people have a simple and pure idea in their hearts. That is, never choose a cold weapon major like Liu Sheng. Ask for some monthly tickets, I will be the first one right away. Some big brothers lost a few tickets, thank you. 168 Invasion of Rules, Fight to the End. 2. Huo Dong sat down in a seat in the back row, feeling equally aggrieved. But more is the lingering shadow and fear of the entrance ceremony battle a few days ago. Liu Sheng is too scary. As the last person to be knocked out by Liu Sheng, Huo Dong watched the battle from beginning to end. Physical and mental shock. Especially when Liu Sheng crushed him at the end. The sense of despair and powerlessness that he couldn't even resist made Huo Dong dream that he was trapped in a completely closed underground water tank for 3 nights in a row. Surrounded by rising water lines, nothing can be done, only to be swallowed by coldness and despair bit by bit. Then wake up, and so on. Denglong, is Denglong really that scary? Huo Dong asked himself in his heart. The answer is yes. What is terrifying is not the number 1 scholar in Denglong Wu, but Liu Sheng who became the number 1 scholar in Denglong Wu. The level he has achieved as the number 1 scholar in the dragon martial arts is really too high, far beyond his 5th place in the country, and definitely surpassed Huo Dong's old opponent Nai Renjia who won the 3rd place in the country, and even 2nd. Thinking of studying in the same school with a guy like Liu Sheng for 4 years, Huo Dong regretted coming to the 7th Shengwu University. Huo Dong looked around at the freshmen who obviously still had scars on their bodies. I thought silently in my heart, everyone must have the same idea as him now. The breath held in my heart, imagining that one day I can get back the position from Liu Sheng. Probably the last bit of pride and stubbornness left by this group of people belongs to geniuses. Liu Sheng doesn't know what other people are thinking right now. Anyway, he thinks it's pretty good now. At the very least. When he sat in the front row of the classroom, the gazes behind him were obviously much less. There are more than 200 freshmen enrolled in the 7th Shengwu University this year. If every time you attend a class or participate in some group activities, there are always such small 300 eyes sweeping over you, do you think you are annoying? Liu Sheng found another good reason for his previous violence. I am very relieved. Jingle bell. The class bell rang. Someone stepped in and walked in. Liu Sheng looked up. It was a man in his late teens who wore a grey suit jacket, silver-white hair mixed with black, and a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Liu Sheng is no stranger to the visitors, after all, he has attended classes for several days. The man's surname is Su, and he is the main lecturer of the Alien Animal Science class for the freshmen, at the professor level. He enjoys a certain reputation in the whole world in the two researches of exotic animal pharmacology engineering and exotic animal material engineering. He is regarded as a highly respected professor and lecturer specially hired by the 7th Sheng University. Animals is the most important cultural subject in the university. So far, Liu Sheng has listened very carefully to every class. At the same time, he also felt that Professor Su spoke very well. The personable Professor Su walked to the podium, put down the courseware and textbooks in his hand, pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose to scan the class, and then said, "Everyone should already know the news about the division of cold weapon majors today. Therefore, I hope that everyone will listen carefully in the next class. Because the content of this lesson has a lot to do with what kind of cold weapons you choose, why you want to learn cold weapons, and how you should go on the road of martial arts in the future." Professor Su's personality has always been easygoing, and he doesn't care whether you listen or not when he is giving lectures. Anyway, he only talks about himself. It's the first time I've seen such a serious attitude, so it must be really important. Even Liu Sheng straightened his body slightly. Seeing everyone's attitude corrected, Professor Su nodded in satisfaction. Today's alien beast class, we don't teach the content of the class. Let me ask you a question first. Why do you think humans practice martial arts? Professor Su inspected the freshmen below, and finally stopped on a boy in a red t-shirt. You answer. The boy in the red t-shirt didn't hesitate, stood up and replied, humans practice martial arts to fight against alien beasts and protect their homeland. Then why do human beings choose the way of martial arts, or to put it another way that you young people can understand? Professor Su continued to ask, why do we human beings focus on the martial arts tree instead of the technology tree that has already been established when we face a powerful opponent like a beast? Professor Su's question stunned everyone. Liu Sheng's eyes flickered, he seemed to know the purpose of Professor Su's question. Because the original heat weapons of human beings are useless against alien beasts, and have little effect. Good. Professor Su affirmed the answer given by the boy in the red t-shirt, and then threw out the third question he raised in this class. Then, please answer me. Why are the original technological hot weapons of human beings useless against alien beasts? This time the boy in the red t-shirt couldn't answer. Most of the people in the classroom were lost in thought. Liu Sheng heard Lin Ziyi muttering, who knows, and no one taught me. Yet, no one ever taught it. In other words, from childhood to adulthood, these people have been indoctrinated with the concept that hot weapons cannot deal with alien beasts, so if you practice martial arts well, only martial art is the only way to fight alien beasts. They only know that thermal weapons are useless against alien beasts, but they don't know why thermal weapons are useless against alien beasts. It's like someone told you 1 + 1 = 2 since you were young, but you don't know why 1 + 1 = 2. There is a reason. Because of the rules. Liu Sheng answered in his heart. His eyes were calm, and the explanation he had searched for in the dream space naturally appeared in his mind. And these explanations, and Su Xiao's answer in front of him. Basically similar. Because of the rules. Professor Su replied coldly. Humans have fought against alien beasts for more than 300 years, so far, they have never stopped exploring and researching the origin of alien beasts. Although there is no answer yet, one thing is certain. Professor Su turned around and wrote down a few keywords with chalk on the blackboard: different world, different space. These strange beasts are creatures from another world, or another space, or even another dimension. It's not clear what exactly they invaded us for. Maybe it's just the instinct of aggression, maybe it's something else. It is precisely because of their origin and this characteristic that our thermal weapons fail. Next, I will show you a video. Professor Su turned on the projector in class, connected the storage disk he brought, and started playing a video. Liu Sheng looked at the screen of the video. What is shown in the screen is a battle between humans and alien beasts. It was a terrifying beast over 8 meters tall and 12 meters long, with 4 sickle-like forelimbs raised high, like a big cockroach. This is a 7-legged knife mantis, a 7th-level beast, which is equivalent to a 7th-level master among us human warriors. Professor Su explained from the side. Facing such a terrifying beast of level 7, the human side sent just a group of ordinary soldiers. In other words, it is not ordinary, as if his physical fitness has reached the strength level of a 2nd or even 3rd level martial artist. If it was before the rise of martial arts, these people could be called the elite of the elite. Each of these soldiers is equipped with a powerful thermal weapon, and they opened fire frantically at the 7-legged knife mantis. But those fierce attacks hit Kizutao mantis like jelly beans sprinkled on it, without the slightest bit of power it should have. By the end, even the sound of firing had changed. It became da-da-da, like the sound of a toy gun, revealing a deep powerlessness. Brute! In the picture, a brave soldier suddenly roared, holding a bunch of bombs and rushing towards Dao Mantis. He succeeded. He managed to arrange his body to fall in front of Kizutao Manting. But he also failed. Because the bombs that had been detonated on his body did not emit any sparks until he died. The video stopped abruptly, and Professor Su pressed the pause button. This is a precious video from before the first year of Budo. Professor Su put his hands on the podium, looked down at the audience, and said calmly, "Now, do you know what the rules are?" The entire classroom was silent, and all the freshmen were silent. At this time, some parts of their worldview are collapsing and quietly rebuilding. Sheng couldn't help feeling in his heart that the behavior of these people was exactly the same as his behavior after he learned the truth. Sheng had this question in his mind a long time ago. Later, after the Tinder, Li's Hao, resource library permissions were raised for the first time, he found the answer. The alien beasts that invaded the world more or less carried some aura from other worlds. And these breaths are the culprits that make human hot weapons lose their original brilliance. The more powerful the beast, the stronger and wider the surrounding force field that distorts the rules. Not even a nuclear bomb can detonate around him, it can only be turned into a piece of scrap iron. This situation became more and more serious in the later stage of martial arts civilization, and the black mist representing the rules of another world enveloped the earth. Within the range covered by the black mist, the effectiveness of human technological civilization has been greatly weakened. The black mist was so dense that even turning on a light was a luxury. This is an invasion of rules. Therefore, humans after 10,000 years of martial arts will choose to launch survival exploration spacecraft into the starry sky at such a later stage. It's not that they don't want to, but that technological civilization has been completely suppressed. In such a difficult environment, development is naturally half the effort. Or so to speak. 10,000 years later, human beings have never given up hope of winning this war until the real dead end. So he had no choice but to seek the final escape route and sow the last fire. This is a well thought out setting from the very beginning. There may be loopholes, I hope everyone will be tolerant, thank you, please ask for a monthly ticket. 169 Pay attention, don't choose guns as a major, don't choose. 3. We didn't choose Budo, but Budo chose us. To survive the invasion of alien beasts, we can only rely on the power of martial arts. Professor Su said. Professor, since our thermal weapons will be affected by the rules of the other world, won't they not be affected when the alien beasts enter our world? At this time, a girl with a domineering temperament and calm eyes stood up and asked. Good question. Professor Su praised, but continued, unfortunately, I can't answer your question. I'd love to know the answer too. Maybe the answer is right in front of us, we just haven't found it. What do you mean, Professor? Professor Su's eyes under the thick lenses were as cold as ice cubes without temperature. I mean, maybe these beasts have been affected by the rules. Perhaps they were originally stronger, but now they are weakened. Or maybe, they were just like this. Professor Su picked up the chalk in his hand and lightly placed it on the projection screen. The hideous face of the giant seven-legged sword mantis is frozen on the screen. A small insect that we can crush to death at any time, after undergoing regular magnification, becomes the behemoth we see now. Everyone was stunned, and someone murmured, "It's not fair." "Yes, it's not fair." Professor Su put down the chalk, sighed softly, and said to everyone in a tone mixed with inexplicable emotions, "There are many things in this world that are not fair. This is what I want to tell you today. I hope that I can help you choose to major in cold weapons, 183 in your future martial arts path. Thanks, get out of class is over." Professor Su took off his glasses, wiped them with a handkerchief, put away the courseware and walked towards the door. The bell for the end of get out of class just rang. There was a long period of silence in the huge auditorium. Everyone was immersed in what Professor Su said, shocked, unable to calm down for a long time. After a few minutes, the classroom was humming and restless. "It's ridiculous, I can accept that the alien beast is strengthened by the rules, but how is it possible for such a small praying mantis to become a 7th level guru-level existence? Don't you think so, prison?" Lin Ziyi muttered and said to Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng didn't answer, he was still thinking about what Professor Su said. Having mastered the resource pool of fire seeds and sitting on the 10,000-year-old civilization crystallization of martial arts, he knows more and deeper than Professor Su. But what Professor Su just said gave Liu Sheng an inspiration and a deeper thought. The alien beast invasion, if it is really a product of the enlarged rules. Just a bunch of mindless insects strayed into the lower world, like Gulliver strayed into Lilliputian. This is not impossible. Liu Sheng has seen similar movies in his previous life. High-latitude organisms invade the low-latitude world, and an ant can destroy the world. If the origin of humanity's crisis comes from an insect, so, could the reason for the extinction of human beings be because of a real invasion of intelligent creatures from another world? A picture popped up in Liu Sheng's mind. An ordinary person stands in front of an ant's nest, and he sprinkles some water, and in the eyes of the ants, he becomes a flood that destroys the world. He dropped a few stones, which looked like meteorites to the ants. In fact, the gap between high and low-dimensional worlds is much bigger than this. If it is really a high-latitude intelligent creature accidentally discovered our small paper world, and became interested in it, and began to take the initiative to throw things into it for fun. Even finally shot himself. Then the fall of human civilization is entirely possible. The difficulty of saving human civilization will be far beyond my imagination. At this moment, Liu Sheng felt a lot of confusion in his heart. This is no longer a matter that can be solved by taking a step back, gritting his teeth and giving up Zygia for everyone, and throwing out all the fire resource curries things in the 300 years of martial arts in one go. It's hard, very hard. I can hardly see the direction of the road ahead, any hope. Liu Sheng quickly regained his composure. Worrying now is worthless. All you can do is to continuously strengthen yourself, step up step by step, and uncover the answer to this mystery bit by bit. Perhaps, when the authority is raised to a certain level, the Tinder resource library will tell him the real answer. The short break time ended quickly, and a lecturer-like person with an unfamiliar face walked into the classroom by stepping on the bell. "My name is Zhang Wei, and I am the general counselor in charge of your freshmen. I'm sorry to meet you for the first time after school has started for so long, mainly because of delays due to other things." Looking not much older than the freshman, the young man in his 20s said this on the podium in a flat tone. Liu Sheng smelled a faint smell of blood and wound medicine from him. He remembered that on the day of the entrance ceremony, the position of the chief counselor on the rostrum was indeed vacant, but the position was relatively remote, and no one noticed it at all. In fact, it is not too late, after all, cold weapons are what everyone really majors in for 4 years in college. In the future, if you have anything to do, you can come to me at any time, please remember my phone number. A young man named Zhang Wei wrote a series of numbers on the blackboard, and then enlarged some pictures on the screen through the projection screen. Here are some pictures of cold weapons. Knife, sword, spear, halberd, whip, hammer. Almost every imaginable cold weapon is included on it, as well as some new cold weapons that Liu Sheng has never even heard of, acai. There is also a large paragraph of text description under each cold weapon picture. Zhang Wei said, "Next, I will briefly explain the advantages and disadvantages of each cold weapon. During this time, you can combine what Professor Su taught in the last class, and your own talents and preferences, to decide what you want. What type of cold weapon to choose for major training? Decided to report to me before the end of this class, and then you will have 3 days of trial class time. During these 3 days, if you feel that you are not suitable for this weapon, you can find me to replace it at any time. Simply put, within these 3 days, you can take any cold weapon class at will. But after 3 days, if you want to replace it." Zhang Wei paused and said, "It's not impossible, it's just very troublesome, and I don't recommend you to do this. Okay, let me introduce you to the first cold weapon." Zhang Wei explained the knowledge of cold weapons to the freshmen below one by one according to the PPT and video. Liu Sheng listened carefully. His major weapon had already been chosen, which was a gun. But it doesn't mean that he doesn't need to learn other cold weapons. The existence of Shiquan martial arts predestined that Liu Sheng's path in the future will be very different from that of ordinary martial artists. That's a. After walking, everyone has to go, so that everyone has nowhere to go. Brother Sheng, are you really planning on not revealing to me in advance what cold weapon you plan to choose? Lin Ziyi secretly talked to Liu Sheng, with a bit of anticipation and begging in his eyes. It's not that Lin Ziyi really does this kind of shit. The main reason is that he thought that if he and Liu Sheng choose the same major of cold weapons, he can ask Liu Sheng to help guide him if he encounters any difficulties in cultivation in the future. Liu Sheng thought for a while and replied, "I haven't decided yet, you can choose first." Lin Ziyi's face suddenly became bitter. Zhang Wei explained very quickly, stopping from time to time to answer the questions raised by the freshmen. During the explanation, the details belonging to Sheng University also began to be revealed little by little. Whether it is the mainstream cold weapons such as swords, guns, halberds, and axes, or the unpopular hammer, whip, sickle, hook, or even stabbing. According to Zhang Wei, as long as it is on the picture, the 7th Saint Martial Arts University can find you a tutor with sufficient qualifications. For ordinary Wuhan University, this is simply unimaginable. To use an analogy, you are naturally suitable for stabbing, but the martial arts test can only pass on your secondary martial arts such as swords and swords. In desperation, you can only give up using stabs and choose mainstream swords as weapons. To put it mildly, this is something that affects the development of martial arts throughout one's life. On a bigger scale, if on the battlefield, because of the incompatibility between oneself and the cold weapon you have repaired, you cannot fully display your strength. That's a big deal that could cost lives. Zhang Wei spoke for 2 full classes, nearly 2 hours. Then he took out a stack of forms and sent one to each of them, and said, "This form will be handed over to me in 3 days. Now, you can go to different cold weapon training classrooms according to your own preferences and decisions." After speaking, he completely closed his mouth. "Let's go." Liu Sheng called Lin Ziyi to stand up. Lin Ziyi was still looking at the form in his hand, and raised his head blankly. "Where are you going?" "The gun classroom." Lin Ziyi woke up suddenly, with a huge surprise on his face. Now he felt as if he suddenly learned that the goddess who had a crush on him for a long time actually liked him too. Brother Sheng, is really my destined boss. Lin Ziyi recalled the scene when he and Liu Sheng met for the first time on campus, feeling a little bit of fate. Seeing Lin Ziyi excitedly following Liu Sheng out of the classroom, there was a commotion in the classroom. I heard it. Gunway, Liu Sheng chose gunway. Attention! Don't choose a gun as a major. Don't choose a gun. In the classroom, freshmen rushed to tell each other, looking serious and serious. 170 talent is like a monster. Just graduated from class 4. The cold weapon practice classroom is located in the south of the campus. There are tall and lush trees everywhere, and the school roads are dense like cobwebs, connecting one small square after another. When passing by again, I could hear the sound of shouting and drinking from the side of my ear from time to time, as well as the sound of cold weapons piercing the air. Liu Sheng and Lin Ziyi stopped when they passed by a signboard with Spearman Practice Dojo 3. It should be here. Liu Sheng's scattered mental power caught a lot of people standing in the small square pointed to by the stand, each holding a long gun. Isn't it the practice classroom? It doesn't seem to be here on the map. Lin Ziyi stared at the campus map on his phone and scratched the back of his head. Go over and have a look first. Liu Sheng walked towards the small square. Lin Ziyi naturally didn't say anything, so he followed quickly. Only when you have completed the basic spear skills can you fully display the power of the Keng Mang kicking the air technique. I'm going to practice it now. When Liu Sheng walked to the small square, there was a middle-aged man with short hair, crew cut, wearing a vest, and solid muscles and bones in the small square, teaching the students below. As he spoke, he began to wave the spear in his hand. More than 3 meters long, the big black gun with the thickness of a fist danced like a black python in the man's hand. There were bursts of violent piercing sounds, as if the fine silk was being torn apart by force. Suddenly, the man waved his hand. With a jerk flick of the long spear in his hand, a cloud of brilliant white aura exploded from the tip of the gun, which exploded with a pop in the air. The sound is crisp and loud. A white air wave visible to the naked eye spread to the surroundings, and the circle of students watching below was blown away by the invisible force of emptying, separating a passage from it. At the end of the road, there were Liu Sheng with a calm face and Lin Ziyi with a frightened face. You two, what's going on? The middle-aged man put away his gun and stood, looking at Liu Sheng and the two of them asking questions. Liu Sheng talked about the division of cold weapons. The middle-aged man nodded and said, since you are a freshman in the trial class, then go to the side to pick a gun and stand by the side to have a look. Later, I will test your basic aptitude to see if you are suitable for learning guns. 17. Liu Sheng didn't say anything, and turned his gaze to the side of the small square. There was an iron weapon rack, and the rack was filled with black spears. After careful calculation, Liu Sheng never even touched a real spear in real life. Now, the opportunity is in front of us. Liu Sheng walked towards the weapon rack. Except for Liu Sheng and Lin Ziyi, the rest of the students attending the lectures at the Gundeo practice square were old students. There are very few juniors, almost all sophomores. The arrival of Liu Sheng attracted the attention of many people, and soon someone recognized him. It's Liu Sheng. I didn't expect that the cold weapon he chose was a gun. Who is Liu Sheng? This year's Dragon Warrior champion, the strongest freshman, haven't checked the campus network for the past 2 days. It's him. The old students whispered and bit each other's ears. Seeing that Liu Sheng had come back with a gun, he immediately shut his mouth, but turned his head to look at him secretly from time to time. Liu Sheng's attention was all on the spear in his hand. The spear body is made of a solid wood that Liu Sheng has never seen before. Hard as iron, but flexible. The tip of the gun is solid steel, but the tip is ground flat. The whole spear feels light in the hand, presumably because of his own strength. Naturally, Liu Sheng would not be too demanding on this kind of training gun. He held the long gun in his hand and mentally explored every inch of its texture. Carefully write down the feeling of every inch of the palm of your hand touching the body of the gun, the weight of the entire spear, and so on. This is what he inherited from Zhao Lengxuan's memory. This step is called getting familiar with the gun feel. It is a way to quickly cultivate a tacit understanding with cold weapons and spears. During this period, the middle-aged man has been teaching the old students the skills of spear skills, and occasionally calls one or two old students to go up to practice as a demonstration. When the teaching was almost done, the middle-aged man announced, "Okay, everyone can leave, get out of class now, and those who want to stay for a while can also. You two, come up." The middle-aged man pointed to Liu Sheng and the two of them. The old students turned their eyes around one after another. If it is normal, people will lose weight for at least a day at this moment. But it happened to be the first day of class for Liu Sheng, who was the most popular in the school recently, and everyone chose to stay and wait and see, and no one left early. Liu Sheng walked up holding the gun. The middle-aged man said, "My name is Yu Heibo, and I am Bishop's cold weapon marksmanship course from freshman to junior." Liu Sheng felt it early in the morning. The middle-aged man in front of him was full of energy and blood, and he was already a martial arts master at the peak of the 6th level. The temperament of the whole person is also sharp, just like the big black gun he is holding in his hand. "You guys attack me with guns one by one, let me see your fundamental aptitude." After the middle-aged man introduced himself, he said to Liu Sheng. Obviously, he wanted Liu Sheng to come first. Liu Sheng didn't talk nonsense, holding the spear with one hand, stepped forward a few steps and walked in front of Yu Heibo. The circle around the two of them had long been vacated, and old students surrounded them. Some even took out their mobile phones to secretly take videos, presumably thinking of posting them on the campus website to earn points. Liu Sheng's face was calm, and his eyes looked like ancient pools that hadn't changed for thousands of years. He held the gun in one hand, and his posture was straight, faintly blending with the spear in his hand, and breathing was the link between the two. "Be careful, Master Yu." Yu Heibo smiled, but did not speak. Although Yu Heibo is not a grandmaster, he has been in the art of guns for decades, and his spear skills have already reached perfection. Yu Heibo hadn't finished his thoughts when he suddenly saw a black light that seemed to pierce the white screen, and quickly enlarged in front of him. Yu Heibo's pupils shrank sharply, subconsciously raised his gun to defend. Clang clang! Snapped! After several consecutive gun barrel collision sounds, a large black gun fell to the ground, rolled a few times, and stopped. Yu Heibo's body was stiff, and he kept one movement and stood in place. His neck was tense, and drops of sweat dripped from his corners. I saw a blunted spear point hovering quietly 3 inches in front of his throat. The piercing sharpness shot out from the smooth spearhead, making his scalp tingle, as if the heavenly spirit cover was about to be lifted off. In the huge small square, there was no sound, and a needle could be heard. Everyone stared at Liu Sheng, who held a gun in one hand and looked calm, and were all stunned. "Zero ask for flowers." There is an old student who is holding a mobile phone to take pictures, his mouth is wide open, and he is completely motionless. Some even didn't even hold the gun in their hands, and only reacted when it fell to the ground with a click. "So you have the foundation." Yu Heibo tried his best to calm down his expression and tone, and spoke slowly. Liu Sheng nodded and stopped. The black spear returned to the hole like a black python, and before everyone could see clearly, the spear was already standing on Liu Sheng's right hand. It's as if it was like this before, and it has never moved. My heart is even more horrifying. I practiced, I offended the teacher. Yu Heibo waved his hand, smiled wryly, and did not speak. However, the heart has already set off a turbulent sea, thunderous. Get into it. His spear skills are subtle. But in Liu Sheng's hands, he didn't even go through 3 moves, and he was directly knocked down by the weapon. If it was a life-and-death confrontation, Yu Heibo would have already died by now, and his body was almost completely cold. What does this prove? This proves that the freshman in front of him, who looks like he has only entered school for 2 days, is more accomplished in spearmanship than him. 0. At least in the micro-high segment, maybe even. Take control. Yu Heibo didn't dare to think too deeply. He is afraid that it will affect his martial arts heart, and he will be even more hopeless as a master at that time. How old does Liu Sheng look? How old is he? Compared with Liu Shenji, he has spent most of his life practicing guns on dogs. Actually, Yu Heibo thought about his words, and said to Liu with a complicated expression, "You can already graduate from the class of cold weapon training. Your spear skills are already great, what is lacking is actual combat. Never wounded anyone with a gun." Liu Sheng shook his head, "No. There are a lot of zombies killed in the dream space, but I have never tried it in reality. I can smell it." Yu Heibo said, "You don't smell blood on your body. The best place for you to go now is the Credit Mission Center in Wushan Pagoda. Or, a cold weapon training room is also fine. Let the gun see blood more, and you will have more different understandings. Credit Mission Center, Wushan Tower, Cold Weapon Training Room." Liu Sheng will write down the 3 places mentioned by Heibo, and then said to Heibo seriously, "Thank you for your guidance." Yu Heibo nodded with a complicated face. He can only point out so many things. He announced on the first day that he could graduate. He had been a spear instructor at the 7th Saint Martial Arts University for so many years, and this was the first time he had encountered such a student. Talented as a demon. 100 flavors, miscellaneous. Since Yu Heibo said that he could finish his studies, Liu Sheng didn't talk nonsense, put the training gun back where it was and prepared to leave. When passing by Lin Ziyi, he patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Work hard. In fact, it doesn't matter whether you choose a cold weapon major with me or not. Because I can't even accompany you. Take care." After speaking, Liu Sheng left without looking back. Lin Ziyi stood there with his mouth open. Now in his heart, Liu Sheng is simply godlike character. And those old students who looked stupid, the moment after Liu Sheng left, burst into bursts of intense exclamation and discussion. 171 AA level credit task, what happened to Liu Sheng? 1. Credit Mission Hall, Wushan Tower, Cold Weapon Training Room. Liu Sheng recalled the campus map of the 7th St. Wu University, connected these 3 locations in his mind, and outlined a shortest route. Liu Sheng is very satisfied with the attitude of the spear instructor Yu Heibo towards him. His spear skills in the 4 realms, taking the spear skill class is just a formality, just for the credits. If he was really asked to go to listen to Yu Heibo's lectures every day, it would be a waste of time. Liu Sheng strolled on the campus of the 7th St. Wu University. On both sides of the school road, there are green trees, and the flower beds are full of blue and purple irises, but most of them are wilting. This is not their season. Occasionally, I saw a few hibiscus blooming lively, and the pale pink flowers crowded a tree. Liu Sheng stepped forward under the mottled tree shadows, and 2 men and a woman walked towards him at a fast pace, discussing something intently while walking. Bandages, hemostatic medicine, wound medicine, dry food, you have to prepare some of these. If you don't have them all, you can use them when it's not necessary. This mission doesn't need to go out into the wild. What if that guy randomly finds a deep mountain and old forest to sneak in? Liu Sheng's mental energy was dispersed, his face was calm, and he was actually listening to the conversation between them. These 3 old students seemed to be planning to arrest someone, and they were discussing the preparations for the May 77 before the mission. It wasn't until he heard them stepping out of the range of his mental power that Liu Sheng regained his mental power. At this time, a building similar to a library appeared in front of him, and it was written on the door the Task Management Center of the 7th Shengwu University student. Liu Sheng's first destination. Liu Sheng swiped his student ID card at the door, and then walked into the mission center. There was a lot of traffic in the central hall, almost all of them were juniors and seniors. This can be seen in every way. The old students in the sophomore year still have youthfulness, but the junior year almost doesn't have it, and the fourth year is full of the smell of old fritters. There are many windows in the mission center hall, and a huge LCD screen hangs in the middle, and a piece of mission information is scrolled on the screen. Some are like the flight announcements of high-speed rail stations and airports. Many people stood underneath, watching and discussing with each other. Liu Sheng also walked up and mixed in the crowd to check. C-level task: arrest the fugitive suspect of the third-level warrior. If there is a murder case, you can kill it if necessary. Task requirements: level 4 warrior or above, with certain combat experience. Task reward: 500,000 cash, 5 credits. B-level task: to arrest the fugitive suspects of the 4th-level warriors. There are accomplices, there are murders, and they can be killed if necessary. Requirements for the task: level 4 warrior or above, with rich practical experience. Mission reward: 2 million cash, 20 credits, depending on the number of suspects killed. A-level task: arrest the fugitive suspect of the 5th-level martial artist. There is a murder case, there are weapons, and they can be killed if necessary. Requirements for the task: level 5 martial artist or above, rich experience in actual combat, outstanding performance in the cold weapon class. It is recommended to form a team of 2 or more. Task reward: 10 million cash, 50 credits. A-level mission. Liu Sheng looked at it for a while, feeling a little bewildered. Why is it all about arresting fugitive suspects? An old student next to him with a red headband on his head and wearing a white basketball uniform turned his head to look at him when he heard it, and said in surprise, "Is this your first time to pick up a mission? This morning is all about wanted criminal missions. The task of alien beasts will be released in the afternoon. All other tasks are at night." After finishing speaking, the old student looked Liu Sheng up and down, his expression even more surprised. "Why do you look like a freshman?" "A freshman?" Liu Sheng glanced at him without saying a word, and nodded to show that he understood. He appeared under a window in a flash, and said to a girl in the window who was staring at the computer screen in a daze, "I want to take on a task." The people in charge of handling tasks in the task center are all students in the school, usually sophomore candidates. The girl glanced at Liu Sheng hastily, and quickly asked, "Which one will you pick up?" "The task number." Liu Sheng glanced back at a task at the top of the screen and announced its task number. The girl tapped the keyboard and suddenly called out, "Yet. AA level mission? Are you sure?" She turned her head and looked at Liu Sheng in surprise, as if she was waiting for Liu Sheng to say something like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I reported the wrong number." But she was disappointed. "Is there a higher mission than AA level?" Liu Sheng asked. The girl's expression suddenly became a little cold. "Student, I warn you. If you come to amuse me on purpose, I can report to the school and deduct your credits." Sheng also frowned. "Why, aren't you here to pick up the mission window?" The girl sneered at him, pointed to the words on the computer screen, and said, "The task requires at least level 6, full credits in the cold weapon class, and strong actual combat ability. Are you satisfied?" Liu Sheng didn't talk nonsense to her, he just took out something from his pocket and patted it in front of the girl. The girl glanced lightly, and her eyeballs almost protruded from their sockets. "This is a very beautiful badge, mostly composed of silver, with golden patterns mixed in the middle. In the middle of the badge is an exquisite 6-character. Level 6 warrior badge." "Well." The girl picked up the badge, looked at it for a while, then raised her head in disbelief, looked at Liu Sheng and said, "Is this yours?" Liu Sheng remained expressionless, and Ping Ping stretched out his right hand. Between the white and slender 5 fingers, there is a real golden aura rolling, flowing back and forth like liquid gold, with dazzling radiance flashing. "Will you let me try punching you?" The girl shivered violently, and then looked at Liu Sheng's icy eyes, and suddenly felt a chill down her back. The task also requires that the major in cold weapons must have full credits. The girl bit the bullet and opened her mouth. Liu Sheng said indifferently, "Just an hour ago, my spear class instructor Yu Heibo just admitted that I graduated. I think the credits will be added to the statistics soon." "Oh." The girl nodded stiffly, and said, "Then you take out your student ID card, and I'll register. All tasks above level A need to be approved by the school leaders, and you can't just take it if you want. Whether it will be given to you or not is up to the school leaders to decide." "Okay." Liu Sheng readily handed over his student ID card. The girl took the student ID card from Liu Sheng with both hands, looked at it carefully, and looked up at him in surprise. "You are Liu Sheng? How long are you going to dawdle? Believe it or not, I will complain to you directly." Liu Sheng was really impatient. The girl quickly shut up, and quickly typed on the keyboard with both hands and 10 fingers, and all the procedures were completed in less than half a minute. "Our mission center will send a message or call you as soon as the audit results come out, please pay attention when the time comes." The girl returned her student ID card to Liu Sheng, and quickly said 0. Liu Sheng nodded, didn't bother to say anything more to her, grabbed the student ID card and the 6th level warrior badge on the windowsill, and left. Since he came to Kyoto province, he has been carrying the warrior badge on his body, but he didn't expect to use it today. As soon as Liu Sheng left, the girl in the window immediately let out a long sigh of relief. Seeing that no one was coming to handle it outside, a raging fire of gossip suddenly ignited on his face, and he greeted the old students on the left and right window sills. "Come on, come here. Guess who I just received? It's time to eat, Wushan Pagoda will go in the afternoon." Liu Sheng exited the mission center, took out his mobile phone and glanced at it, then simply turned around and diverted to the cafeteria. He didn't plan to go to the cold weapon training room today. The long spear that Xia Pingnan gave him hasn't arrived yet, and if he goes there, he won't be able to train, it's completely useless. What Liu Sheng didn't know was that when he was on his way to the cafeteria, posts about him on the campus network were fired again. "Your talent is very good. Among the freshmen I have taught, except for a few people, you are probably the most talented person who is suitable for practicing knives." In a small square, Huo Dong, holding a knife in one hand, stood beside a middle-aged man with dark skin and thick hands, listening to the other party's generous praise and appreciation. All the freshmen around him looked at him with envy and admiration. There were whispers. "Huo Dong is too terrifying. It's only been a few hours, and he can practice the basic sword skills like this. It's simply a monstrosity. Maybe I've practiced it a long time ago, I learned from my family." "Fart, have you ever held a knife and the instructor can't tell? Huo Dong doesn't have any calluses on his hands. That's really awesome." Huo Dong heard these words in his ears, and felt that the lost confidence in his chest was regained bit by bit. He gently stroked the long training knife in his hand. The blade trembled slightly, as if responding to him. "Perhaps these people don't know yet, but my element control talent is metal. Moreover, Huo Dong's control ability has reached the 2nd level. Metal control talents are not considered strong in the early stage of martial arts, but once they come into contact with cold weapons, a drastic change will take place immediately. 3.9 Every metal control talent warrior is a genius in cold weapons, without exception. They have a natural affinity for cold weapons that is incomparable to ordinary people. At least a little bit of hard work can save ordinary people years or even 10 years of hard work. Thousands of miles a day. I can even feel the knife breathing in my hand." Huo Dong whispered in his heart. He firmly grasped the handle of the knife, and a figure as powerful as a demon god, with shadows covering the ground, could not help appearing in his mind. This is his lingering nightmare these days. Huo Dong was terrified of this figure before, and even couldn't help trembling when he saw him. But now, Huo Dong took a deep breath, and the light of sharp knives shot out from his eyes. He can cut the opponent's shadow with a single blow. Fuck! An exclamation interrupted Huo Dong's imagination, and he subconsciously turned his head to look. Directly, a freshman was holding a mobile phone in his hand, staring at the screen of the mobile phone with an expression of extreme disbelief on his face. Lu Sheng, is he really going to rebel? Huo Dong froze for a moment. What happened to Lu Sheng? What did Lu Sheng do again? 172 10 Chen Yuxuan and 1 Lu Sheng, 2. The performance of the new students quickly appeared human-to-human transmission. And it's not just new students, it's also spreading among older students. Everyone was pretty much the same. First they took out their mobile phones, and then they said damn it, their faces were full of shock and disbelief. Huo Dongman suspected Dou, pinched the single knife in his arm to his armpit, and quickly took out his mobile phone. Log into the campus network, set the homepage to the top, and a few posts marked with 7 or 8 small flame icons at the back came into Huo Dong's eyes. Huo Dong saw the title of the post clearly, his pupils shrank suddenly. The strongest evildoer in history, graduated in 20 minutes, setting 7 new records. 3 tricks to instantly kill the cold weapon instructor. How strong is Lu Sheng's spear skills? Small Realm Spear Technique? Mastery Realm Spear Technique? Full analysis of Lu Sheng's strength, version 2.0. Huo Dong looked at the titles of the posts whose popularity was rising rapidly, as if he could hear the beating sound of his heart boom and boom. He selected a post with a video and clicked in slowly. The video started to play, and Lu Sheng and another middle-aged man with a strong temperament appeared on the screen. The two confronted each other with guns, and then Lu Sheng shot. The video is short, only about a few minutes. During the process of watching the video, Huo Dong's heart kept beating, and it continued to speed up as the progress bar of the video progressed. Faster and faster, faster and faster. At the end of the video, Lu Sheng shot down the spear in the middle-aged man's hand, and the point of the gun pointed at the man's throat in 2002. The speed reached its peak, and the sound of heartbeats formed a line. Beep. Huo Dong's eyes darkened, and he almost fainted. His hand holding the mobile phone trembled slightly, the single knife in his arm had already fallen to the ground, and his eyes were blurry. The comments below came into Huo Dong's eyes. Damn it! Yu Heibo, the gun master, is a master of the subtlety of the gun, and his pistol skills are superb, and he can't even get away with 3 moves in Lu Sheng's hands? I'm blind. This video is from P, anyway, I don't believe it. How old is Lu Sheng this year, and his spear skills have already reached the subtle level. He is a monster, and he has practiced spears since he was born. Is this the champion of Denglongwu? I was shocked. Huo Dong felt as if something was rapidly collapsing in his heart. It was his first time to take a sword technique class, and within a few hours he had practiced the basic sword techniques until he became fluent and proficient. He had already been praised by the sword technique instructor as a rare genius. Fortunately, he is still complacent and ambitious. Unexpectedly, it was Lu Sheng's first spear class, and he beat up the instructor. Graduation on the spot. This can no longer be described as an exaggeration, it is simply outrageous. At this moment, Huo Dong only felt that the shadow nightmare in his heart was rapidly expanding and spreading, occupying the entire sky of his inner world in a blink of an eye. In the spacious and flat courtyard, a slender and handsome young man is practicing sword. His swordsmanship was quick and elegant, and there seemed to be wisps of fresh wind lingering around him. The white stellar energy flowed up and down the young man's body, dripping to the tip of the sword, like a spirit snake spitting out a letter. The young man flicked his wrist suddenly, and the white chi from the tip of the alloy long sword shot out violently, hitting a rockery 7 or 8 meters in front of him in the shape of a small half-moon. The rockery exploded instantly, blasting into hundreds of pieces of gravel of different sizes. Mess everywhere. The young man drew his sword and stood still, panting slightly, walked aside and picked up a white towel to wipe off the thin sweat on his face, then picked up a bottle of mineral water and drank slowly. Yuxuan, your Zhan King Kaiyu move is much more powerful than before. If Xiao Lan challenges you again, maybe you will defeat him within 100 moves. A slender, good-looking girl in a sports suit walked up with a smile. The handsome young man swallowed the water in his mouth, and said casually, Xiao Lan was defeated by me once, and it has long been out of my consideration. My current target is the top 10 people on the 7 Saints list, only they are qualified to be my opponents. With your current strength, you may already have the strength to become the top king of the 7 Saints. The girl said. The handsome young man shook his head, if I can condense a sliver of my martial arts will, maybe I can enter easily. Now, it's too difficult. The girl comforted, I don't know how many people are stuck in the natural mode of levels 6 to 7. Even the top martial arts geniuses here have to spend a lot of time to understand their minds and see their nature and seek their true self. How can it be so easy to be a master? It is not so much a matter of talent, it is more a matter of luck. The handsome young man nodded in agreement. Oh, by the way, I found a very interesting new student today, let me show you. The girl thought of something, took out her mobile phone and handed it to the young man. A freshman who has just entered school for a few days. Cold Weapons took the first class, and they beat up the tutor directly. Oh! The handsome young man showed a bit of curiosity on his face, looking at the phone. After watching the video, the young man couldn't help showing a bit of emotion and amazement. I have fought against Yu Heibo, and I am considered strong among all the weapon class instructors. If you want to knock down the gun in his hand within 3 moves, you can't do it without a high level of spearmanship. Yu Heibo is too careless. The girl sighed. Yu Heibo was indeed careless, but it didn't have much impact on the result. This freshman's marksmanship is indeed better than Yu Heibo's. How fast is the reaction speed of the 6th level martial artist? This underestimation of the enemy was realized in less than 10 seconds. If Yu Heibo had dealt with it wholeheartedly, he would have dragged the defeat of 3 moves to 5 or 10 at most. This freshman named Liu Sheng is very strong. The realm of spearmanship has at least reached the high level of subtlety, or even the peak of subtlety, if you control the realm. The young man glanced at the comments under his eyes, shook his head and rejected, it's too exaggerated, it's impossible. But even so, complexity was written all over his face. One must know that his swordsmanship is only at the middle level, about the same level as Yu Heibo. It would make anyone feel bad to see a person who is younger than him but has stronger strength than himself. The girl laughed and teased him, you are the number 1 old student. Seeing such a fierce junior, do you feel a sense of crisis and urgency? At this moment, the handsome young man has broken free from the complicated emotions, and the arrogance on his face has returned. You think my 4 years in the 7th Saint Martial University are for nothing? Realm is realm, actual combat is actual combat. No one is qualified to be my opponent, Chen Yuxuan. However, you can focus on it, this Liu Sheng is really a bit of a monster, and he might catch up to him anytime soon. Okay. The girl nodded, put the phone away, and immediately showed a smile on her face, and said to the young man, it's over, you can go shopping with me when you're done. You promised yourself. Good good good. The handsome young man looked helpless, wait for me to take a shower first. A huge martial arts training room. A young man with a bare upper body, exposed bronze muscles, short hair like steel needles, and a fierce face is sitting cross-legged on the soft cushion in the middle of the practice room. In front of the young man, there was a plate of glowing red apples and a large drinking glass. He picked up an apple, carved the word Chen Yuxuan on the apple with his right index finger, then put it on the water glass, and squeezed it hard. The big palm-like hand directly crushed the whole apple, and the light yellow juice slowly flowed out from between his fingers and into the water glass. The young man squeezed the apples one by one, and carefully engraved the name Chen Yuxuan on each apple. It seems that he is not pinching apples like this, but Chen Yuxuan himself. Suddenly, the mobile phone in the young man's hand rang. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The young man picked up an apple while picking up his mobile phone to watch at will. Soon, he slightly narrowed his eyes staring at the phone screen, and his face gradually became serious. Looking away from the phone screen, the young man was silent for a while. He put down his phone and returned his attention to the apple in front of him. But this time the name he engraved on the apple is no longer Chen Yuxuan but Lu Sheng. After crushing the apple named Lu Sheng, the young man grabbed the water glass filled with cloudy apple juice, and said to himself with a slightly reverent expression, 10 Chen Yuxuan plus 1 Lu Sheng, I still don't go to heaven today? Chen Yuxuan, just wait for me, I will crush your eggs with my own hands sooner or later. Then, on behalf of the 7th Sage Martial Arts University, I will officially enter the top 10 of the 7 Sages list. After speaking, the young man drank the full glass of apple juice in his hand. The turbid juice flowed down from the corner of his mouth and down his neck. It was disgusting to watch. If it is said that Lu Sheng beat up a group of freshmen at the entrance ceremony before, for many old students, it was just a small fight between children, and it was used to talk about boring time after dinner, mainly for fun. So now, Lu Sheng has officially entered the sight of some people. In just a few minutes, the video of the spear class was lively for the layman to watch, but what the insider saw was Lu Sheng's ridiculously exaggerated spear skill. Graduated with full credits in the cold weapon class, and defeated the cold weapon class instructor. It's completely two concepts, okay? The former just means that your cold weapon attainments have been recognized by your instructor, and you are considered a teacher. It won't be so easy to be killed if you go out to do missions or something. The latter, it represents, beyond the teacher's cold weapon martial arts attainments. It is not so easy to achieve the realm of gun skills in the sublime realm. What's more, what Lu Sheng showed was not just an ordinary state of subtlety. Coupled with his age, when he entered school. Combined, it is really shocking and horrifying. Monster. This is the first word that pops up in many old students' minds after watching the video. 173 Red Crystal Dragon Pattern, Quasi Level 7 Master Spear. 3. There were turmoil on the campus network, but it had no effect on Lu Sheng. Now he just wants to complete the credits as soon as possible, graduate from the 7th Shengwu University ahead of schedule, and then enter a higher and bigger stage. This stage is not the list of old students, nor the list of 7 saints. But Grandmaster. It belongs to the stage of the Master. Lu Sheng, who walked out of the cafeteria, was about to go to the famous Wushan Pagoda to take a look, but he hadn't walked a few steps when his phone rang suddenly. I'm Lu Sheng. Good. Lu Sheng changed his destination and turned to the school gate. His steps were brisk, his face was calm, and there was a hint of excitement and anticipation in his eyes. The call just now was from a courier. The courier told him that the dragon ceremony prepared for him by Xia Pingnan has arrived. It's Mr. Lu Sheng, please show me your ID card. Valuable items must be signed for by the person, sorry. The courier wearing the uniform of Kyoto Logistics said politely to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng handed over his ID card. The latter glanced at it and took out a document for Lu Sheng to sign. Then he walked towards the minivan behind him. He took out a huge wooden box, walked to Lu Sheng with some difficulty, and said with a wry smile, to be honest, I really don't want to pick up the courier from you warriors, it's too heavy, sometimes I can't move it by myself. Lu Sheng smiled, took the wooden box from the courier with one hand, didn't say anything, and disappeared in the blink of an eye when he turned around. The courier almost thought that he was living a hell in broad daylight, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, shook his head, got in the car and left. Switch, breath of the wind. The light golden wind lingered around Liu Sheng, eliminating the resistance brought by the air along the way. Liu Sheng's figure seemed to be completely integrated into the wind, and his speed was so fast that even ordinary warriors couldn't catch it. There are old students walking on the campus, they only feel a blur in front of their eyes, the wind blows by, and their hair flutters. It seemed that something was passing by his eyes quickly, and when he looked around, it seemed that there was nothing. Liu Sheng flew all the way back to his accommodation. The golden wind opened the door of the villa and quickly closed it. When the wind stopped, Liu Sheng's figure also appeared on the cushion in the middle of the martial arts room on the first floor. Liu Sheng stared at the big wooden box in his hand with burning eyes, but he didn't see what he was doing. The wooden box disintegrated automatically, and pieces of wood and the iron nails connecting the wood fell from above. After a while, the contents of the box were officially presented to Liu Sheng. A total of 5 items. The head of the gun, and 4 sections of the gun body. Although Liu Sheng had already used his mental power to probe inside, but when these things were really presented in front of him, he still couldn't help but feel agitated and joyful in his heart. Naturally, he reached out and grabbed the gun body parts. Kaka. A few seconds later, a silver spear nearly 3 meters thick and half a fist thick was born in Liu Sheng's hands. For the convenience of carrying, the gun body is combined and spliced. There are hidden buckles at the connection between the gun body and the gun body to bite each other to death. The entire body of the gun is a beautiful silver grey, with fine golden patterns all over it. Gives a luxurious and mysterious feeling. The tip of the gun is a crystalline shape that Liu Sheng did not expect. It was polished from an unknown light red crystal, and its tip was sharper than ordinary iron gun heads, and its hardness was even more unimaginable. Harder than diamonds, but not as brittle as diamonds. Liu Sheng judged, it should be some kind of rare spar. From the first second Liu Sheng held the spear, his mental power had penetrated into the gun body, and he began to cultivate the sense of gun. He found that the silver-grey gun body was doped with a large amount of dense iron and dense silver. There is also a special metal that is even rarer than mithril. Mid-gold. It should be the more precious dense gold. Liu Sheng was astonished. The price of secret gold is 10 times more expensive than secret silver. He roughly estimated the cost of the entire gun body based on the content of dense iron, dense silver and dense gold in the gun body, and the result was a figure that far exceeded his estimate. Xia Pingnan's gift is really a bit big. Wait for Liu Sheng to pick up the manual scattered on the ground and read it. Only then did I know that the gift Xia Pingnan gave him. How big is it? Fire crystal gun head, special alloy steel mixed with dense iron, dense silver, and a small amount of dense gold. Liu Sheng's previous estimate has been doubled several times. Quasi-level 7 spear. Red crystal dragon pattern. Red crystal dragon spear. Its gunhead is the real 7-level material of the Sirius 8 classics. What drags down the grade of the whole spear is the gun body mixed with dense gold. If you change the body of a gun, it will be a real 7th level long gun. Master level cold weapon. This gift from Provincial Governor Xia Pingnan. It's just too heavy. Liu Sheng took a deep breath and stood up holding the spear. Wisps of crimson flames burst out from the pores of his skin and spread towards the gun body. Start with the butt end of the gun. The golden lines on the silver-grey spear quickly lit up bit by bit, connecting into a gorgeous dragon pattern. Against the backdrop of the flames, it looks like a real red fire dragon entwined and clinging to the gun body. When the gold-plated flame climbed to the gun head, the original light red gun head burst into bright red light, jumping on the gun head like a group of raging flames. The light in Liu Sheng's eyes flashed, and he walked away with the gun. Even the phantoms dragged out of the air are accompanied by gorgeous streamers of flames. It's like adding a +12 weapon special effect, which is very cool. Boom! Such as a fire dragon spear hit on the Grand Master level sandbag placed in the middle of the martial arts training room. The sandbag flew straight back and exploded in mid-air. The iron sand hidden inside, the steel ring, and various anti-corruption debris splashed around, and each one was attached with red flames, like several tiny meteors. Boom 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 _W. The huge martial arts training room was in a mess in an instant. It seems that a level 10 flame tornado is raging across the border. Liu Sheng stood quietly in the middle of the martial arts field holding the red crystal dragon pattern spear, with a calm expression on his face. The increase in my combat power is at least 30% or more. Most importantly, the power of element control finally has a real way to play. No need to sit on the bench anymore, jumping from the auxiliary position to the main position. It was only at this time that Liu Sheng truly realized how powerful the combination of element control talents and cold weapons is. This power, even in the Grandmaster realm, is probably a great advantage and help. The meaning of the red crystal dragon spear to Liu Sheng summarized in one word is like a tiger with wings. If it is said that the previous Liu Sheng is still a little uncertain about the real Grandmaster level, now that he has a quasi-level 7 spear in his hand, he is really confident that he can fight the Grandmaster. Fight head-on. The aura on Liu Sheng's body gradually subsided, because the gorgeous flame effects on the crystal dragon pattern gun also slowly dissipated. He glanced at the unrecognizable martial arts training room, thinking secretly. Let the people from the student office clean up later, if it doesn't work, just live in another place. For cold weapon practice, this kind of indoor training room seems a bit small. What I have to do now is to get familiar with the feel of the red crystal dragon spear as soon as possible, and build a connection between people and the gun. This is very important. A cold weapon that has been with warriors all year round, has the same heart, and has a soul is definitely not comparable to ordinary cold weapons. And want to cultivate the soul of the red crystal dragon spear as soon as possible. The method is very simple. Lots of practice. Besides, start with blood. The blood here is not ordinary blood, but the blood of a powerful enemy. That is, fighting. A real battle of life and death. Taking other people's flesh and blood, living soul, wool, as food, crushing it, and feeding it with the shocking sharpness of its own soldiers. Just like the spear master Yu Heibo said, there is a big difference in every aspect between warriors who have seen blood and those who have not seen blood. Liu Sheng has no nonsense either. Immediately, he quickly practiced with the red crystal dragon spear. Because the martial arts room was destroyed anyway, he simply didn't bother to change the place, and his attacks became more and more unscrupulous. It was night until dawn the next day. In this villa, one can faintly see the flickering red light, the tumbling flames, accompanied by the continuous sound of breaking through the air. As if in Liu Sheng's residence. Raised a real dragon. On the second day, the sun was scorching like fire. Liu Sheng stood on the third-floor terrace, holding a gun in one hand, looking up at the sky, and looking directly at the sun. Liu Sheng didn't stop practicing until his eyes were filled with tears and the outline of the sun became clearer in his mind. The breakthrough in my will last time made my idea of seeing the sun a big step forward, and now I can face the sun at 10 o'clock in the morning. It won't be long before the outline of the great sun will be completely formed, and that will be the time when I will formally hit the Grandmaster realm. Liu Sheng thought as he walked down from the third floor. He didn't let go of the red crystal dragon pattern gun in his hand all night. Half of it is that I really like it, and I can't put it down. The other half is to get familiar with the gun feel of the red crystal dragon pattern as soon as possible. After one night, the effect is remarkable. Now that Liu Sheng is holding the red crystal dragon pattern gun, he already has a sense of harmony connected by blood. Liu Sheng found the backpack he brought with him when he entered school, and took apart the red crystal dragon pattern spear, but found that he still couldn't get in. After searching around the room, I saw that yesterday's delivery box containing the red crystal dragon pattern gun also included a dark blue starry sky-bottomed weapon cloth. This kind of weapon cloth is also unique, and it can be used to wipe the gun body and tip of the gun and maintain the spear. When going out, it can be used to load weapons. According to the instructions in the manual, pack the whole disassembled long gun, and it looks pretty in your hand. Not as cumbersome as Liu Sheng imagined. Packing up his weapons, Liu Sheng quickly left the door. He didn't hide his strength, and went straight to Wushan Pagoda. 174 Picking flowers and flying leaves, drawing a knife to cut off water, the pinnacle of skill. 4. Do you still need to register first and wait for the notification? Inside the majestic Wushan Pagoda, a tall and handsome young man with a dark blue starry sky wrapped in one hand stood in front of the window, frowning. Of course, do you know how many people apply to enter Wushan Pagoda every day? Inside the window, a woman in her 30s with delicate skin looked at Liu Sheng speechlessly, and said, there are only 30 rooms in Wushan Pagoda, and only 30 people can enter each time. You are a student of Sheng University. Fortunately, there are 20 places you can apply for. All those martial artists outside grab 10 positions, and they have to go to the Martial Arts Association to apply first. If they get their turn once in the year, they are considered lucky. Liu Sheng never expected that it would be so troublesome to enter the Wushan Pagoda. Then how long do I have to wait? See how long the people inside can last. The woman glanced at the form on the computer screen, thought for a while and said, there are more than 200 students applying before you. If you hurry up, 3 to 5 days will be enough. Liu Sheng was silent for a while, head. Okay, I see. Please let me know when the time comes. This is my duty, but I want to remind you that it is best to come within 10 minutes after receiving the notification, otherwise you will have to wait for 3 people to reset you. Liu Sheng said he knew, and walked out of the Wushan Tower with a weapon bag. After walking out of Wushan Pagoda, he turned his head and looked up. The majestic Wushan Pagoda soars into the sky, and you can feel the detachment and majesty even more from a closer look. Wushan Pagoda is much bigger than he imagined. The base is almost as thick as 4 or 5 buildings combined, and each floor has 30 martial arts training rooms. Decrease upward by several layers. The whole tower presents a triangular shape. Liu Sheng spread out his mental power, and he could clearly perceive the vast and solid wool emanating from the tower like a sword soaring to the sky. In Liu Sheng's spiritual force 337, the entire Wushan Pagoda is glowing, like a huge fluorescent cylinder. This is the power of martial arts will, a terrifying and powerful martial arts will. It is huge that Liu Sheng has never seen before. Compared with this will, the master's will in his mind is like a firefly to Haoyu, its radiance is incomparable. Although the master's will in my mind is not perfect, the gap is too exaggerated. Is there such a big gap between a 7th level Grandmaster and a 9th level martial saint? Liu Sheng was amazed. Facing the Wushan Pagoda, he felt as if he was looking up from a high mountain. Forget it, don't be in a hurry. After learning that Wusheng Pagoda entered the queue, Liu Sheng's excited and agitated heart calmed down after getting the red crystal dragon spear. The more precious resources are, the more people will need them, which is normal. Cultivating the soul is not something that can be done overnight. I am too anxious, it may be half the result with twice the effort, and haste makes waste. In the past, he was like a child who just got his favorite toy and couldn't wait to take it to play in various places. Now, he regained his composure. The approval of the credit task has not come down, and there is also a queue at the Wushan Pagoda. There is only one place where Liu Sheng can go, the cold weapon training room. If I can't even go to the cold weapon training room, then I may have to go back to the dormitory to practice. Thinking about it, Liu Sheng picked up his weapon bag and headed towards the cold weapon training room. Temporarily full. After the administrator in charge of the cold weapon training room checked the computer, Liu Sheng said. He pointed to the benches placed in the lobby of the cold weapon training room, and suggested, why don't you sit and wait for a while? Ukbij, there should be rooms available soon. Liu Sheng's face was calm, but countless black lines rose in his heart. It's really Murphy's Law. Do you feel unlucky to drink cold water to clog your teeth? The cold weapon training room is full. When did the 7th Sheng University have so many students? Isn't the area per capita as high as 100 mu? Holding the weapon bag tightly with his right hand, Liu Sheng took a breath and said calmly, "Forget it, then I'll come back tomorrow." "That's fine." The administrator nodded. "You remember that tomorrow is early, 7 or 8 in the morning is the emptiest." Liu Sheng walked out of the gate of the cold weapon training room, looked at the weapon bag he had been running around all morning, and smiled wryly inside. Shaking his head, he prepared to return to the dormitory. "Hey, Liu Sheng, wait a minute." At this time, someone behind him called Liu Sheng's name. Liu Sheng turned around and saw the administrator of the training room who had just dealt with run-up wheezing. "As soon as you left, someone came out immediately. I thought about coming out to see if you were still there. Fortunately, you didn't go far." Liu Sheng glanced at the other party in surprise. "Do you know me?" The administrator of the practice room smiled, took out his phone and shook it. "Before you came, I just saw your video on the campus network." "All right. Thank you." Liu Sheng thanked the administrator earnestly. "Small things." The administrator waved his hands grandly and led Liu Sheng back to the training room lobby. "Go through the formalities for him and hand him the 3 room cards. Cultivation room number 8, it's the 4th room on the left inside." The administrator smiled at Liu Sheng, and said, "I saw that the comments in the video called you so fierce, but I didn't expect that I was quite polite. It really is the sharp eyes that tell the truth." Liu Sheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said thank you again and walked inside. "Find the 4th room on the left and swipe your card to enter." What appeared in front of Liu Sheng was a rather spacious room, which was empty and contained nothing. The 5 walls on the front, back, left, and right sides of the room are covered with fine and small holes, just like a honeycomb. Liu Sheng recalled that the agility training room he had entered in the genius training camp had a similar appearance. Thoughtful, he had a rough guess about the way of cold weapon cultivation. Liu Sheng took off his shoes and walked into the training room barefoot. "The first stage of cold weapon training is about to start, please prepare." A melodious mechanical notification sounded in the room. Liu Sheng unhurriedly opened the weapon bag and assembled it in less than a second. With the red crystal dragon pattern in his hand, Liu Sheng's whole demeanor changed. "Become more confident, more high-spirited, sharper, and more sharp." Drop. Accompanied by a warning sound, iron beads the size of broad beans shot out from the 5 walls of the room. Liu Sheng's eyes were calm, and the gun moved with his body. In the training room, a fire dragon roared, and the iron beads turned red in the flames, and then shattered under the shock of the aura attached to the gun. Liu Sheng swept his spear, and the iron beads all over his body were wiped away the moment they flew out. "The training is over, the result, the completion of the first stage of training is 20%. Well." Liu Sheng froze for a moment, his expression a bit astonished. Failed? He didn't know what was wrong. Ever since Liu Sheng received the 10,000-year inheritance of martial arts, the word failure rarely appeared in his dictionary. Mental power scanned the room carefully, and finally found the reason on a notice posted at the entrance of the room. It turns out that it is not allowed to use any means other than one's own physical strength, including stellar energy, elemental power, etc. Liu Sheng understood after a little thought. That's right, if you can use the stellar qi and cooperate with cold weapons to sweep a large area, it will completely lose the meaning of training. Naturally, the tempering of skills can only be done with physical strength. Knowing the key, Liu Sheng reset the first stage of training. Soon, a large number of iron beads shot out from the holes in the wall again. This time, Liu Sheng's eyes were like still water, and he controlled the spear with only physical strength. His blood value is increasing every day, and he has already completely entered the strength category of a 6th level warrior. He can fight at a million-level battle strength based on his vitality and blood alone. Coupled with the super high quality of the red crystal dragon pattern gun, it is too simple for him to smash a few small solid iron balls. The difficulty lies in how to smash them all without falling. The silver-grey spear danced in the air, like a spirited snake. A touch of red on the tip of the spear is the letter spit out from the mouth of the spirit snake. Liu Sheng moves his arms, and the streamlined muscles expand and contract, driven by powerful arm strength. The body of the red crystal dragon pattern gun transmits bursts of continuous shock force. The iron balls that flew out of the hole in the wall were crushed by the terrifying concussion and strangling force before they could touch the gun body, turning into clusters of iron shoulders and falling to the floor of the room. After a few breaths, the first wave of iron beads passed. Then came the second wave. Liu Sheng originally thought that the second wave would still be iron balls, and the speed and number of shots would increase, but what he didn't expect was that the beads shot out this time were light and floating, and they turned out to be wooden beads. A flash of light flashed in Liu Sheng's mind, and he seemed to understand something at once. Sure enough, the cold weapon training room tempers the skills of warriors. The test is the use and mastery of weapons. That's why the use of Gangqi is not allowed. The iron ball becomes a wooden ball, and it seems that the lethality, speed, etc. are all weakened, and the difficulty is reduced. But actually quite the opposite. The requirements of the training must be that the trainer hits each bead with a cold weapon to pass the test. And the lighter the shot, the harder it is to do this. Why? Because the weapon crosses the air, it will bring up the wind. Something that is too light may be blown away by the wind of your knife, sword, or gun before you stab it. Even if it is not blown away, the trajectory of the movement will change and become irregular, and the difficulty will increase instantly. So, it was described in those martial arts novels in the previous life. Picking flowers and flying leaves, drawing a knife to cut off water. It is a similar reason. What you practice here is not strength, but the ultimate control of strength, which is the pinnacle of skill. Liu Sheng's eyes suddenly brightened, and he suddenly felt that the so-called cold weapon training room became interesting. 175 Consolidation and Transformation, the Sloppy King, 1. In the training room, a figure looks like a dragon. The spear in his hand danced like a spirit snake, accurately crushing all the beads in the air. In the room, countless messy debris piled up and scattered, forming a thick garbage layer on the floor of the room. However, the circular area with Liu Sheng as the center origin and the radius of the arm span plus the length of the gun is as clean as ever, and not even a little bit of debris can be seen. It's like an oasis in a garbage dump, which is quite strange. The shadows of guns weaved together, forming a semicircular silver-grey barrier. Any objects that attempt to enter this barrier will be crushed and wiped out. Liu Sheng's figure and the shadow of the gun in his hand were extremely fast, but he didn't make any sound of piercing the air. In the room, only the sound of objects being ejected from the circular hole in the wall, and the subtle sound of objects breaking. It was as if, around Liu Sheng was a pure vacuum. The contrast between extreme noise and quietness, extreme speed and extreme slowness presents a picture with great visual and auditory impact. Unfortunately, no one saw it. Call. The shadows of the guns that were approaching the limit suddenly disappeared. Liu Sheng's figure reappeared in the center of the room. He exhaled slowly, and the long breath created a small whirlwind in the room, blowing the garbage debris on the ground. At this time, Liu Sheng's upper body was naked, and his muscles were rising and falling with his breathing. Sweat left slowly along the gullies between the muscles, and before it fell to the ground, it was evaporated into white gas by Liu Sheng's body temperature, rising one by one. Liu Sheng looked sideways at the red crystal dragon spear in his hand, and the feeling of being connected by blood became more and more obvious. In the short few hours of practicing in the cold weapon training room, the tacit understanding between him and the red crystal dragon pattern has improved rapidly and exploded. According to this progress, I am afraid that it will not be long before the gun feeling can be fully cultivated, and the next stage of soul cultivation can be smoothly entered. During the training period, Liu Sheng also opened his eyes to this so-called cold weapon training mode. From the iron beads at the beginning, to the wooden beads, plastic beads, water beads, popcorn, foam, even down. He didn't even know how the person who invented the cold weapon training room had so many messy things in his mind. But the effect is also obvious. It is no longer a simple need to control the power attached to the cold weapon without revealing the slightest bit, but also includes the control of physical power, all aspects. Most people want to do it, and it is impossible without decades of hard work. But for me, who possesses 4-level spear skills and has inherited the memory of 2 great martial arts masters, all I need to do is to develop this part of my body's ability. Even so, Liu Sheng almost failed several times in the middle. Liu Sheng received Zhao Lengxuan's spear inheritance after he was promoted to the 4th level. At that time, his inner strength had already melted. And his strength has grown too fast, and he has never had the opportunity to control his strength to this level before. This time, Liu Sheng benefited a lot. He felt as if an invisible iron pick had slammed on his head a few times, making all the flimsy and unstable parts of his body firm, and his martial arts foundation was 3 points more solid. Even if a machine has certain functions, if it is not used for a long time, the parts in that part will rust. I'm like this machine right now. Liu Sheng absorbed too many martial arts memory skills in the dream space, and sometimes he didn't know that he was so strong until he pushed himself to a certain situation. Liu Sheng now has the feeling that he knows his body clearly and clearly. The boxing techniques that have been in the control state for a long time have climbed up, and the bottlenecks of many martial arts have also begun to loosen. The second form of Shiquan martial arts is beckoning to him. Moreover, Liu Sheng also had a faint feeling. This kind of improvement in pure skills is also of great benefit to his promotion to the Grand Master. Hey! Why haven't you started the next stage of training yet? Liu Sheng waited for a long time until his body temperature dropped and the sweat on his body was completely dry, before the next stage of training began. I walked over and took a look, only to find out. It turns out that the 5 stages of training in the cold weapon training room have been completed. A reminder sounded just now, and he was so engrossed in his thoughts that he didn't hear it at all. Are there 5 stages? Liu Sheng felt a little regretful, and he still had a lot to say. But there is no way, it can only end here. From now on, come and brush it every day, until it has no effect on me at all. Liu Sheng casually picked up the t-shirt that was thrown on the ground, put it on his body, then removed the red crystal dragon pattern, and wrapped it with weapon cloth. Then he opened the door of the training room and walked out. It's full again? I've been here for 3 days and it's full. Is there something wrong? A girl with an alloy long knife wrapped in cloth strips stood in front of the window and said with a frown. The chubby administrator looked helpless. It's no use yelling at me. There are only a few training rooms in total. Either you go to the school leaders to ask them to build more. If I have that ability, I can still use the training room in the school. The girl with the knife in her mouth muttered as she walked out. There is no place for the Wushan pagoda, and there is no place for the training room, what a pity. At this time, a handsome boy carrying a dark blue weapon came out from the hallway. Her hair was damp, and she had obviously just had a lot of exercise. Hey! Seeing the handsome boy coming out, the administrator's eyes lit up immediately, and he stretched out his hand to stop the girl. Don't go, you are lucky, someone just came out. Turning around, he asked Liu Sheng again, are you ready to leave? Liu Sheng nodded, and returned the keycard of the training room to the administrator. The administrator handed the room card to the girl with the knife who came back, Cultivation Room No. 8. The girl was quite pleasantly surprised, and even looked at Liu Sheng pleasingly, patted him on the shoulder, said thank you, classmate, and walked quickly towards the number 8 practice room. Lu Sheng glanced at the girl and then looked away. The administrator was chatting with him while taking his student ID card for refund registration. How does it feel to enter the training room for the first time? Lu Sheng thought for a while, and replied seriously, the harvest is great. 0. Ask for flowers. Continue to work hard, the further you go in the training phase, the greater the gains will be. The administrator smiled and handed him the student ID card. Lu Sheng didn't have the nerve to say that he had already cleared the level, so he thanked him and left the center of the training room. At the same time, the girl with the knife on her back was excitedly swiping her card to enter the training room number 8 where Lu Sheng had just stayed. Luck is just right, I just picked up a leak, haha. The girl was talking to herself, her eyes were full of joy and happiness. But when the door opened and she saw the scene inside, she was stunned. Sky! Girls are all stupid. What kind of training room is this? It's just a garbage dump that hasn't been cleaned up for a few days, okay? Thinking of Lu Sheng who just gave up the practice room to her, she had a good impression of Lu Sheng in her heart, but now she has a very bad impression. How can there be such sloppy people in the world? Are all boys so sloppy? Girls are going crazy. Her gaze swept across the floor of the room. 000. What did she see? Cotton, sawdust, sewage, feathers. What the hell, even popcorn. That guy is still eating popcorn in the training room. Girls just can't stand it. He reached out and slammed a button on the wall. Immediately, suction holes appeared on the edge of the room floor, and they began to clean up the garbage on the ground. What's the difference between this and not flushing the toilet after going to the toilet? It looks clean and white, but I didn't expect it to be a garbage king. It's really embarrassing for him, to be able to produce so much rubbish in a small training room. The girl thought bitterly. It wasn't the first time she had seen someone who didn't flush the toilet after going to the toilet, but it was the first time she had seen someone who flushed so much in the toilet once. Today was an eye-opener. The girl looked at the rapidly reducing garbage on the floor of the room, and was already preparing to greet Lu Sheng's family. But at this moment, she suddenly realized something. Yet, how on earth did he manage to produce so much rubbish in a few hours? It's not allowed to bring in anything other than cold weapons in the training room. Not even a bottle of water. Then, it is very strange where so many messy garbage in this training room number 8 came from. Only the training process produces garbage. The girl quickly shook her head again. Impossible, if you want to produce so much debris, unless his training progress reaches a very high level. When the girl thought of this, she suddenly froze. She accidentally jumped to the control screen on the wall next to her. Quickly tap the screen with your index finger flying. Soon, the results belonging to the previous trainer were recalled by her. Completed all the training progress of the 5th stage of cold weapon training. This line of words jumped in front of the girl's eyes, and the girl's brain suddenly trembled. For a moment, it was as if there was an electric current that quickly traveled through her whole body. Feel the scalp numb. Goosebumps popped out all over his body. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.